No. Chapter 51. Chapter 52. In the blink of an eye. It's Friday. In the class that was about to end, Yuan picked up the phone and glanced at the message. Shina Mashiro, the situation has been explained. Shina Mashiro, you can move there on the weekend. Yuan, okay, if you don't know the way, I will send a driver to pick you up. Yuan, I'll teach you some knowledge about love when the time comes. Shina Mashiro, okay. After Yuan replied to the message, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. This time Shina Mashiro finally got it done, and waited until the other party came to the door. The rest is much simpler. A girl like this who has no social common sense, although she has enough talent in painting, is in a mess when it comes to taking care of herself. After Shina Mashiro arrives, it is only a matter of time before he takes it down. Think of this. Yuan glanced at Ying Lily on the left. The blonde girl with twin tails noticed his gaze and turned her head away with her cheeks slightly red. Although since the separation from the last art exhibition, Ying Lily has not given a reply. But Yuan is not in a hurry about this. He knew that the other party just needed time to adapt. With the omniscience and omnipotence star, he already knew Ying Lily's final answer, so now he can tease her unscrupulously. By the way, I didn't sign in this week. Let's see if we can draw any good things from the accumulated sign-in days. Yuan touched his chin and thought to himself. This is the current attribute name, Yuan ability, King's Treasure, the ability to connect to the Golden City, connected to the space of the treasure house, and the props in it can be taken out freely. Each item taken out requires 1 point of magic power. The omniscient and almighty star, sees all corners of the earth like a star, understands everything, and is aware of the truth and weaknesses behind the mystery. Only a demigod body can fully display it. Dragon Heart Transformation. What is formed from this is the magic heart of a dragon. The magic reserve is increased by 3000, and the body is strengthened to a certain extent. Current magic value, 5500/2200 items, Scabbard Avalon, Noble Phantasm, First Aid Potion 10, Energy Potion 5, Magic Incendiary Bottle 5, Powerful Regeneration Potion 10, several gems. Number of accumulated sign-in days, 5 days, yes/no sign-in. Compared with before. Now he can easily crush those guys in the magic world. Even Gojo Satoru or Yang Mian Sunyo are nothing to be afraid of. The former has no lower limit and cannot pass the conceptual level Noble Phantasm. The latter's space cannot be broken open to Avalon. The King's Treasure is indeed the most versatile existence. In terms of specific targets, there is nothing more powerful than it. Except for Wu Jiawu and Liang Mian Sunyo. There is no need to mention the rest of Yugu and the others. In front of him, most of the conjurers couldn't even withstand the powerful power of the dragon after the transformation of the dragon heart. I've been saving for 5 days, so let's sign in first. It shouldn't be a bad reward. Yuan thought in his mind and signed in silently. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in. The current number of check-in days has been cleared. Reward, Oblivious Sword, X, Introduction. It tells the story of the origin, the separation of heaven and earth, the creation of Wahi, the splitting of the world is the sword of deviation, the mortar of the stars, the hell in the sky is the end of the eve of the creation, and it is defeated by death, the star of the deviation of heaven and earth ability, the sword named after God in Mesopotamian mythology, the sword of deviation cuts off space. It is also one of the top-ranked noble phantasms among a large number of noble phantasms, and it is also the sword that cuts the world apart. Space cut off by the deviant sword, the compressed wind pressure fault will become a pseudo-space-time fault and will crush all enemies, except those with a high defense level or the same level of damage. Otherwise, the attack value cannot be defended. Remarks: cut the void to create the sky, penetrate the sky and return to the void. Viola Jian. Yuan's pupils shrank violently and he clenched his fists subconsciously. He could barely control the power of the dragon on his body, and if he did, the whole classroom would probably faint. But his mood could not calm down for a long time. This is the Gailai sword. A time older than man or the planet. It is a treasure among treasures that is wielded by the gods to open up the world and embodies the pure power itself. The power that symbolizes the beginning and the end. You should know that depending on the situation, the deviant sword will be classified into the following categories. Anti-realm noble phantasm, anti-person, anti-army, anti-city, etc. The power contained in it can no longer be measured by dimensions such as cooperation or combat situation. It is an absolute force that destroys the world itself. Regardless of whether the opponent is an individual or a group, it will destroy the world to which it belongs. The full blow of the Gailai sword is such a terrifying level. Yuan took a deep breath. The attack of the aberration sword, coupled with the defense of the Avalon scabbard. He is now like a fusion of the King of Knights and the King of Heroes, possessing the Dragon Heart transformation and scabbard of the King of Knights, as well as the King's treasure and sword of deviation of the King of Heroes. And the appearance of the deviant sword. It makes the arrogant Gojo Satoru who maintains unlimited defense even more ridiculous. As long as he uses this to execute a strike, he may become 2.5 Satori if the opponent is not there. According to the original description, the power of the Gailai sword will increase sharply with the support of the Noble Phantasm in the King's treasure. Although the magic power consumed is quite high. But considering that the treasure contains an elixir that can quickly restore magic power, it would be easy to use it. Yuan thought in his heart. He put away the attribute panel with satisfaction. After packing up my school bag, I left the classroom directly after school. I got on the special car prepared at the school gate and headed straight to where the Pangxing sect was. All the plutocrats associated with the Pangxing sect have arrived. It's time for him, the leader, to appear. P.S. Happy New Year everyone, but the author will definitely not take a holiday. 4 more chapters will be updated later and will be officially released tomorrow. Since the author is still coding on New Year's Eve, I hope all readers will support me. Chapter 53. Within the Pangxing sect. In the splendid and luxurious conference hall. Many financial groups that have dealings with the Pangxing sect are also rich men. They all gathered in this place. Because of the sudden change of the leader of the Pangxing sect, many senior officials of the plutocrats were talking endlessly at this moment. The leader has been replaced, what happened? Yes, Xiaoyuja obviously cooperated well with us before, why did he suddenly change his leader? Humph, none of these magicians are reliable. Wait a minute. If we don't have Xiaoyu, if we encounter a curse, wouldn't we have to cooperate with this new leader? We have to be extra careful. Yeah, I wonder how capable this new leader is. Hush. If your words were heard in the past and Xiaoyuja heard them, you would definitely be dead or have to pay a large sum of money. These curse masters only have eyes for money. The top executives of these chaebol are different from ordinary people. Compared with ordinary people who don't know what the curse spirit is, these people not only know the curse, but also know who should be allowed to deal with it. Except for orthodox magicians from the magic world. These people prefer the methods of the curse master, because the latter is more vigorous and resolute, and does not have to worry about ordinary people. Even hiring curse masters to kill people, for these high-ranking chaebols. It is also one of the possible means. This is why. The reason why the Pangxing sect has never been deadlocked. Even if there is no Pangxing sect, there will still be other sects to take its place. At this moment, just as these people were discussing. Clatter dot. From the high platform in front of the large conference room. Suddenly there was the soft sound of metal stepping, and at the same time, there was a terrifying momentum that was difficult to describe in words. Rather than saying it is a certain kind of momentum, it is better to say that it is a kind of suppression of a certain life level. Like a rabbit being targeted by a hungry wolf. Or maybe it's like a monkey being stared at by a tiger. Even if there is no need to look at each other, its terrible sense of oppression makes the entire conference room instantly quiet. Yuan, wearing golden armor, stepped out of the shadows. Those golden dragon eyes stared calmly ahead. His figure walked to the stage and looked at the many high-level chaebols in front, with a gentle and calm smile on his face. Everyone, this is our first meeting. I am the new leader of Pangxing sect. Yuan. Well, to be honest, I grabbed this place. I hope you can support the work of the Pangxing sect as before. At the very least, the half-year membership dues must be paid on time. The golden armor he wore. It is exactly the same as what Jin Shining wears on weekdays. It looks noble yet elegant, coupled with those dragon eyes that look like they are dominating the world. For a time, many senior chaebol executives swallowed their saliva. Good guy. This new leader is even more high-profile than Xiaoyu before. And he still looks so young. What's more important is that the sense of oppression brought by this boy is actually much stronger than the existence of those in high positions. Off stage. It's natural, no need to worry about membership fees or anything like that. But the new leader, about the curse, or other requirements. An old man with grey hair squinted at the young man on the stage and spoke first. Beside him were several bodyguards in suits and ties. He is the current head of the Shinomiya family. Staying next to the old man was the girl with black hair and red eyes who was taken in for the first time. She was also the only direct girl of the Shinomiya family. Kaguya Shinomiya. When the girl saw the figure clearly on the stage, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Because the boy's figure was exactly the same as the one she had seen in the school forum, even his name was exactly the same. In other words, the new leader of Pangxing sect. Just a student. The matter of curses remains the same as in the past. If you encounter a difficult curse, I will help you solve it when I have time. But I'm different from that guy Xiaoyu. I'm still just a student at Shuchen, and I don't have much free time on weekdays, so as for dealing with the curse. He hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw a grumpy old Chable man standing up suddenly. Bang! If you can't even solve the curse, then why do you have to support curse masters like you? Going to Shuchen and so on. Is it more important than us? You kid, don't think I'm scared. The old man slapped the table angrily and said. In his opinion, a mere Shichaiwan student dared to be so arrogant in front of him. In all likelihood, that BD Xiaoyu ran away with the money. Then find someone to take the blame. It's not like he hasn't learned about the world of magic. At Yuan's age, he is already a genius if he can reach the level 2 level of magician. But this and the membership fee he paid, it seems that the goods are completely wrong. Yuan was not annoyed at being interrupted. He looked at the old man with a smile. Are you done? The words just fell. An extremely sharp sword suddenly appeared out of thin air. It rushed straight towards the old man's head. The dead bodyguard beside the old man reacted immediately and quickly blocked the front with his body to try to block the sword. But the next second, Zilla! The sword easily penetrated the security guard and the old man behind him. Scarlet blood spurted out at this moment, and when the other bodyguard saw this, he quickly drew his gun and shot. Bang! 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 A series of pistol shots rang out. What was unexpected was that, the bullets seemed to be floating in the air and stayed in front of Yuan. The boy reached out his hand and picked off the bullet with his fingers, then threw it aside. Don't take out the toys. If you want to give me some fun, at least I need a few armies. Yuan said lightly. Out of thin air, several more long swords penetrated and killed all the old man's bodyguards. Then he looked at the remaining senior executives with a kind smile on his face. Don't worry, wait until I finish. For a time, the remaining top executives of the Chable. They all fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 54. These people. I didn't expect Yuan to be so ruthless. Although that old man is not from a top Chable, he is still a well-known figure in the Chable family. Just because I inserted a few words. He actually died here. This Yuan is simply a lunatic. Isn't he afraid of the Chable's revenge? Even if he is a curse master, he will face anti-tank missiles or other high firepower weapons. You should also feel intimidated. Ahem. Yuan coughed lightly on the stage and said with regret, it's so sad that Mr. Chi Mu died here, but for the rest of you, it's a big deal. It's a good thing. Because I'm next. Several items containing extraordinary powers will be for sale. Yuan spoke calmly, his dragon eyes scanning the people in front of him, and a gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this time, many senior Chable executives' interest arose in my heart. The item containing extraordinary power, could it be a magic tool? As far as they know, cursed weapons are weapons that contain curses and cursed power. They are effective against curses and can cause harm to cursed spirits without injecting cursed power. But even ordinary people have spell tools. But if there is no corresponding user, it will be difficult to kill the curse spirit. In particular, some spell tools can also attract curses, which may not necessarily be a good thing. The young man seemed to have noticed their thoughts in advance. No, this is not a low-quality magic tool. Yuan shook his head with a smile and took out a beautiful box from his arms. Yuan opened the lid of the box. A small gold coin placed in the box caught everyone's eyes. You can call this gold coin a lucky gold coin. Yuan took the gold coins out of the box. The gold coins shine brightly under the light. The effect of the gold coin is very simple. Yuan narrowed his eyes and chuckled, as long as the person holding the gold coin can neutralize attacks from the outside 3 times, or exorcise a curse spirit that actively attacks once. He had just finished explaining the effects of gold coins. Immediately, many senior chaebol executives in the audience were heard to take a deep breath. They couldn't see that this gold coin, which didn't seem to be an exaggeration, actually had such amazing functions. Can all attacks be blocked? A middle-aged man wearing a suit and leather shoes couldn't help but wonder and asked, looking at the gold coin. If this is true, then the value of this gold coin is simply beyond imagination. You must know that for people like them, the most worrying thing, besides the safety of their family, is their own life and death. The appearance of this lucky gold coin is simply equivalent to a second life. Not all attacks are possible. The upper limit is probably around the anti-material sniper rifle. Yuan shook his head. He continued to explain. Facing RPGs or missiles at extremely close range, the ability of gold coins will be continuously activated, but whether you can survive is unknown. The removal of cursed spirits also has an upper limit. After hearing the explanation, everyone looked at the gold coins with a little regret. Although it is a pity, these people's enthusiasm for buying has become more and more enthusiastic. After all, even anti-material sniper rifles can stop it. It's simply a life-saving weapon. If you carry this with you in the future, you will no longer have to worry about assassination. Not to mention that this gold coin can also exorcise cursed spirits. Although it can only be used once, it is a life-saving thing and cannot be taken lightly no matter what. And these chaebol children and rich people all started thinking in their hearts. As for Mr. Seiki who just died, they have long been forgotten. Joke. It's obviously the guy who has a bad attitude. What is the relationship with the leader of Pangxing sect? On stage, Yuan looked calmly at the audience where the atmosphere was getting heated. In fact, this so-called lucky gold coin was just one of the inferior and failed products when he was refining magic props. Replace it with a real magic prop. For example, it was given to Shirogane K or Kotori Yurika. It cannot be described by the number of times. But for these chaebol executives, Yuan only needs to extract some failures from his own works, which is enough to fool them. Now that everyone understands the value of this gold coin, then the official auction will begin. $5 million is the starting price, and each increase in price shall not be less than $1 million. After all, I can't come and remove spirits at any time like Xiaoyuja, so I will give you the opportunity to auction it, which you can't buy outside. Yuan said with a gentle chuckle. And as soon as he finished speaking, someone couldn't help but increase the price. 600 W. 7 million. Our Chato family wants this thing. 10 million. If you want to buy it, pay more for it. Do you think this will scare people? For a time, the enthusiasm of the chaebol executives in the audience for the auction did not diminish at all. Soon, the first lucky gold coin was sold for over $25 million. Yuan squinted his eyes and looked. Take out the next few items and continue the auction. In less than half an hour, Yuan easily collected more than hundreds of millions of dollars, which is more than his entire net worth. Certainly. To him now, the money is just numbers. The most important thing is that these senior leaders of the chaebol after the purchase will tie his flag, which will make his future actions much easier. And the head of the fourth palace family in the audience. He looked deeply at the young man on the stage, narrowing his eyes as if thinking about something. As for Shinomiya Kagaya beside him, he was so frightened by what happened not long ago that he sat sluggishly in his place. She never expected. The boy who usually looks harmless in school has extraordinary power and can easily kill several people on the spot while talking and laughing. Even the top brass of the chaebol don't take it seriously. Not to mention, what followed was a series of items that exceeded cognition. For an inexperienced girl like Shinomiya Kagaya, this scene in front of her is too exciting. As the Pangxing cult auction progresses, soon came the final items responsible for the finale. Chapter 55. One last item. Yuan looked calm and took out a bottle of elixir from his arms. The elixir was placed in a glass bottle, and the emerald green light exuded, just through the slight fragrance emanating from the mouth of the bottle. It cheered up everyone present. It was as if all the previous body had been swept away. They all cast their eyes on the glass bottle in front of them, knowing that it was definitely not a mortal object. For a moment, my heart couldn't help but feel hot. The prime years will never come again, and the morning will never come again. Yuan chuckled. I believe that as you get older, the hidden diseases that you used to rush for wealth are gradually revealed, and you don't want to give up the rights you finally obtained. This thing is called innate elixir, and its effect is also very simple. Those who drink it can extend their life by 10 years and solve hidden diseases in the past. He said softly and calmly. The moment the words fell, the faces of many chaebol executives in the audience suddenly changed, and they couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Extend life by 10 years. In this world, is there really such a thing? You must know that among the top leaders of these chaebols, there are many elderly people in their 50s and 60s, and the sequelae of overwork in their youth are beginning to appear one by one. If the effect of this elixir is real, for them, it is simply a priceless treasure. Master Leader. Start the auction as soon as possible. I can't wait. One of the senior chaebol seniors couldn't help but laugh and said. That's right, Yuan is in their eyes now. He is an out-and-out leader. For them, as long as it can bring enough benefits, it doesn't matter who is the leader of Pangxing sect. Rather, they were grateful to Yuan for becoming the leader of the Pangxing sect. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to get such good things. As for the person who offended Yuan before, his family will also be jointly dealt with by everyone to ensure that the new leader will not be disgusted. No matter Yuan's background, as long as he can continue to supply these things. It is their lifeblood. Haha, please don't worry yet. Everyone should also know that this kind of elixir is priceless. Even if I take it out, it will cost a lot of money. Yuan showed a gentle smile on his face. But in fact, this kind of thing is just made by Yuan. It is not difficult for a magician to make a life-extending elixir as long as there are enough high-quality spiritual herbs. And more importantly, among the king's treasures are the elixir of life and the elixir of youthfulness. No matter what kind of effect it is much stronger than this life-extending elixir. So these things are not used by Yuan at all. The starting price is $100 million. Each bid increase must not be less than $50 million, then the auction starts now. He just quoted the price. Many of the chaebol executives in the audience took a deep breath. Although the starting price was very high, as long as they could get it, it's absolutely not a loss. After all, this is a magical elixir that can extend life. But just when they were about to make a bid, a slightly old male voice sounded loudly from somewhere under the stage. $10 billion. The moment this horrifying number fell, many high-level chaebols took a breath of cold air. $10 billion. What kind of international joke are you kidding? Although the assets of these chaebols are still much more than $10 billion. But if you withdraw $10 billion in liquid cash, you don't have the ability. These two are not the same concept at all. Take out 10 billion. Used to purchase this elixir whose effect has not yet been proven. If it were them, they would never do this under any circumstances. For a moment, everyone looked away. After seeing the source of the sound clearly, they suddenly realized. It turns out he is the one in charge of the Shinomiya family, then it's understandable. But even if you don't spend $10 billion, you should be able to easily buy this elixir in the bidding, right? The gray-haired old man took a deep look at the young man on the stage, with a smile on his face. Think of this money as making friends with the new leader. For the Sinomong Consortium, which has assets equivalent to $1.8 trillion, $10 billion in liquidity. Although it doesn't break the bones, it is still very sincere. As for Sigong Yanan's show of goodwill, Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, moved his fingers slightly, and the elixir suddenly appeared in front of the old man. I see, that's really disrespectful. Mr. Sigong, please take the elixir, just in time to experience the effect. Sigong Yanan took a deep breath after hearing this. He grabbed the green elixir in the palm of his hand and held it tightly with some excitement. He was about to pull out the stopper and drink the elixir. A bodyguard next to him suddenly rushed up. And he took out a pistol from his arms, intending to destroy the elixir at close range. But before he could take 2 steps, a long sword appeared out of nowhere and easily killed him in mid-air. The head was stained with blood and fell on the spot. While rolling on the ground, the bodyguard's corpse, full of blood, fell heavily backwards to the ground. Boom! Such a sudden change! Shinomiya Kaguya on the side was also stunned. Her long jet black hair fell behind her. Although she looked like an iceberg beauty, the blood on her cheeks made her even more delicate. Sigong Yanan was also shocked for a while. He never thought that there would be a traitor among his bodyguards. It seems that the Shinomiya family is not peaceful either. But don't worry, old gentleman. Please continue to take the elixir. It won't be too late to resolve this matter after you return. Yuan smiled lightly. Sigong Yanan's face looked uncertain. After he returns, he must investigate this matter thoroughly. Thank you, Master, for your help. Sigong Yanan replied in a deep voice, then raised his head and drank the elixir in one gulp. Next moment, his body has undergone significant changes. After taking the elixir of green liquid, his originally grey hair instantly turned into a shiny black color, as if his youthful appearance had returned to him. In the eyes that were once old, another vibrant light came out. At this time, Shinomiya Yanan looked only in his 50s, and no one would believe that he was once an old man in his 70s. Shinagong Yanan felt the changes in his body and murmured for a while. Such a magical elixir. If she had had this elixir at that time, would she not have died? P.S. Regarding magic power, the author has revised the chapter where he first mentioned the lack of magic power. The protagonist does not have insufficient magic power, but the upper limit is not enough. As long as the elixir in the king's treasure is restored, there will basically be no magic problem. The author never thought about the pressure of combat, but his mind did not turn around at the time. I'm very sorry, we will pay attention to this issue in the future. Chapter 56. Such a noticeable change. Suddenly, the eyes of other high-ranking chaebol around him became hot. Because this is a real-life extension, something I had never heard of in the past. Although Xiaoyu will also help them solve the curse, he is also very greedy for money, and at most he will take over some assassination tasks. But compared with this new leader, it's not worth mentioning at all. Even if the other party is not in the Pangxing sect on weekdays, the benefits it brings are enough for them to take over, and it is not even a problem to pay a high price to befriend them. Thinking of this, they admired Sigong Yanan even more. He is truly worthy of being the head of the Shinomiya family. This vision and decision-making alone are beyond ordinary people's imagination. Yuan stood on the stage. He looked at Sigong Yanan who had taken the elixir with a smile. How's it going? How do you feel, the head of the fourth house family? It couldn't be better. Shinagong Yanan's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but smile on his face and said excitedly, it is indeed what the leader brought out. Compared with the previous one, my current body is more than good. Live 10 years. For him, attending this meeting was just a plan to pay his dues for the rest of the year. By the way, let Shinomiya Kagaya come and see the world. But I didn't expect that I would get such a big surprise here. Not only were the items sufficient to defend against snipers and cursed spirits, but the items that extended his life also made him overjoyed. Originally he thought he had only a few years left to live. But now it's completely different. Haha, since the head of the fourth palace family is satisfied, it is only appropriate. It seems that for the generous spending just now, there is also a big gift to give. Yuan chuckled. His purpose is not just to make good friends with the other party, but to let the Shinomiya Zaibatsu, known as the heart of the country, be completely tied to his chariot. Oh! Sigong Yanan's eyes lit up. Just the innate elixir that was taken out earlier can be said to be a blessing that conquers the world, and what will be the great gift that the other party is talking about? Please also ask the leader to elaborate, he asked curiously. The title of Yuan was also changed from Mr. Leader to Master Leader. Noticing the change in the other person's words, Yuan just chuckled when he heard the words. The things I took out earlier are completely different from the magic tools mentioned by the magician. They also do not rely on the so-called magic power at all. Everyone should be able to see this, right? His voice fell. Shinomiya Yanan and many senior chaebol officials all nodded in agreement. They are not fools to be able to sit in this position, and they also have a certain understanding of things in the world of magic. Magical things like the lucky gold coins and innate elixir. Never heard of it. And it can be effective without relying on magic power, which greatly increases its versatility. It's very simple. The reason why these things I made do not have magical power is because my extraordinary path is completely different from theirs. Even ordinary people have the opportunity to master it at a high cost. And the big gift I give you this time is just such an opportunity. Yuan chuckled. Really? Sigong Yanan's eyes filled with surprise. To know that you can master extraordinary power, this is something that not many people would envy. What he had been most worried about. That is how Shinomiya Kagaya should protect herself after her own death. And if this girl can master extraordinary power now, even if her brothers hold the power of the Shinomiya Zaibatsu in the future, they will be able to protect themselves. Of course, this leader will never lie. However, there is only one quota for this person, and he must choose from his immediate family members. Yuan said lightly. Hearing this, Shinomiya Yanan looked at Shinomiya Kagaya beside him. Then I'm sorry to trouble you, master. Please allow Kagaya to achieve extraordinary things. Upon hearing this, Shinomiya Kagaya silently wiped the blood on her cheek with a white handkerchief and couldn't help but take a deep breath. She naturally knew what her father was planning. Is it okay, Kagaya? Shinomiya Yanan turned to look at Shinomiya Kagaya. His words were filled with the majesty of a person of high status. Shinomiya Kagaya nodded silently and obediently, no problem, father. She will obey the arrangements made within the family. Born into a family of such a top tycoon, she already knows her destiny. Since I enjoy rights and life far beyond those of ordinary people. For the family, she is undoubtedly an indispensable chess piece. Even if she is the eldest daughter, in front of her father, she can only obey all the latter's arrangements, and this time is no exception. But compared to my father's previous arrangements, this time, Shinomiya Kagaya is indeed curious about this extraordinary power. She had just witnessed with her own eyes how Sagong Yanan became younger after taking the elixir, which was a way to increase his lifespan. It was simply beyond her knowledge. Although she has long heard that there are magicians in this world. But before his father came without him, he just thought he was a pretender, but now Yuan's ability is showing. It can no longer be explained by scientific laws. Okay, then this matter is settled. Master Cult Leader, please give this great gift to my little girl. Sagong Yanan nodded slightly and smiled with satisfaction. The abilities and strength that Yuan possesses are extraordinary. If Kagaya can establish a connection with the other party, it will be a good thing for herself. Yuan chuckled upon seeing this. Okay, then please ask Miss Kagaya to stay for a while. The others will leave after paying their dues. When the next meeting is about to be held, I will send someone to inform you. This time the remittance will be deposited directly into the account. Say it. He glanced at the people in the audience with a gentle smile on his face. My time is precious, I hope you won't delay. The words fell. These words dispelled the idea of some senior Chable officials wanting to contact him at this moment. Recall Yuan's murderous scene at the beginning. They looked away. He left the conference room under the leadership of the honest Pangxing teaching staff. As for the corpses and bloodstains in the room, there are also dedicated people to deal with them. Shinomiya Yanan gave Kagaya a few words and then turned around and left. He still trusts Yuan. After all, what kind of woman can't get what she wants based on the other person's ability alone? Even if he really falls in love with Kagaya, it is a blessing for the Shinomiya family, and it can also ensure the safety of Shinomiya Kagaya. After everyone left, Shinomiya Kagaya stood quietly in the conference hall alone. She stared at Yuan in silence. Wearing a jet black dress, embellished with customized clothing, the girl's coolness and noble temperament are fully demonstrated. Although it is not rich enough, it can be regarded as a first-class beauty embryo. There is no doubt about her beauty and temperament. Hello, Shinomiya-san. Yuan chuckled softly. This is the first time we've met. You should be a third-year senior now. He looked at the girl in front of him. Compared with the sand sculpture girl in my impression, Shinomiya Kagaya now exudes a cold temperament. This is normal. After all, Shinomiya Kagaya is still in the Ice Kagaya period. But although Kagaya looks cold on the surface now, she actually wants to be like an ordinary girl, crying freely, laughing freely, and shouting freely. I also want to have an ordinary love affair. Well, please give me some advice, master. Kagaya saluted seriously and replied. Although her words were very cold, there was also a hint of uneasiness in her expression. No, just call me Yuan. Since we are all classmates, remember to help me hide good things. I don't want to hear news about the Pangxing cult on campus. Yuan smiled gently. He took out a beautiful box from his arms and opened it directly. Inside lies a small, delicate necklace composed of 5 translucent pink crystal beads and a sparkling silver star. Each crystal bead is set on a small silver base. Brings out the white color of the wonderful gemstone. Put it on. You can call it the silver star. It is a magic item. Only you can exert its true power. It can be effective in the face of any attack. Until the star is completely shattered, it can exert its corresponding power. Yuan said with a chuckle. Shinomiya Kagaya did not hesitate and nodded seriously to accept it. She knew that she would owe a favor by doing this, but this thing did have a great effect on her, and she would find a way to repay it in the future. Okay, but let's stop here this time. I will go to your class in person on Monday. Yuan said calmly. Under the future vision of his omniscient and omnipotent star, there are some new changes. Shinomiya Kagaya was stunned when he heard this. Then they exchanged contact information honestly and were arranged to leave the mountain. Yuan glanced at the sky and quickly left the Pangxing sect. On the mountain road at night, Yuan, who was not riding in a luxury car, was taking a pleasant walk. The stars are shining brightly from the sky. Suddenly, Yuan stopped. He looked ahead, a look of amusement on his face. Since everyone is here, come out quickly. Don't delay my time to go home and rest. And in the darkness that has not yet been illuminated by the street lights, a figure gradually walked out, and a slightly frivolous laughter came. Sorry, I'm just a little too curious. Your perception is really sharp. You are indeed the classmate Yuan who claims to be the strongest. The man was a white-haired young man wearing a black college uniform and a black eye patch. He came out of the shadows and looked in Yuan's direction. It was in this era that the holder of the 6 eyes, one of the 4 super-level conjurers, recognized as the strongest in the world of magic, Gojo Satoru. P.S. There was a problem with Shinomiya Kagaya's age before, so I corrected it. Chapter 57. Gojo Satoru, the leading genius conjurer of our time who is well known in the world of conjuration. Even if it is not as good as Sunyo, but it can definitely be regarded as the undoubted pinnacle of the world today. As a character who was created with the concept of the pinnacle of power, it's a pity that his final death was quite dramatic. However, even the opponent's limit is nothing at all. Well, Gojo Satoru. Yuan raised his eyebrows, yawned and smiled lazily. What do you want from me? He didn't care about Gojo Satoru. As long as the other party doesn't disturb his life, I'm afraid he won't do anything until the day the other party is cut in half. I heard Nanami say that you call yourself the strongest. It's a bit too arrogant to call both Sunyo and me ordinary people. After all, I am the strongest in the magic world today. At least give me some face. Gojo Satoru said with a smile. He was somewhat surprised. I originally thought that I could sense 09's huge magical power from Yuan's body, but even under the observation of Liu Yan, there was no trace of the magical power leaked out. This reminded him of a disgusting guy. But the effects brought by Hishin and the curse are different. The young man in front of him was like a mysterious aggregation, giving him a completely different feeling, and he could not tell the other person's details at all. Yuan stared at Gojo Satoru in front of him and commented sharply without any politeness. A common man indeed. In the final analysis, they are just 6-eyed holders who came into being. Maybe you think they are special enough, but in fact they are nothing more than that. There is a gap in the nature of the power we use. If only Gojo Satoru was strong enough to defeat Ryomi and Sunyo. However, he was instantly killed by a direct spatial slash, allowing him to cultivate new people through education as he had previously said, and to change the rotten status quo of the magic world. It became a joke. Especially after being sealed. The principal of the Curse College, Yaemo Gendeo, died. It is obvious that the top leaders of the magic world have become so pedantic. Although they have such strong strength, they are unable to rectify the entire magic world. It is most appropriate to describe it as an ordinary person who has no power. After he finished speaking, the corners of Gojo Satoru's mouth twitched slightly. This brat is crazier than he imagined, especially this familiar temperament, which reminds people more and more of Megami Fushiguro and that BD when he was a child. No, he must be taught some lessons. I'm really looked down upon. Gojo Satoru took off his blindfold, looking at Yuan in front of him with his blue eyes that seemed to reflect the sky. Don't forget, I am the strongest in the entire spell world right now. After Gojo Satoru made the strongest declaration, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he was about to take action, but suddenly he seemed to remember something and waved his hand quickly. Sorry, I suddenly remembered something, and I just wanted him to come over. Come back soon, don't leave, classmate Yuan. Gojo Satoru chuckled. Just relying on the attraction brought by Kang, he disappeared instantly. Compress the distance/space between the starting point and the end point to achieve an approximate teleportation effect. And only a moment later, Gojo Satoru reappeared in front of Yuan at this moment, carrying Hishido the Japanese knotweed. It's Mr. Hisuido Kozeda who is here to visit and study. It happens to be an extracurricular teaching. Gojo Satoru said with a smile. I returned here instantly in just 10 seconds. As for Noble Hisahito, he was suddenly stunned. He was still in the Conjuring Academy 10 seconds ago. How come you are here in an instant? And the one in front, isn't that Yuan whom I met not long ago? According to what Nanami said, the person who defeated the special curse spirit was defeated. At this moment Yuan is standing where he is, he calmly looked at the scene in front of him. Oh, Sunyo's container. It just so happens that there is another ordinary person inside his body. Even if it is inside the body of Hisuido Noble, he should be able to see it. Yuan chuckled. As expected, the Sunyo in Polygonum cuspidatum Yuan's body was so stimulated that his mouth popped out. He said with an unceremonious sneer. Oh. It's the same kid as last time, I've decided now. As soon as I come out, I will chop you into pieces. Noble Hisahito quickly covered his mouth. He looked at Yuan with black lines on his head. It took a lot of effort to calm down for a while. Stop teasing this guy. It feels really disgusting to have a mouth on your face. After Noble Hisahito finished speaking. Then he looked at Gojo Satoru beside him with confusion. Teacher Gojo Satoru, when you talk about extracurricular teaching, do you want to compete with Yuan? He also has some understanding of his teacher's evil intentions. Being called an ordinary person, he would definitely find a way to take revenge. At the very least, he would choose to defeat Yuan face to face. Well, you can understand it this way. After all, teacher, I am called an ordinary person, and I can't bear to swallow it no matter what, so I must ask classmate Yuan for advice. Gojo Satoru said with a smile. He has never been cornered since his last resurrection. As for Yuan, although he looks mysterious, his strength should be within the 793rd period, and his ability to survive is about the same as that of Yiku. Or myself in high school. But no matter what, he didn't think he would lose at all. Noble Hisahito sighed when he heard this. He knew that his teacher was a man who was perfect in everything except his personality. He glanced at Yuan sympathetically. Although Hisuido Noble feels that Yuan is also very strong, after witnessing Gojo Satoru's strength with his own eyes, he is simply not a creature of the same dimension. And heard this. Yuan just stretched and snapped his fingers. Hundreds of golden rays of light flashed out in mid-air. These noble weapons were all pointed in the direction of Gojo Satoru, exuding this terrifying pressure. I can't help it, I'll just play with you. Let me see how far you, a mortal, can persevere in front of me. Yuan said calmly. Naturally, he would not refuse a sparring session with Gojo Satoru. From the results of this discussion, we can judge how long it will take to end the two-sided Sunyo. And he also has some ideas that he wants to test. Maybe he can find the answer from Gojo Satoru after defeating him. Det. Gojo Satoru held Japanese Noble Hisahito with one hand and smiled confidently with cold eyes. You are the challenger. Chapter 58. In response to Gojo Satoru's words. Then the dozens of various weapons that appeared from the king's treasure rushed straight towards Gojo Satoru at an astonishing speed. Hey? Is your technique for launching spells or making weapons? It's a type I've never seen before. Gojo Satoru said with a smile. He stood there with a calm expression and no intention of evading. After all, unlimited magic spells were activated around him at all times. Although the spell power could not be sensed from these weapons, they were still automatically activated. Just turn on the unlimited spell. Any attack within the scope of his knowledge except those outside the domain. It's easy to block it. However, when those noble phantasms come into contact with the space realm constructed with no lower limit, the astonishing collision and airflow between the two, and the unlimited realm that he was so proud of, gradually began to have cracks. Is this an extension of the realm? No, that's not right. It's obvious that the magic power cannot be sensed from these weapons, but why is the power so powerful? Even if there is no lower limit, it is difficult to completely stop it. Gojo Satoru had a look of amazement on his face. He didn't expect that he would be at a disadvantage just now. Any one of these dozens of weapons is much more powerful than the attack of a special level curse spirit, if used to deal with a special level curse spirit. I'm afraid this blow alone is enough to constitute a killing move. It's not bad to be able to take this blow. Yuan stood there and smiled calmly. You must know that the noble phantasms taken out by spending magic power are not just taken out. While the magic power is attached, these noble phantasms will be blessed by the king's treasure. Even if it is fired as a weapon, its power is quite terrifying. However, there is no lower limit for you. This is the limit. Yuan snapped his fingers, and the ripples in the space behind him were revealed. Hundreds of weapons emerged from the ripples in the space, and without stopping for a moment, they were launched again in the direction of Gojo Satoru. Dest. The technique is reversed to king. Gojo Satoru snorted coldly and suddenly opened his right hand. The terrible gravity swept the surrounding trees and rocks at this moment. Rumble. Like the gravitational impact caused by a small black hole. Those weapons that were in a stalemate with the unlimited field were immediately knocked away, and Gojo Satoru himself also relied on the high-speed movement ability brought by Ao. Quickly dodged to avoid the noble phantasm. At the same time, the shock wave formed by these gravitational forces took advantage of the chaos and rushed straight towards the boy. But in the next second, a huge shield with luxurious decoration suddenly appeared on Yuan's hand, completely neutralizing the shock wave with ease. From beginning to end, the young men stood still and did not move at all. Is that all there is to it? Why don't you put down the knotweed, classmate? After all, if you continue to let the water go down like this. Yuan yawned and smiled. I'm afraid you'll be dead before I get excited. The shield he just took out is called Shield of the Gods, and it has a defensive power that even fantasy breakdown and gem magic cannot break through. Defend against this level of attack. Even more relaxed. And this moment, Hishido, the Japanese knotweed, who was being held by Gojo Satoru, was stagnant in place. He had seen Gojo Satoru deal with that terrible special curse spirit. But even when faced with the opponent's field expansion, teacher Gojo Satoru has never been at a disadvantage, but now it is just a face-to-face. Was Gojo Satoru sensei forced to be like this? Ah, it's true that I was a little overconfident. I didn't expect, Mr. Yuan, that your technique has such terrifying power. Next. Gojo Satoru dusted off his clothes. After he put down the knotweed Yuan, his pale eyes stared at Yuan in front of him. And it seems that it can be fired continuously. Generally speaking, it is difficult to maintain high intensity and multiple spell attacks at the same time. Sure enough, you are the kind of person with talent. Gojo Satoru had a smile on his face. He finally understood why Yuan had the confidence to call himself the strongest. If it were any other special level curse spirit, except for the Queen of Yugu and Liang Mian Sunyo, there wouldn't be anyone who could take the blow head on. This talent and strength. It almost made him see his past self. Just being at a disadvantage in one encounter is not enough to indicate the failure of the entire battle. But Gojo Satoru really didn't dare to take it lightly anymore. He decided. You must rely on all the means you have to truly defeat this kid. Let the other person know that there are people outside the world, and there is heaven outside the world. Gojo Satoru took a deep breath. He suddenly put his index and middle fingers together, and the speed of light like red lightning flashed out from in front of Gojo Satoru, converging into a huge energy light body. A white-haired young man with calm eyes without any ripples. Read softly. The technique reverses H, moment. The dazzling brilliance bloomed at this moment, like a wave of air wrapped in a sonic boom. The gathering of this dazzling red light body is like a river bursting its banks, violently releasing its power without restraint. At this moment, Gojo Satoru's eyes were full of confidence. Okay, Lord Yuan. This blow is several times more powerful than the one just now. If you are not careful, you will die. He reminded with a hint of teasing. And the light body is at this moment. Amazing change. Repulsive force centered on he. The surging curse power converged from Gojo Satoru's hand to the front, and red flashes bloomed boldly. Then aim at Yuan in front. Released with a bang. Instantly. Even just the next moment, the light body came to the front of Yuan. Face this extremely powerful light body. Yuan chuckled instead. Only this level, the dragon's heart is spinning and the magic power is being released. Immediately afterwards, his eyes turned into golden dragon pupils, astonishing pressure suddenly burst out at this moment, and magic enveloped his body. Holding the shield with one hand, he remained as still as a mountain and defended calmly. Boom, boom, boom. The majestic force is like tearing apart a curtain. While the body under the amplified magic power and the dragon's heart were moving, air waves spread out at this moment, carrying an extremely terrifying aura. Violent and surging power emitted from Yuan's palm. The moment when the two collide. The shock wave generated swept through the woods with a force that destroyed the world. Zi la la la. Shocking and frightening. Countless trees were shattered into pieces in this wave, with their roots broken and branches and leaves withered. The rock was also swept away, easily rolled into pieces. Even the mountain road was shattered. It seemed as if the entire mountain was shaking slightly due to the collision between the two. However, when the air waves gradually dissipated, the intact Yuan stood quietly on the spot, with not even dust on his body, as if nothing happened just now. This made Hisuido, the Japanese knotweed next to him, swallow his saliva even more. So strong. That's a very powerful move from Mr. Gojo Satoru. At first, even the special level curse spirit was quite reluctant to take this move, and was even almost eliminated on the spot. Gojo Satoru himself was slightly startled when he saw this. He didn't expect that his blow would have no impact. "You kid, are you really a high school student?" Gojo Satoru couldn't help but ask. This was the first time he encountered such a hard guy. Moreover, even his 6 eyes could not see through the energy that just erupted from the opponent's body. It was completely different from the magic power. Is this guy really a magician? Of course. Yuan shrugged and smiled lazily. This is not your full strength. I remember that you should have another trick called the virtual. If you want to use it, do it now. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance later. His words had just fallen. Gojo Satoru's expression changed slightly, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Because the virtual style is a move that few people in the Gojo family know. Overlapping the homeopathic spell Aoi and the reverse spell hack creates an imaginary mass that can be ejected. That's an energy wave that's enough to cut through space. So far, no one has ever been able to take this move head-on without being injured. But how did Yuan learn this trick? Could it be those senior old men? Why do I know? You don't have to guess so much. My eyes are much more powerful than yours. Yuan suddenly laughed softly and playfully. Next moment, he drew a long spiral sword from mid-air. Its name is Spiral Sword / Kala de Boga. It comes from the magic sword held by the hero in Celtic mythology, which means hard sword, strong thunder and lightning or thunder strike. Legend has it that this sword contains the powerful power of thunder. It was created by the elves of the Kingdom of God. It is said to be as long as a rainbow, has the power to cut off the top of a hill, and is a magic sword that extends the sword's light like a rainbow. Use this sword to let you experience the true Hani. Gojo Satoru stared at the long sword. For some reason, there was a vague feeling of something bad in his heart. Just like before he understood the reversal technique last time, the sense of crisis in his heart still lingered, but this instead made a weird and fanatical smile appear on his face. "Ah, that's it. Sorry, I couldn't respect you from the beginning, now is the time to use this trick." Knotweed Hisahito swallowed quickly when he saw this. He immediately chose to turn around and retreat without hesitation. Teacher Gojo, who entered this state, must be a malicious guy. It would be bad if something happened. And at this moment, a mouth appeared on the face of Knotweed Hisahito, mixed with a cold and indifferent voice. "Don't back away, kid. I want to see these two guys fighting at close quarters. For Liang Mi and Sunyo. Both Gojo Satoru and Yuan are the objects that need to be dealt with. If he could observe the battle at close range and learn the details of the battle between the two sides, it would also be a very critical thing for him." "Shut up, you guy. I don't want to die here," Knotweed Hisahito said angrily. At this time, he gave full play to his advantages as a sports student. That is, run, Wang Qian's, fast. In less than half a minute, he had already opened a considerable distance, relying on his amazing eyesight to observe the battle in the distance. Phew! Hisahito Hirohito breathed a sigh of relief. Liang Mi and Sunyo sneered playfully, it would be best if one of these two guys could die here. However, that kid named Yuan is indeed a little weird. Hear this. Before he could refute the other party, Hirohito couldn't help but asked out of curiosity. "Do you mean that teacher Wu Xiao will lose?" Hear this. Liang Mi and Sunyo sneered twice. Who knows, but as long as Yuan doesn't master the field, the one who should win in the end will be the white-haired BD. After all, it is whether you master the field that determines the real gap in the end to him. It doesn't matter whether it's Yuan or Gojo Satoru. Anyway, as long as he is resurrected, these two will not be his opponents. It's just that the energy in Yuan's body is indeed somewhat weird, and even he can't tell what it is. How strange. Among the conjurers of thousands of years ago, there was no such weird guy. Maybe that kid is qualified to be his target like Megami Fushiguro. Yet. Polygonum cuspidatum Hisuido is thoughtful about the valley. He turned his gaze back to the front and found that the battle had begun again. P.S. The first chapter is nearly 4,000 words long. There are 2 more chapters to be updated today, and the word count will be updated to 15,000 when they are released. Please subscribe. Please give me flowers and monthly tickets. Chapter 59. Chapter 58. I'm sorry that I couldn't let you use your full strength. Gojo Satoru stared at Yuan seriously and took a deep breath. Next. I will use my tempered body, the skills I have learned over the years, my fighting instincts honed in actual combat, and everything else including explosive power. And where does your strength come from? His words were full of curiosity. To know that you can have the strength you have today, in addition to your amazing talent, you also need combat experience and your own understanding. But suddenly Yuan appeared. Based on information collected from the Conjuration College. Not only did they find that there was no information about Yuan from half a year ago, there was no way to collect even the traces of becoming stronger. It's like a monster popping out of thin air. Faced with Gojo Satoru's doubts, Yuan just stood there and replied with 2 words calmly. Cheating. The words just fell. Gojo Satoru was stunned at first, and then couldn't help laughing. Pfft. That's right. Only by cheating can such a monster be born. But even so, I won't give up victory. Virtual style. The dark ball of light cuts through the dark night sky like a shooting star. It rushed straight towards Yuan at an astonishing speed. Just the force of the aftermath caused the mountain road to collapse and be filled with cracks. Everywhere he passed, the air seemed to be torn apart. Make a sharp neighing sound. Zi la la la. The air suddenly vibrated. The surrounding mountain roads suddenly collapsed, and stone debris flew everywhere. But that's not all that's terrifying, the whole mountain seems to be shaking violently at this moment. This carefully selected barren mountain range shaken by the huge energy. Huge boulders rolled down from the mountains, making a deafening roar, and Killang fell straight down. Boom! After the turmoil, the entire mountain range was shaking. It seemed like it could collapse at any moment. The sky was filled with dust and thick smoke. It's like the end is coming. Just a little breath spread out, and the Polygonatum pavilion in the distance swallowed in wonder. He was secretly glad that he was far away. Otherwise, if you get involved in 223, it's a sure thing. Is this the strongest in the magic world today? Witness the glory. Yuan held the spiral sword in his hand and spoke calmly. The magic power poured directly into the blade at an astonishing speed. Rainbow-colored brilliance suddenly bloomed from the blade. The rainbow light is enough to shatter everything. Boom boom. Standing tall in front of Gojo Satoru, shining on the entire starry sky. In the place illuminated by the rainbow light, everything is easily destroyed. Even Gojo Satoru's proud attack was suppressed head-on. But what's even more surprising is this. Even the so-called half of the mountains evaporated in the light. In front of the terrifying torrent of magic light, even the mountains and Gojo Satoru's full blow were completely worthless. Yuan just chuckled when he saw this. Is that all? What he exerted was far from the full power of the spiral sword. It is an anti-army Noble Phantasm known for its high power and wide range that can destroy even terrain. According to legend, the sword light swung showed such terrifying power as cutting off 3 hills. Despite the legend, although it split the hills with a sword light that extended like a rainbow. But as a side of the Noble Phantasm itself being enough to destroy the terrain, it is quite sufficient, and it can be easily shattered by anything. Gojo Satoru stood there blankly. At this point, he looked at Yuan who had not received any injuries. A little sense of absurdity could not help but arise in my heart. For Gojo Satoru, Joshi is already his most powerful skill, even this move cannot surpass his opponent. In other words, he has been completely defeated in terms of attack power. Hishido the Japanese knotweed watched this scene in the distance. His legs became weak subconsciously, and he almost sat down on the ground. You can even do things like destroy mountains. Is Mr. Yuan really still a human? It's too exaggerated to be so powerful. Teacher Gojo Satoru, is he really his opponent? It was the first time in Hishido's heart. There are doubts about whether Gojo Satoru can win the battle. After all, no matter from any angle, Gojo Satoru is completely at a disadvantage. Haha, that white-haired BD is more than this. As long as we open up the field, there are still many opportunities. Liang Mian Sunyo said with a sneer. He can tell. Gojo Satoru has not yet entered a real desperate situation. According to the domain effect held by that white-haired BD, as long as the boy can be imprisoned, he has a great chance of winning. Only if you do, it's the same as thinking that you are not as good as this boy in other aspects. On the battlefield, he is really an arrogant brat. If that's the case, I can only rely on this trick. It's really unpleasant. He's obviously still a high school student, but he's as strong as a monster. Gojo Satoru took a deep breath. To him, even if faced with this situation, it is not the so-called desperate situation. After all, he hasn't used that move yet, so as long as he successfully locks Yuan in the field, it will be his victory. Although I really don't want to admit it. But the opponent in front of him has surpassed his former self. Before I fully mastered the domain, if I were to fight head-on with this brat, I would probably be killed very quickly. Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes stared at Yuan in front of him. I'm not fighting to pass down the spell or protect anything. Just a guy who acts to constantly satisfy himself. All in all, if what defeats me is not time or disease, but someone stronger than me, that would be the best. And now, let me see if you have this qualification. Gojo Satoru's eyes suddenly condensed. His pale blue pupils stared at Yuan, with a faint hint of a maniacal smile. The field expands infinite space. In an instant. In the world in front of you, black and white collide with each other, forming a dazzling brilliance. The intertwining of these lights is not a simple beauty. The black and white light spots are constantly floating and rotating, as if telling some secret. Turned into a locked field. An invisible energy flows through every corner of the field, transmitting it to every space divided into this area. But any existence that enters this realm, the brain will perform countless repeated perceptions and conductions in order to live, producing a large amount of invalid information and causing the brain to lose its function. I can only stand and wait to die. However, this is only for ordinary people. Yuan, who has the star of omniscience and omnipotence, receives an extremely large amount of information on a daily basis, and his resistance to such information attacks is also extremely high. Of course, he did not intend to bear the effects of this field. Gojo Satoru stood there. He looked at the completely completed field. He breathed a sigh of relief. Achta, 1. Once your own field is successfully launched. Even if Yuan wanted to use his realm to stop him at this time, it was already too late. A relaxed smile appeared on Gojo Satoru's face. It seems you are not qualified to defeat me yet. But when you grow up a little more, I may really be defeated. From this point of view, you are right in claiming to be the strongest. This talent, if used properly, you will become the strongest magician so far, even surpassing me. I am very happy to see such a young man. Gojo Satoru said with a smile. He walked to the front of Yuan. Just when he was about to grab the opponent's head and declare his victory. But suddenly he heard the voice from the young man in front of him. Do you just think that you have won? Are you too confident? Well, but for other people, it is indeed difficult to think normally in such a field, but this does not work for me. Where I am now is a distant ideal land. Yuan stood there with a smile on his face. And at some point around him, small parts belonging to the inexplicable scabbard spread out in the air, forming an absolute dimensional defense. This is the strongest defensive treasure in the world of Xingyu. Even the deviant sword cannot cause damage. What's more, with the so-called domain expansion of Wujogaku, it is completely impossible to hurt Yuan today. The moment Gojo Satoru heard this, his eyes suddenly widened. He subconsciously took a few steps back and stared at Yuan, thinking quickly in his mind. Can't hit? No, that's not right. The space you are in now is not this space. This is the field effect you control, isn't it about other powers? Logically speaking, the effect of the spell after casting the field is sure to hit. The only thing that can resist is magical confrontation, domain suppression, or the final escape from the domain. It is almost impossible to defend. But the scene that appeared in front of him completely shattered his cognition. The parts that emerged from Yuan's body. What exactly is it? Gojo Satoru, is this your full strength? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Just like that, it won't make me happy. He put away the spiral sword casually. Once again, he took out a huge sword similar to a double-edged sword from the king's treasure, the green horizon that opened up thousands of mountains. Another name, mountain-cutting sword. Legend has it that it is one of the two swords of Zababa, the god of war who appears in Mesopotamian mythology. Even thousands of mountains have been cut off and opened up, the huge boneless sword is huge. It's rude to come and not reciprocate. Just use this blow to decide the outcome of this battle. Yuan's voice fell calmly. He suddenly waved the big sword in his hand, and his figure disappeared instantly. Relying on the physical quality blessed by Dragon Heart, he could easily reach the front of Gojo Satoru in the blink of an eye at a speed that exceeded his sight. So fast! The technique is reversed to King. Gojo Satoru's pupils suddenly shrank, and he subconsciously activated unlimited defense. At the same time, immediately used the high-speed movement ability brought by King. But he had just made a dodge move. The big sword has already fallen. It's not just about cutting with the blade, it's not just about developing with quality. It is the absolute separation between heaven and earth as a result of the reason itself flowing out from the sword flash. This giant sword can easily cut through thousands of mountains. The so-called unlimited defense is in front of this slash. Not vulnerable at all. Pfft! Blood spurted out all of a sudden, scarlet blood spurted out, and Gojo Satoru could only barely avoid the fatal position by turning sideways with Aoi's high-speed movement. But his whole arm flew out from the sky on the spot. Gojo Satoru looked ahead with a horrified expression. What he was more concerned about than the severe pain of his injury was that his unlimited defense just now had no effect. No. It's not so much that it didn't produce any effect, it's more like it was simply separated. What kind of slash is this? Sure enough, your unlimited defense flaw is quite large, and it cannot be effective in the face of conceptual level slashes. Yuan stood on the spot and said calmly. You can only do this kind of thing in front of me. But it's good to be able to hold on for so long. It's a pity that based on your words alone, I still can't test my full strength. Yuan shook his head slightly, with a calm expression. At this moment, Gojo Satoru was holding his injured shoulder with one hand, and the reverse movement suddenly came into play, quickly stopping the bleeding and regenerating it. His expression was a little bitter. This is not because Yuan defeated him, but because he couldn't let the other party show his full strength. He was already convinced of the strength to defeat himself. He looked deeply at Yuan. I'm sorry I couldn't make you happy. P.S. Big chapters will continue to be sent, and there will be a third big chapter later, and there will be more than 10,000 updates. Chapter 60. Now, Noble Phantasm is watching the battle from a distance. When he saw Gojo Satoru successfully used domain expansion and locked Yuan into the domain, he couldn't help but clenched his fists. Success! It's Gojo Satoru, the teacher wins. Noble Phantasm's face was filled with excitement. You must know that he is no longer a young boy who has just entered the world of magic. He knows it now. The field held by Gojo Satoru-sensei is not ordinary, powerful. Although it is a closed field, it is also because of this that teacher Gojo Satoru has an absolute advantage in the field. As long as Yuan doesn't have time to engage in field confrontation. It's the teacher's victory. The two-faced Sunyo who appeared on his face instead sneered. What, that brat is only at this level. I really have high expectations for him in vain. One Liang Mian Sunyo said with a sneer. He originally thought Yuan could bring more trouble to Gojo Satoru. Now it seems that it is nothing more than that. Although she was qualified to be the body he was targeting, she was still a little inferior to Yuzukuro. That kid's potential, although it hasn't been fully developed yet, is still pretty good. But the realm of the white-haired BD is indeed troublesome, but that is just a game to other people, and to me. In the final analysis, these two people are just mortals born in a time when I didn't exist. Liang Mian Sunyo said with a sneer. And his words aroused strong dissatisfaction from Noble Phantasm. Shut up, you guy. Teacher Gojo will definitely eliminate you one day. Noble Phantasm covered his mouth, raised his head and continued to look at the field. And with that realm shattered. What caught his eyes was the victorious figure of Wu Tiaoxiao. I saw Gojo Satoru floating in midair with a pale face, and one of his arms was missing at some point. Yuan, who was standing in front of him, stood in the air with a calm expression. Holding a huge sword. It's clear who wins and who loses. Noble Phantasm's eyes widened suddenly. He looked at this scene in disbelief and swallowed subconsciously. Teacher Gojo, lost. Even the two-faced Sunyo emerged from the palm of the knotweed Yuan again at this moment. There was a rare hint of seriousness in his tone. Oh? You actually successfully defeated Bai Fa BD in this field. It seems that there is nothing wrong with him calling himself the strongest of this era. It's just that this level is not enough in front of me. Although Yuan defeated Gojo Satoru. But in Liang Mi and Sunyo's view, it was because Gojo Satoru was too weak. If it were him, he would never lose to a teenage kid. The two-faced Sunyo, who considers himself the master of heaven and earth, is the only one who has the power to control himself, but he does not think that there is any possibility of him falling over. And at the front of the battlefield at this moment, Yuan stood there and put away the sword in his hand. He looked at Gojo Satoru in front of him and said calmly, I'm not interested in the battle between you magicians and magic spirits. By the way, I just analyzed your so-called 6 eyes. They are interesting eyes when facing the magic power alone. If you want to ask me to take action one day, you can consider offering your 6 eyes. Yuan chuckled. The so-called 6 eyes are essentially just a kind of magic eye. However, if the elixir is adjusted, it may be of greater use. But this kind of thing is not enough to make Yuan lower his body and snatch it directly from the opponent. And there is a magician like Gojo Satoru. The world is safer after all. Say it. Yuan summoned the light boat out of thin air. After riding on it, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared in an instant. This speed, compared to what Gojo Satoru used, it's much faster. At this time, Gojo Satoru was convinced that Yuan did have a lot of back UPS. Seeing that the battle was over, knotweed Yuan quickly came forward. Teacher Gojo. Is your arm okay? Knotweed Hisahito asked with concern. But Gojo Satoru just put the blindfold back on and resumed his original flirtatious words. Well, I did underestimate the enemy this time. I originally wanted to teach you a good lesson, Mr. Huzang, but I didn't expect that it was me who was taught the lesson instead. Now I understand what it means that there is a world outside the sky, and there are people outside the world. Gojo Satoru teased in a flirtatious tone. The power he possesses, since he has completely mastered infinite space, very few people can be his opponent. However, he was defeated so miserably this time. Sure enough, he didn't have a lot to improve on. Noticing the concerned gaze of knotweed. Ah, you said my arm will recover soon. It's okay. Under the treatment of the reversal technique, the injury to just one arm is nothing. Gojo Satoru said with a smile. The mere injuries on my body are nothing to me. But I hope that one day, knotweed-san, you can catch up with that guy. Right, after all, you are all young people in high school. Since the Xiaoyuja incident in the past, he began to realize that not everyone has the same strong abilities and psychology as himself. Being able to look at the bullies of the weak and being indifferent, allowing mediocrity to be evil and the cruel reality that a magician faces. He realized that no matter how strong he was, there were still people he couldn't save. Even close friends who get along day and night. So Gojo began to try to understand what Xiaoyu said about the responsibility of the strong, which is to protect the weak. Originally, he had set his target on many students. The sudden appearance of Yuan made him have some completely different thoughts in his mind. Perhaps want to change the world of magic. Just one person is enough. Ah? Me? Knotweed Yuan pointed at himself. He recalled the fighting power Yuan had shown during the confrontation just now, and suddenly his head was full of black lines like a rattle and he shook his head quickly. No. Why don't you go chase it yourself, Mr. Gojo? Catching up with that kind of naked monster is not something someone like me can do. Knotweed Hisahito said angrily. If he were to catch up with a monster that could defeat Gojo-sensei, that would be completely out of the same dimension. By the way, why did you lose, Mr. Gojo? Didn't you succeed in your field? Hisato Hiroyuki's face was full of doubts. He saw with his own eyes the realm of Gojo Satoru and completely enveloped Yuan. Facing the confusion of Japanese knotweed Hisahito, Gojo Satoru just shook his head, with a slight smile on his face. Indeed, my realm is complete. But you have to know, knotweed-kun, that completing it does not necessarily mean you will win. And Yuan, who I fought against, didn't show his true full strength until the end. Gojo Satoru is no fool. He just recalled the process of his fight with the other party. Discovered an extremely horrifying fact. That is, from beginning to end, Yuan did not show any magical power. Whether it is attack and defense, or the ultimate invincible existence. He actually didn't reveal his magic power. If it had been anyone else, it would have been impossible for him to do so. It is precisely because of this that Gojo Satoru couldn't help but start to doubt in his heart. Yuan, is he really a magician? But if he is not a magician, what exactly is the power he possesses? Curiosity could not stop rising in his heart, as if he was exposed to a spell for the first time, and he was eager for knowledge. Hiss! The knotweed Yuan heard that Yuan had not yet used his full strength. For a moment, he swallowed subconsciously, feeling extremely surprised. This was the first time he saw Gojo Satoru describing a person in such exaggerated words. Even the one who is currently at the top of the magic world, can't show his full strength. Conjuration College. Along with Gojo Satoru, he returned to the high school with the Japanese knotweed Hishido. 0, please give me flowers. He told Noxua Gendao, who was alone in the office, the news of his defeat. The news was like an earthquake. In an instant, Noxua opened his eyes wide and looked at Gojo Satoru in front of him in disbelief. He stared at Gojo Satoru, whose body was covered in dust and blood and was in a mess. You said you failed? Noxua asked with a trembling tone. If it were other people's failures, he could understand them. But the person in front of him is not an ordinary person, but the pinnacle of the current magic world, Gojo Satoru. Well, it failed. Gojo Satoru smiled freely. That boy's strength is stronger than originally expected. It is no exaggeration to say that if he thinks about it, the entire world of magic will be turned upside down. Gojo Satoru sat down directly on the chair in the office, lay down on it, and stretched. He smiled with emotion. However, I had a great time playing this time. I have revealed everything about myself in front of him. So even if we lose, there's nothing to say. However, when Noxua saw this, he put down the document in his hand and stared at Gojo Satoru seriously. This is not just as simple as losing. You must know that you represent the pinnacle of the magic world, and now you actually inexplicably lost to a boy. If this news gets out, you can only imagine how it will explode. Not sure what happened though. But Gojo Satoru will never lie when it comes to winning or losing. In other words, the student who is only in his second year of high school already possesses strength beyond common sense. Gojo Satoru groaned after hearing this. The news about my defeat can be temporarily sealed within the High Commission. But in my name and yours, I will recruit a few more people to recognize Yuan as a super conjurer. It will also reduce the level of interruption. As he finished speaking, Noxua Gendao narrowed his eyes. Do you agree with Yuan as a super magician? This is a very tricky trick. There is no positive explanation that he is stronger than Gojo Satoru. But as they are both top-level conjurers, Gojo Satoru's failure is understandable. Okay, I will take care of this matter, and let those old men know the news by the way. Otherwise those guys will be in trouble if they do it. Hear this? Gojo Satoru shook his head nonchalantly. It's up to you. Anyway, even if those guys are killed, I can't care about it. After all, Yuan hadn't shown his true strength when he fought me. If you want to die, just go ahead. No matter how many high-level people in the magic world die, there will always be corresponding replacements. It doesn't matter if he is really killed. Seeing Gojo Satoru say such words, Noxua showed a little bit of surprise and stared at Gojo Satoru subconsciously. Gojo Satoru, who is usually arrogant and prides himself as the strongest. At this time, he would actually willingly say that he failed to make the other party use his full strength. What kind of battle happened? Hey, in your eyes, is he so strong that he is so unreasonable? If even you are helpless, there will be a big reshuffle in the magic world in the future. Noxua Gendao couldn't help but say. Although Gojo Satoru usually has a bad character, his importance to the world of magic is self-evident. And the impact of this defeat will probably be unprecedented. Hear this? Gojo Satoru pondered for a moment. It's okay, Lord Yuan, he should be an individualist. If we want to reach cooperation with him, those bad old men are not enough. At this time, Yuan's figure returned to the villa. But when he almost reached the door, he found a figure standing at the door. But, let's use this study meeting to bring everyone together to discuss it. PS Chapter 1 presents today there will be 5 chapters updated. Asking for reviews. Asking for monthly votes. Asking for hundreds of millions of subscriptions. Chapter 61. Yuan took a closer look. It was discovered that it was Mashiro Shina wearing a white dress. The beautiful blonde girl was holding a small suitcase and was squatting on the ground at the gate of the villa, counting ants. This made Yuan stand there, slightly stunned. Due to his information screening, most of the omniscient and omnipotent stars collect information about the mysterious future. Therefore, Shina Mashiro's behavior was beyond his expectation. What's wrong? Didn't you say you're here only on the weekend? Yuan walked up, stood in front of the girl and asked curiously, since you are already here, why don't you send me a message on your mobile phone? Hearing this, the cute blonde girl raised her head and narrowed her eyes like a cat. It's Yuan, I forgot. Shina Mashiro tilted her head and said seriously. Because my sister didn't agree with me moving out rashly, I told my agent to find a house first and ran out secretly. In Shina Mashiro's view, everything that prevents her from learning comics is useless. And this time, she has also been reading various books about comic writing. According to the content above, what Yuan said is very reasonable. Only by personal experience can you draw better comics. Thinking of this, Shina Mashiro's eyes filled with determination. Okay. Yuan scratched his head. He didn't expect that the other party would be so dedicated to drawing comics. But this is also convenient for him. At least he can do many things with ease in the future. At this time. Anyway, let's go in and talk first. Yuan smiled and opened the door of the villa. He led the girl straight into the villa courtyard. Soon he came to a room on the second floor, opened the door and said with a smile, this is the room that was specially prepared before. You can stay here first. As the door opens, a spacious bedroom comes into view. The style of the entire bedroom looks classic and modern. There is a large bed in the center, covered with snow-white bedding. And the location on the wall. There are oil paintings and storyboard shots of various comics hanging on it. There is also a giant chandelier inlaid with amethyst on the ceiling, which gives the entire bedroom a warm and noble atmosphere. This is the room I had people prepare before. It is very suitable for you to draw comics. As for the experience of love themes, we can talk about it in detail tomorrow. Yuan said with a gentle chuckle. He pointed in one direction and saw an exquisite computer desk in the bedroom, which was equipped with the latest configurations and scanners. It is used to help painters record and process details so as to better carry out painting work. Besides, there is a wooden dressing table next to the bed, with various perfumes, cosmetics, and jewelry placed on it. Below is a set of low cabinets with silver writing boxes and brushes, as well as various colored paints and canvases. These designs are all designed to make it easier for Mashiro Shina to draw at all times. See these things? Even Mashiro Shina, who has no social common sense, can see how much intention is behind this. She turned around and stared at the young man's handsome face seriously. Thank you. She held it with one hand and said softly in salute. Yuan shook his head and chuckled. In fact, this arrangement is just his previous use of the omniscient and omnipotent star. I randomly picked one that was more suitable. It seems to be working pretty well now. Just when he was about to say something in response, he suddenly saw Shina Mashiro standing on tiptoes. She took the initiative and boldly moved her face forward. He gave the boy a peck on the cheek. After doing this, Shina Mashiro tilted her head, showing a thoughtful expression. Based on content from the graphic novel genre. This is what you usually do when you say thank you to your lover. The girl in a white dress showed a pure smile like an angel. And Yuan also came to his senses. This is not the first time he has been attacked recently. It's just that this time he doesn't intend to give up the initiative easily. Yuan stretched out his hand to hug the slender waist, leaned over easily and turned directly to the guest. Until 3 or 4 minutes later, he reluctantly let go of the girl. Shina Mashiro's cheeks were flushed, but she licked the corners of her mouth, as if recalling the feeling just now. Is this a kiss between lovers? Sure enough, it feels a bit strange. If you want to draw it, you still need to accumulate more experience. Shina Mashiro's brows furrowed slightly, as if she was thinking seriously about something. When Yuan saw this, he reached out his hand and rubbed the other person's head and said, let's gain experience later. You have a good rest tonight, and I will drag you into a chat group. The people inside can also exchange experiences with you, so remember to get along well. I'll explain it in detail tomorrow. Yuan finished. After seeing Shina Mashiro nodding seriously, he turned around and left. Yuan still has some things to deal with, After today's battle, he found that his understanding of magic had also deepened. Expected at this rate. In 1 month at the latest, the transformation analysis of the entire mantra system into the magic system can be completed. This matter is what he is most concerned about so far. As for Wu Tiao enlightenment and Liang Mian Sunyo, they are just insignificant pawns in front of this matter. Let's continue to deduce through the omniscient and omnipotent star. But if you want to speed up the process, it would be a good idea to capture Liang Mian Sunyo and use him as a test subject. Ye Yuan touched his chin. Liang Mian Sunyo was the cursed king 1,000 years ago. The spell power on him must be unique. If he can be caught, he will be a good experimental subject. Wu Jiao's enlightenment is still not as special as Sunyo, and his talent relies on the 6 eyes. Otherwise, he won't become a clown in the end. While he was thinking, he turned on his phone and pulled Shina Mashiro into the group. Ding! Group member Shina Mashiro was invited by the group owner to join the group. Everyone in the group live in harmony and welcome the newcomers. Bai Kyung-kyu, welcome newcomers. Little bird Eureka, woman, a woman again. Contractor, why did you hook up with me this week? Maiko Yatsugamai, ahaha. Shina Mashiro, what do you think of this name? It sounds familiar. Shina Mashiro, hello everyone. Shiro Gain-kei, when I mentioned Mashiro Shina, I remembered that he is that world-class genius painter. It is said that he has met with the prime ministers of many countries. He is known as a genius that is rare to see in a century in the oil painting world. Bai Yingwei, hey, Ye Yuan, how do you know her? Yotani Maiko, ugh. He is such a powerful person. I'm really sorry that I'm just an ordinary person. Little bird Eureka, hey. It's just that my painting ability is better, it's nothing. Bai Yingwei, you have the power of the magic eye, how can you be ordinary? Shina Mashiro, the devil eyes, they look very powerful. Ye Yuan, ahem, anyway, due to some reasons, Mashiro Shina has also joined the big family and is now my lover. Ye Yuan, you just moved into my house. Let's get along well in the future. His message had just been sent out. All of a sudden, it caused an uproar in the chat group. If it's just to confirm the relationship, then forget it, after all, everyone in the group has done it. But moving directly to Ye Yuan's house. This is really too much. It's fair competition for others. But Mashiro Shina immediately wanted to steal the crystal. He looks like he wants to be the one who comes after him. This is simply unreasonable. Little bird Eureka, damn. Shameless woman. Shiro Guike, living, together. Isn't it too early? Mashiro, you haven't known Ye Yuan-kun for a long time, right? Yoko Mitani, ugh, is this the aggressiveness of a great painter? Shina Mashiro, hey? Isn't this what lovers should do for each other? Shina Mashiro, what's the problem? Bai Yingwei, little bird you lie hua, the evil king True Eye, will not let it go if you actually engage in such a small trick. In a bedroom room decorated with Gothic decorations. Xiaodiao Yaliwa was lying on the bed in her pajamas, and the design of her clothes showed her fair and petite body. Her original eye patch was removed at some point, and her gold and blue pupils were staring at the phone screen at the same time. She bit her lower lip lightly with her teeth, looking a little angry. Woman! 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 Damn it, I won't give in so easily, I will take Ye Yuan back tomorrow. Even if this Shina Mashiro is a genius painter. Actually living together with Ye Yuan directly. If this continues, sooner or later Ye Yuan will like Eng more. After Xiaodiao Yuliwa put down her mobile phone, she hugged the doll pillow beside her angrily. Rolling around like a lively and innocent child. The girl's body curves and the doll's cute image complement each other. Although Zionio Liahua is in his heart, he already knows that Ye Yuan is special. But even so, she also hopes that she can occupy a place in the boy's heart. But now Shina Mashiro suddenly appeared and took advantage of everyone's unpreparedness to start living together. Just thinking about what would happen next made Rika's cheeks turn red. No. I have to go there in person tomorrow. She is not a coward, she must take down the contractor tomorrow. Zionio Yuliwa clenched her fists and made up her mind. Tomorrow is the weekend. Just in time to go to Ye Yuan's house early in the morning. In an ordinary two-story girl's house. The layout of the room is simple and plain. There are some books neatly placed on the bookshelf. Yatsugamiko was lying on the bed, her long black hair spread on the pillow. The pajamas on her body were slightly exuding a fresh floral fragrance, highlighting her exquisite figure. Her golden pupils were staring at the picture on the screen of her mobile phone. She flipped through the messages in the chat group, with a little tangle and hesitation in her eyes. Even world-class painters have become classmate Yuan's lovers. And he's still so proactive. Up to now, it seems that except for the last time, I have never experienced Yotsuya. Maiko muttered a few words and turned over to lie on the bed. She looked up at the ceiling. A sense of crisis gradually emerged in my heart. The only special characteristics that I rely on are the so-called golden magic eyes, and Yuan is optimistic about her. As of now, she hasn't even had a magic circuit yet. Just in case something more attractive comes along. Whether Yuan will break the contract with her, it's uncertain. For her, this is the last chance to change her destiny. And unlike Kotori Yurika and Shiro Gainkei, she and Yuan are not in the same class. The number of moves Heiyu can perform can be said to be quite few. If you don't take the initiative, I'm afraid it will be forgotten sooner or later. Well, I'll tell my mother tomorrow and I won't go home tonight. I'll just go to a friend's house to play. It should be okay to ask Zayahua to help cover up. Yotsuya Maiko thought to herself with her cheeks slightly red. She seemed to be cheering herself up. Wei Yuan was tired and fair-skinned. You can't admit defeat when you see me. Before his father left, he gave his blessing, saying that he would win the boy successfully. No matter what happens, you have to leave more profound memories. Chapter 62. Early Saturday morning. The latest news notifications are also reported. Emergency notification: mountain activities occurred in the suburbs of Tokyo, causing a mountain to collapse. The scene has been cordoned off. Residents, please reduce travel in the suburbs to avoid accidents. Travel to landslide areas is prohibited. The press release explains. But it was actually the work of a conjuring expert, and the purpose was to cover up the traces of the battle between Gojo Satoru and Yuan. Although Yuan has no residual magic power, Gojo Satoru's moves are different. And at the same time, news that shocked the entire magic world suddenly came out. It was recommended by the principals of Kyoto universities such as Gozang and Gojo Satoru. The fifth super magician was proclaimed. Super conjurer Yuan. For a while, the entire magic world was in uproar. You must know that in the entire world of magic today, there are only 4 super-level magicians in the past 1,000 years. Among them, Xiaoyuja, a super-level curse master, became a curse master because of it. He was removed from the list of spellcasters and became a curser. Finally, he was killed by Gojo Satoru. The remaining special-level magicians are Gojo Satoru, the top in the world of magic, Yuta Otoko, who possesses the Queen of Magical Spirits, and the mysterious Kyuju Yuki. What kind of monster will the being who can become a super-level magician be after these people? But anyway, being rated as a special magician means that the opponent has the strength to destroy a country. This is what a super magician means. For a time, countless people in the entire spell world were talking about it. Yuan? It's a name I've never heard of. He looks so young, but he's actually a super magician. Hiss. This looks to be about the same age as Mrs. Yugia. Another genius has emerged in the world of magic, and he is recognized by the Yuzan family. Alas! We will never be able to become special in this life, right? I still want to become a super-level magician. A first-level magician is already a very powerful Superman. Many conjurers were talking about it. Although they marveled at Yuan's youth, not many doubted his strength. After all, even Gojo Satoru personally came out to vouch for this. Then there is absolutely no doubt about Yuan's strength. And so mysterious. It has not been exposed until now. Could it be the secret weapon hidden by the Conjuration College? And inside the Magic College? After many students learned about the latest news in the magic world, they also discussed this matter with each other through a mobile chat group. And in the Conjuring College, Kojaizaki Wild Rose, wow! A new super-level magician has appeared, and he looks about the same age as us. Kojaizaki Wild Rose, what a great guy, we have to work hard. Fushiguro Megami, well, if I were a special-level person, that wouldn't happen. Megami Fushiguro, I was sure I could have saved the Japanese knotweed at that time. Zanai Yuanmaki, hey, let's not discuss that matter anymore, but a special-level magician is a target worth pursuing. Panda, well, the more powerful spellcasters the better. Zanai Yuan Maki, my old man agreed so easily. It seems that his background is not small. Itaka Kitaka, we have been chatting since we woke up in the early morning. Why don't you students know how to get a good rest? Itaka Kitaka, although I am also very curious, this is the special magician. Fushiguro Megami, in short, no matter how strong he is, he can't be stronger than Mr. Gojo Satoru. Speaking of which, have you never seen the assistant supervisor? Then this Yuan is really full of secrets. Gojuan, this kind of thing is fine no matter what. We have to be prepared for the arrangements for the next exchange meeting. Gojuan, my spell can only be used a limited number of times, so I must seize the opportunity. Today, Notweed Hisahito is still considered dead. Under the guidance of Gojo Satoru, he is conducting secret training in order to participate in this exchange meeting as soon as possible. Same. Of all the people who heard the news, only he, who was sitting quietly in front of the sofa in the basement and watching the movie, knew it clearly. Even Mr. Gojo was defeated. It feels a little inappropriate to use a super-level magician to describe this kind of monster. King Notweed Yuan muttered a few words. He witnessed the entire battle between the two sides with his own eyes. Except for what happened in that area, he could see everything else at a glance. But the strength shown by Yuan can be regarded as an undoubted monster. Even describing him as a monster is no longer appropriate. It should be a complete monster. Haha, some special levels are just because he can only be a special level, and some special levels just mean that the upper limit is special level. Suddenly, the two-faced Sunyo emerged from the face of Higurashi Hiroyuki and sneered, just like me, the so-called special grade is just a trash fish. Since witnessing the battle between Yuan and Gojo Satoru, he is also very concerned about Yuan's existence and believes that Yuan is qualified to become his body. If the plan can be completed, the entire world of conjuration today is nothing at all. Just as he ruled the world thousands of years ago, he will do whatever he wants again this time. Early morning hours. The Four Palaces Consortium, known as the heart of the country, held an emergency meeting at the request of the family leader. Sagong Yanan, who was sitting quietly on the main seat, sat energetically on the main seat. He looked at the children in front of him and said calmly, "Everyone, sit down. The reason why we chose this time to carry out urgent convening work. It's because something crucial happened." His voice full of the majesty of a superior fell. Several children took their seats one after another. They are the eldest son Huangguang Shinomiya, the second son Shinomiya Siryu, the third son Yanomiya Kumahawk and the eldest daughter Shinomiya Kagaya. Their faces all showed surprise and confusion. You must know how long it has been since the last family meeting of the Shinomiya Zaibatsu. And now it is being held again. What kind of big event happened? Especially Huangguang, the eldest son of Sagong, squinted his eyes. Could it be related to the reason why my father suddenly became younger? He thought to himself. Since my father came back from outside last time, his whole temperament has become completely different. His face also looks much younger than before. Without any exaggeration. If it were other people who had seen Sagong Yanan not long ago, they might not recognize it at this time. After all, before, he looked very old and his life was not going to be long. But now it's like a different person. As for Sagong Qinglong and Sagong Yunying, they showed a lot of calmness, because in the internal power struggle, the four-eared yellow light basically won. So even if there is any crucial task, it will never fall on them. As for Shinomiya Kagaya, he sat coldly in his seat, quietly waiting for his father's next words. After Sagong Yanan glanced at the few people, he handed the documents he had just prepared on the table directly to the four of them. Let's take a look, this is the next support change for the Pengxing sect. There are corresponding explanations of reasons later. His words fell quietly. Shinomiya Kagaya and the others looked at each other and opened the file honestly. The first thing that caught their eyes was indeed the next change in the Pengxing sect's support plan. The leader, Sagong Huangguang, only glanced at it. Just because of the huge amount of money, his pupils could not help but shrink. This number, father, are you serious? It's just an organization of ordinary people, and there aren't even a few magicians. Is it necessary to do this? He couldn't help but asked. Because if you do this, it is equivalent to giving nearly a quarter or even a third of the assets of the Shinomiya Zaibatsu to others as a wedding dress. Even he could not imagine this outrageous number. Kagaya's other two brothers also frowned. If once done, then the amount of money they have at their disposal will inevitably be reduced. Is this the only extent of your vision? Shinigong Yanan frowned slightly and snorted coldly, since you are the eldest son, don't you even have this bit of concentration? Keep reading carefully. His words blocked Sigong Huangguang's mouth. After being scolded, he had no choice but to open the subsequent documents honestly, and then the file and identity information of a high school student came into view. Yuan, a second-year student at Zaihu Zaiwan, the new leader of the Pangxing sect, and the newly promoted 5th super conjurer. The yellow light of the 4th house was not taken seriously at first. After seeing the identities of the leader of the Pangxing sect and the super conjurer, he immediately closed his mouth. As the eldest son of the 4th house conglomerate, he also has some understanding of the situation in that world, and there is no doubt about the gold content of a super-level magician. Even if placed in that world, a super-level magician is definitely the most powerful existence. But giving away so many assets in vain still made Sigong Huangguang feel quite uncomfortable. But at this moment, Sigong Yanan added 2 more sentences. Last week, I successfully took a picture of the elixir that extends life for 10 years from Mr. Yuan. 847 and Shinomiya Kagaya has also become his candidate to teach the extraordinary way. We know more about it and will Shinomiya just tie it up tightly. The moment these 2 sentences fell, the entire conference room was silent. Sigong Huangguang was the first to react and nodded quickly. No problem. Just do as you say, father. But how should we contact Mr. Yuan? After the words fell, Shinomiya Yanan glanced in Kagaya's direction. Kagaya, if I remember correctly, Mr. Yuan originally planned to explain something. But because I have something to do, I told you that I would meet you in class on Monday. After hearing the question from his father, Shinomiya Kagaya took a deep breath and nodded seriously. For her, the experience of talking to Yuan for the first time last time was not bad. At least he was not a rough person. Very well, it would be rude to ask Mr. Yuan to find you. Tomorrow and Sunday, take the sincerity that belongs to the Shinomiya family and go to his house in person. Sigong Yanan said calmly. Hearing this, Shinomiya Kagaya was silent for a moment, then nodded in obedience and agreed. Yes, father. She treats her father. It's not surprising that I made this choice. After all, in the final analysis, he is just a tool of the family, and the reason why he is valued now is only because of his relationship with Yuan. Although she longs for a life like ordinary people, she also knows that this is impossible. Very good, then the matter is settled. Huangguang, you must prepare for the transfer of assets in this area, and you must do it quickly, before others take action. The Shinigong family should try their best to deepen the relationship with the Pangxing sect. Sigong Yanan said in a deep voice. Naturally, he had his own selfish motives for making this arrangement. After all, based on his last contact, he was keenly aware that the life-extending elixir was by no means the best thing. For Yuan, there must be other items with very powerful effects in private. And he can be selected as the 5th special magician. It represents strength beyond imagination. If you can be friendly with such a being, you should do everything you can to make friends with him. And if Shinomiya Kagaya really wants to get rid of her family's fate, this is the only way to go. Chapter 63. After the family meeting ended, Sigong Huangguang quickly left the mansion and returned to his bedroom, sit quietly at a table. There are black and white chess pieces on the table, and one of them is only one step away from victory. Bang! The yellow light from Sigong suddenly overturned the chess game to the ground. There was a gloomy look on his face. For the Sigong family, it is a great thing to be able to establish a practice with a super-level spell master. But when he thought of his father who suddenly became 10 years younger, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. I am finally about to survive. As a result, this old immortal actually became younger. Is it possible that we have to keep him alive for another 10 years? And what if there is any relationship between that super-level spell master and Kagaya? I'm afraid this eldest daughter who is usually not very noticeable. It will also have a certain impact on the rights he holds in the Shinomiya family. As for dealing with the stunt magician, this idea only flashed through my mind for a moment, and the possibility was immediately ruled out. He is not a young boy. It is better not to provoke monsters like super-level spell masters who kill without batting an eyelid. But there is an undercover agent I left beside Kagaya, although he doesn't have much effect on weekdays. But this time it comes in handy. At least it can bring enough important information. Sigong Huangguang groaned. He had left an undercover agent beside Kaguya a long time ago, although it was just a casual move. But I report honestly every night, and except for the last time my father asked me to do so, I basically know everything. Although most of them don't have nutritional information, it's a good idea to take advantage of them now. It's something else entirely. Morning. The newly promoted super-level spell master who has been talked about by countless people is stretching in the guest room. Woo! It seems that you specially gave me the title of stunt magician. But I'm not a magician. Yuan chuckled. To him, the so-called super magician is just a false name. If we really talk about strength, the time-level spell spirit and the special-level spell master are tied together. It's not enough for him to fight. But it doesn't matter to Yuan, who has been exposed to some strength. He is not the kind of character who pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger, otherwise he would not declare that he is the strongest in front of Hisuido. And after a lot of work, Yuan, who had just finished breakfast, sat on a chair and turned on the TV. I saw the landslide incident being broadcast. Many people who eat melons are talking about it below, saying that they must stay away from that area recently. But they probably wouldn't have thought of it. The so-called real reason for the mountains to break, was only caused by the aftermath of a battle, this terrifying power beyond the limits of human beings. Dong dong. There was a knock at the door. Hearing this, Yuan stood up from the sofa with a slight smile on his lips, as if he already knew who was outside the door. He stretched out his hand and turned his palm, opening the door easily. Two beautifully dressed beautiful girls suddenly came into his eyes. Yotsuya Miko stood there with some embarrassment. She wore a delicately prepared dress that fell on her youthful body, and her beautiful curves outlined her perfect body proportions. The jet-black long hair hangs down around her waist, exuding a faint fragrance. Those golden pupils shine with crystal-clear light, and paired with exquisite makeup, they further highlight the girl's beauty. And beside her, the purple short-haired bird Eureka stood sideways, with her short hair casually scattered on her shoulders. She was wearing a black Gothic-style outfit, decorated with various chains and special-shaped metal ornaments, and looked very cute. The whole person's temperament seems very different. The light makeup made her cheeks fairer, and the slight redness revealed the nervousness in the girl's heart. The two girls stood one behind the other at the door, restrained and exuding different charms. The former is beautiful and moving, the latter is cute and lively. Myanzi, Rika, good morning. Yuan greeted the two of them, opened the door and smiled, you're here so early, and your elixir for Myanzi is almost ready, you can take it later. Good morning, contractor. Xiaodiao Yalawa's cheeks were slightly red, and she walked into the room carrying her handbag. Excuse me, Senior Yuan. Yotsuya Miko nodded quickly and said hello. After she heard that her elixir was ready, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. This is an opportunity to master extraordinary power. Who wouldn't want to become an extraordinary person? As the two girls walked into the room one after another, Kodori Yurika stood in the living room and looked around. Contractor, where is the Shina Mashiro you mentioned yesterday? I wanted to say hello. After Kodori Yurika put down her suitcase, she put her cute hands on her hips and asked the new one with a bit of childish curiosity. After she learned about Mashiro Shina's identity, she also checked the information overnight. A national treasure level genius painter. There are very few world-class painters in the world today. Such a description made Zionio Yuliwa feel a little curious. Hey, Shina Mashiro. Yotsuya Miko pursed her lips. I have seen her on TV before. She is a very beautiful girl. Mr. Yuan is indeed a very powerful person. Yotsuya Mitsuko couldn't help but sigh. It would have been impossible for her in the past to meet such a high-status person in person. I heard the two people talking. Yuan then remembered that the girl hadn't come down yet. Shina Mashiro, she hasn't gotten up yet, I'll go call her. You guys should wait in the living room for a while. There are magic books on the table. If you want to consolidate your knowledge, you can take some time to read them. Yuan chuckled and ordered. After seeing Kodori Yurika and Yotsuya Miko happily nodding in agreement, they stood up and walked straight towards the room on the second floor of the villa. His pace was unhurried. Soon he came to the door, tried to turn the door handle, and opened the door after finding that the door was not locked. The next moment, the contents of the entire room were visible at a glance. The room that was so neat and tidy yesterday now seemed messy and messy. The room was in chaos, and the pile of clothes made it impossible to look straight at it. Women's underwear and clothing of all colors were scattered everywhere. Shina Mashiro sat quietly on the bed. She was only wearing a white shirt, her hair swept over her shoulders like golden February flowers, and her white elbows rested on her knees. Just the profile of her face is quite beautiful. The pure white shirt gave the girl's extremely slender waist a special charm, revealing her figure excessively like a veil. Hear the sound of the door being pushed open. Shina Mashiro turned her head and stood up from the bed. "Good morning, Yuan." She yawned. Her originally smooth blonde hair became messy after a night. "Morning, Mashiro, please put your clothes on first. Otherwise it would be bad if you catch a cold." Yuan glanced at the girl's figure unscrupulously, and after confirming the potential of the white tiger, he looked away and said with a chuckle. Shina Mashiro tilted her head cutely. "Can you help me get dressed? The book says that if you are a lover, it seems that you can help with this kind of thing." The blonde girl asked naturally and seriously. For Shina Mashiro, who has no ability to take care of herself. "On weekdays, my sister is usually responsible for taking care of her. But now that he has arrived at Yuan's home, this responsibility has naturally been thrown to Yuan." "Okay." Yuan did not refuse the girl's invitation. He stepped forward and picked out a few pieces of clothing. While putting them on the girl, he kneaded some fair and soft flesh with his fingers. But Shina Mashiro obviously doesn't care about this. After she finished putting it on, she stood there seriously and looked at Yuan in front of her. "Yuan, I'm hungry," Shina Mashiro said weakly. "Just like a cute pet cat waiting to be fed. I'll ask someone to send it to the living room right away. You go down first. The little birds Yurika and Yatsuya Maiko in the chat group are here. They want to meet you very much. Maybe it can also be used as material for your comics." Yuan replied with a chuckle. He reached out his hand and rubbed the girl's head. Shina Mashiro nodded obediently. "But the room needs to be tidied up. It just so happens that the villa is indeed missing a maid." Yuan groaned. "I suddenly thought of something and moved my hand slightly in the air. Golden space ripples appeared in mid-air, and a ball of mercury fluid suddenly appeared out of thin air. After falling on the ground, it changed its shape and quickly became the one below. Master, please give the order." Wearing a maid outfit made of magic power, the maid with long liquid silver hair stood still, lifting her skirt and bowing slightly. This is based on the moon spirit essence liquid. An automaton that is given a virtual personality and has functional limitations. The other party's position as a maid is just right. Come and tidy up this room, prepare all the paintings by the way, and then clean the villa after that. Yuan ordered casually. The maid made of moon spirit fluid nodded in agreement and immediately began to take action. Shina Mashiro, on the other hand, looked at this scene with a face full of cute curiosity. Today's technology. Has everything developed to this point? The blonde girl didn't think much and quickly followed Yuan down the steps. Villa living room. Kodori Yurika and Yatsuya Maiko were sitting on the sofa watching TV and waiting. After hearing footsteps coming from upstairs, he quickly turned his head and looked around. Yuan and Mashiro Shina walked down the stairs. Kodori Yurika looked at Shina Mashiro, puffed up her legs slightly, and hummed softly. "Humph, are you Mashiro Shina? You actually want to live with Yuan directly. You are really a cunning guy." Having said that, she also had to admit that Mashiro Shina was indeed very beautiful. And especially the figure, is even better than Yatsuya Maiko, plus she has a face as beautiful as an angel. For a time, Rika's sense of crisis increased greatly. It's just that the breasts are a bit big. She muttered a few words, then she mustered up the courage to walk forward quickly and hook Yuan's neck. He stood up on his tiptoes seriously and pushed his cherry lips up. Yuan raised his eyebrows, put his palms directly around the slender waist, and once again turned his back on guests. And Yatsuya looking at this scene seeing him, his cheeks couldn't help but turn red. It's like remembering what happened last time. As for Shina Mashiro, after seeing Yuan being attacked, he was stunned. But after she reacted, she didn't stop her immediately. Instead, she took out her mobile phone and took a photo to record the scene. Is an excellent reference material that can be used as a reference when painting. Click. The moment the sound of taking pictures rang out, Xiaodiao Yuliwa's cheeks suddenly turned red. But how could Yuan easily let go of the gift that came to his door? It wasn't until a few minutes later that he let go of the girl whose waist had softened a little. Call. Rika quickly walked up to Mashiro in shame. Why are you taking pictures? Record material. Delete it. Don't want. When I saw that Kodori Yurika and Shina Mashiro were about to quarrel, Yuan coughed quickly and decisively stayed out of the matter. He turned to look at Maiko on the side. Let's go, it's almost time to awaken your magic circuit. Yes. Yotsuya Mitsuko came back to her senses and nodded quickly. She couldn't help but feel nervous. Following in the footsteps of Yuan. Come to the study room. Yuan took out the prepared elixir from his arms. The specific steps are not complicated, just drink it. Yotsuya Maiko took a deep breath and nodded seriously. Well, thank you Mr. Yuan. She had already learned about it in advance from Rika and Shiro Gainkei. You only need to drink the elixir to officially awaken. She reached out her hand to take the elixir and pulled out the stopper. Drink it all in one gulp. Soon, she closed her eyes and quietly felt the changes in her body. Because it is a specially formulated elixir, there is no tingling sensation inside the body. It didn't take long. She successfully opened her own magic circuit. And Yuan, just like the previous times, easily confirmed the number and volume of magic circuits in his body with the help of the omniscient and almighty star. The number of magic circuits is 20, and the quality is B grade. Considering the effect of the elixir, it is a pretty good qualification. With subsequent adjustments, there is a chance to become a first-class magician. Yuan said with a chuckle. Compared with Kodori Yurika and Shiro Gainkei, Yotsugamiko's talent is obviously better. This may be his family inheritance, or it may be the improvement brought about by the magic eye. Now, open your eyes. It's almost time for the power of the golden magic eye to be revealed. The young man's voice fell. Yotsuya Maiko slowly opened her eyes, her golden eyes were like a reflection in the dusk, exuding an unusual charm and sense of oppression. If an ordinary person were under such gaze, it would be difficult for him to even lie. This is the real power of my eyes. Yotsuya Maiko looked around curiously, her voice filled with excitement. She finally has her own power to fight against the curse. No need to be afraid of those guys anymore. Yuan, who was standing next to him, commented calmly. Eyes close to seeing through the soul. It can produce extremely strong suppressive force on spiritual bodies, and it is also surprisingly lethal to cursed spirits. When the magic eye is open, fatal damage can only be caused in the field. In that case, there is something suitable as a gift for you. Yuan raised the corners of his mouth and said with a chuckle. Isn't it too expensive? Yotsuya Maiko grabbed the corner of her skirt, her cheeks were a little red, and she was a little embarrassed. It doesn't matter, if you want to make it, this thing is also very simple. Yuan replied casually. He held his hand in the air and took out something from the king's treasure. The lead-colored stone ball looks nothing special. Drop your blood on it and you can use this thing. Its name is Backlight Sword. The moment the opponent expands their domain, they can unleash their true power. Yuan said with a chuckle. The Backlight Sword is the short sword held by the sun god Lugger. Although it is just a small stone, but it turns into a light bullet that can inflict great damage, quickly penetrating and inflicting fatal wounds on the enemy. When using it, not only does it need to be filled with magic power, but it also requires the opponent activates a trump card, not necessarily a Noble Phantasm, as a counterattack weapon song as a condition for awakening. At the same time, it has the ability to be slower than the opponent when activated but can hit the opponent first at a speed faster than the opponent. It is for this reason that it is called the Reverse Light Sword, because it reverses time, and the passage of time is the passage of light. It can be said that it is the sword of the god of war that strikes first and strikes first. If it is used in conjunction with Myanz's magic eyes, it may not even be a problem to kill special level curse spirits. Chapter 64. Hey! Is it such a powerful thing? When Yotsuya Maiko heard Yuan explain the effect of the Backlight Sword. What a huge improvement to this ordinary-looking sphere in one fell swoop. Because this kind of thing that interferes with the law of cause and effect is completely unheard of for her. If we use guessing as an analogy, the last move is regarded as the first move. Just that. It is enough to prove how terrifying the gold content of the Backlight Sword is. Of course, although it is powerful, it is not without its weaknesses. Yuan said with a chuckle. After using this move, you will enter a temporary state of stiffness. It will be very dangerous if the enemy seizes this opportunity. And if the opponent is the kind of enemy who doesn't use trump cards and relies on close combat as his main method, it will be very troublesome. But when the magic eye is open, the curse spirit will be at a disadvantage in close combat with you. Just like he said originally. The characteristics of the backlight sword itself match well with Yotsuya magic eye. As long as her magic power gradually increases, Yotsuya Miko will have a great chance of becoming a first-class magician in the future. Well, thank you Mr. Yuan. Yotsuya Mitoko glanced outside the door. Currently, Shina Mashiro and Kodori Yurika are outside the house. There shouldn't be any intruders in a short time, which means, this is a rare alone time. When she thought of this, Yotsuya Miko's cheeks turned slightly red. Mr. Yuan, can I help you in the future? After I completely master the magic eye. She walked up to Yuan and looked up at the boy's face shyly, her tone mixed with expectation. Yotsuya Miko understands that compared with others, she does not have many advantages. The single biggest advantage is the qualification of the magic eye. If he can help Yuan in this regard, he can also consolidate his position more firmly. Of course you can, but I don't want to do everything myself. When I see you master the magic eye completely, the position of the saint in the Pangxing sect can be handed over to you. Just think of it as a part-time job. Yuan didn't hesitate and quickly answered question 257. After receiving the answer, Yotsuya Miko breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Yotsuya Miko stretched out her hand, took the initiative to hug Yuan, and buried her head in her chest. As if craving for warmth, he rubbed his head hard against the boy's chest. Can I stay tonight? Yotsuya Miko suddenly asked in a weak voice. Is it okay to meet my mother? Yuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect Jianzi to be so proactive. He originally thought that based on the other person's personality, he was the type who would observe the situation silently. My mother heard that I was coming to your house, and she immediately agreed. Yotsuya Miko replied with her cheeks flushed. To be honest, she didn't expect her mother to agree to her request so easily. Not only that, he even helped her dress up carefully before going out. Okay, do you need me to help you prepare a change of clothes? Yuan put his arm around the girl's waist and asked with a chuckle while sitting on the sofa nearby. Yotsuya Miko sat obediently in Yuan's arms. She replied timidly with a shy face, No need to trouble Mr. Yuan, I brought a change of clothes. Having said that, Yotsuya Miko felt extremely nervous at this moment. But fortunately, under the influence of the magic eye, she had seen many strong winds and waves. These tensions were quickly digested. In my heart, I began to cheer myself up. I have to get ahead of everyone as soon as possible, this time is just the first step. Yotsuya Miko thought secretly in her heart. And in the study room, Miko took the initiative to sit on the boy's lap and enjoyed the touch. It wasn't until the knock on the door from outside that the tenderness between the two people in the room was interrupted. Yotsuya Miko felt a little regretful as she stood up. If the time had been longer, maybe the relationship could have been renewed. The rest can only wait until night. After. Yuan opened the door with Yotsuya Miko. I found Kodori Yurika station standing at the door with her hands on her hips, looking suspiciously at Yotsuya Miko in front of her. You two have been in there for a while, aren't you doing something wrong with her? It's not like she, has no experience with magic circuits. Logically speaking, it doesn't take such a long time at all. What are these two people doing inside? It's because my magic eye is somewhat special, that's why it took so long. Actually, I just finished it not long ago. Yotsuya Miko explained calmly, her face not red, her heart not beating. The honed acting skills can be said to be flawless. Xiaodiao Yuliwa was fooled easily. I see. It's now noon. It's time to eat. The waiter has just delivered the food. Zionio Yaliahua said, then turned and left. Yotsuya Miko glanced at Yuan next to her with some guilt. When she found Yuan looking at her with a half-smile, she immediately walked towards the dining table with her cheeks flushed. Soon. In front of the sumptuous dining table, several figures sat down. Shina Mashiro, Kodori Yurika, Yotsuya Miko, and Yuan sat at the table and ate together. Above the dining table, luxurious delicacies were placed, exuding an alluring aroma. It is no exaggeration to describe it as a Manchuhan banquet. Yuan casually picked out the plump and tender meat of a steamed lobster with chopsticks. Just when he was about to take a bite, he found Mashiro Shina beside him, gently tugging on his clothes. Yuan glanced at the blonde girl next to him and found that she was looking directly at the big lobster. Although he said nothing, he looked pitiful. Open your mouth. Yuan thought for a moment, then chuckled and said to the girl. Ashina Mashiro parted her lips honestly, opened her mouth wide, and took a serious bite of the lobster she was fed. The big lobster meat is paired with a hint of green onion, ginger and soy sauce, and its appearance and taste are comparable to works of art. The blonde girl's eyes suddenly lit up. Such an intimate interaction. Immediately, the little bird Yuan next to him puffed up his cheeks angrily. This Shina Mashiro, although she looks so pure, is actually very cunning. Obviously she has never let her contractor live like this. It's really hateful. Yotsuya Miko was also slightly startled, she didn't expect Shina Mashiro to be so bold in front of others. But since the other party has already done this, then she can't fall behind. That. Mr. Yuan, I want to eat it too. May I? Yotsuya Miko hesitated for a moment, then Ruanxian asked with his face flushed. With a gentle smile on his face, Yuan repeated his old trick and fed Miko Yotsuya a prawn. When Xiaodiao Yuliwa saw this, he suddenly felt something was not good. These vixens are so playful. If she continues like this, she will be no match for her. When he thought of this, Xionio Yuliwa gritted his teeth and simply made up his mind. Contractor. I still have my share. She muttered and then opened her mouth on her own initiative. The corners of Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. Why does he feel like he is turning into a feeding machine? Even so, he still kept a smile on his face and fed one of the little birds, Eureka. But just when he wanted to taste the prawns for himself. Only to find out that it had been distributed. Yuan had no choice but to enjoy other delicacies. After everyone had finished eating, Yotsuya Miko and Kodari Eureka started in a special room. Practice the use of the magic eye and the manipulation techniques of the moon spirit essence liquid respectively. And Shina Mashiro. He looked at the two people's methods curiously. Even a naturally stupid person like her started to react. Neither Yotsuya Miko nor Kodari Eureka possess powers that ordinary people possess. And all this. It seems that he is closely related to his lover. So she thought about it, quickly opened her white legs, and found Yuan's figure. Yuan, can I ask? As for what you said earlier, what is the so-called magic? Under the sun. The sea in the distance is sparkling and endless. The beach was lapped by the waves, and the vacation chairs were left in place. The sound of crashing waves sounded. Coconut trees are tall and straight, clustered on the edge of the beach. Xiaoyu, who was wearing 5 cassocks, sat quietly on the chair. He looked at the latest report in his hand and turned to look at Lu Hu aside. The guy who killed Masato has been confirmed. This is Yuan, but it is really rare to be rated as a special spell master. Even with Gojo Satoru's recommendation, it shouldn't be that easy. Xiaoyu glanced at Liu Hu, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. To be honest, Zhen Zhen's death had a considerable impact on his plan. Because the other party's spell in action transformation is one of very few, and it is rare that the spell can directly contact the soul. It was originally according to his plan. After assimilating Genren's techniques, the plan to return to the game after death can be successfully launched. But now Genren's middle road has collapsed, so that the plan he could have launched immediately must be postponed to the next step. After hearing this, Luohu turned his head and snorted coldly. Hey, Super Magic Master! In the end, we are just human beings. As long as we can successfully resurrect Sunyo, we can establish an era of curses. By that time, humans won't need any super-level spell masters. Luohu had a sneer on his face, recalling that annoying white-haired BD, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Xiaoyu, what should we do next? Should we deal with the super spell master first? Luohu narrowed his eyes and stood up from the beach chair. If a few of us join forces, as long as we don't touch each other, Gojo Satoru, the rest can be easily solved. Hearing this, Xiaoyu was non-committal. Indeed, if they join forces with these special-level curse spirits and add support from their own army of curse spirits. Except for facing Gojo Satoru, the other special-level spell masters are completely worth mentioning. But there was a faint uneasiness in his heart. Forget it, our action date is just around the corner, there is no need to take risks to hunt down a super-level spell master. And my identity cannot be shown in front of high school-related roles for the time being. Yuan, the super-level spell master, suddenly appeared. It was totally not in his original plan. But judging from the current situation, there should be no cooperative relationship between this person and the Conjuration College. In this case, the current primary goal is to recapture Sunyo's fingers and find a way to gather these Sunyo fingers together. At the right time, at the right place. Give it to the receiving body of Ryomian Sunyo, Japanese Notweed Hisahito, for consumption. Forget it, let's wait until later to avenge the real person. The hateful humans will pay the price sooner or later. Luohu snorted, and Huayu next to him also nodded. Since they are all companions of the special curse spirit, it is only natural to avenge the real person. It's just that things have priorities. There is no time to deal with this newly emerged super spellcaster now. Well, as long as we follow the plan step by step and successfully seal Gojo Satoru, it will be our victory. Xiaoyuja narrowed his eyes slightly. He is quite confident in his plan. But it is a pity that we have to find a way to perfect the return of death and destruction in the next period of time. If the death-destroying return without an action transformation is to be fully effective, it must rely on other spells that can touch the soul. To know his ultimate goal. It's not a world without cursed spirits, or a simple and boring peace, or even a world with only cursed spirits that I'm not interested in. What he hopes to see is what the most extreme evolution of human magic will look like. For this reason, he has survived for these 1,000 years. I have started to contact the new curse master. When the time comes, I will open a barrier against Gojo Satoru. It can buy us enough time. Xiaoyuja said with a chuckle. This time, even if the real person is not present, the combat power is completely sufficient, unless a new super-level magician joins the battle. And in order to prevent this possibility, Xiaoyuja has already made backup arrangements, but only if it is absolutely necessary. He didn't want to pay such a high price. P.S. Please subscribe. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please give me a review. The follow-up plotline of 1,000,000 words has been roughly arranged. As for the target of the strategy, you can continue to propose it here. The author will make appropriate arrangements, so readers please stay tuned. Chapter 65. Faced with Shina Mashiro's inquiry, Yuan did not hide anything, and soon popularized the concepts of magic, spell spirits, and conjurers to the other party. And he also specifically explained the existence of his magic family. I hope Shina Mashiro can get along well with other girls. After he told it, Mashiro was thoughtful. The girl was sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed, her beautiful blonde hair hanging down, and her eyes twinkling with light. It sounds like the worldview only found in hot-blooded comics. I didn't expect that behind our world, there is such a world hidden. Isn't it too awesome? Shina Mashiro tilted her head and leaned on Yuan's shoulder. She doesn't have any objection to the magic family, it's better to say that in her eyes, this is nothing. She had little social knowledge, so she easily accepted this reality. Rather, this also gave her a lot of comic material. This is not a passionate worldview. Whether it is a curse spirit or a curse master, this world is cruel. But if it's a magician, the meaning is completely different. It's not comparable to those guys at all. Yuan said with a chuckle. In the final analysis, the upper limit of both the spell spirit and the spell master is too low. It is completely incomparable to a magician who controls completely different powers. Even if it is Wu Jiao Satoru or Liang Mian Sunyo. At most, he is equivalent to a magician who is good at combat magic. If he has something like a backlight sword, he can even hit him in the head. Hey, you're so powerful, can I also become a magician? Shina Mashiro's eyes showed a little curiosity. She felt that if she could become a magician, drawing comics would become easier. At the very least, you should be able to draw faster when you're urged to do it, right? Of course, but I want it for a while. Yuan replied with a smile. I need to prepare the corresponding elixir so that you can awaken and master the corresponding magic circuit. Yuan stretched out his hand and rubbed the girl's head. This is also to enable you to be one step ahead of others in the next era. Yuan's goal has never been just as simple as converting mantra into magic power. His ultimate purpose. It is to modify the Tianyuan barrier that covers the entire Neon into a magical barrier. In other words, let Neon and other countries become existences filled with magic in the air, and he can use this to control the source of magic. As long as the magic power in human beings continues to be born, he will have even greater magic power. By that time, only the many treasures in the king's treasure can demonstrate the power of the mythical age. Okay, Shina Mashiro rubbed the boy's shoulder, and unknowingly, the pure and angelic girl fell into a deep sleep. Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and easily picked up the blonde girl. He had no intention of taking advantage of others' danger. Anyway, the other party has become his lover, so there is no need to rush for this moment. After he sent Mashiro Shina back to the room, he took the time to give some guidance to Rika and Yotsuya Miko, so that they could have their own strength. Rika's magic circuits have been adjusted and now have 22. Just continue to use the moon spirit marrow liquid skillfully. If nothing else, at least it's more than enough to protect yourself outside. As the time goes, it's getting late. Xiaodiao Yuliwa was forced to go back by her sister's phone call. Yotsuya Miko and Shina Mashiro had finished dinner with Yuan and were preparing to wash up. In the bedroom, Shina Mashiro stretched out, revealing her fair and soft belly. Call. After finishing her meal, she narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. He slowly stood up and took out a change of clothes from the table, and walked towards the huge bathroom. It happened that at this time, I met Yuan, who was standing at the bathroom door preparing to change clothes. Do you want to take a shower first? That's right, go take a shower first, I'll be fine later. Yuan, who was naked from the waist up, said with a chuckle. His body that had been strengthened by Dragonheart looked lean and strong, with his abdominal muscles clearly visible, and there were no scars like Sina's. Shina Mashiro nodded seriously. She held a change of clothes and looked at Yuan's figure, keeping it in mind. This was the first time she had seen such a perfect human body structure with her naked eyes, so maybe it would be useful to draw it. She placed a change of clothes in a special area nearby. In front of Yuan. He took off his clothes one by one without hesitation. The smooth and attractive body curves were highlighted. Although she was quickly wrapped under a bath towel, it was a feast for Yuan's eyes. Shortly after Shina Mashiro stepped out of her naked feet and entered the bathroom, the sound of water washing could be heard. Yuan stretched out boredly. When I was about to leave. But suddenly, he heard the calm and indifferent voice of a girl coming from the bathroom. Yuan, can you come in and help me? Hearing the sound coming from the bathroom, Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then stood up decisively. He walked forward, opened the bathroom door, and walked in wearing swimming trunks. The walls and floors of the room are covered with white tiles. Looks bright and clean. There is also a large mirror inside the large bathroom. At this moment, Shina Mashiro was sitting in front of the bathroom mirror, her bath towel clinging to her body due to water absorption. Show off the girl's seductive and charming curves. He obviously has the face of an angel, but he has a proud figure like a devil. Can I help you? Yuan asked curiously, focusing on Mashiro. Mashiro Shina handed over a bottle of shampoo. The bath towel in front of her was slightly loose, and spring suddenly appeared, but there was an expression of indifference on her face. It's so troublesome to wash long hair, can you suck it for me? Hearing this, Yuan couldn't laugh or cry for a while. Although he had long known that Mashiro's ability to take care of himself was zero, he never expected that he would even need help with such a thing. But this is also an opportunity to promote feelings and admire the beautiful girl's body. Okay, sit still and don't move. Yuan replied with a smile, sat directly behind Shina Mashiro, and began to help wash the smooth golden hair. As the water washed away, the bath towel on Mashiro slipped down unconsciously. When you master the magic circuit, I will hand over to you the maid who has personified the moon spirit essence liquid. Yuan slid his fingers between his long hair, with a slight smile on his face. At that time, you will quite a free and perfect servant. The entire bathroom is quite spacious. Not only that, there is a specially prepared outdoor hot spring pool outside the glass door. There are leisure chairs beside the pool, and you can enjoy the surrounding scenery and stars through this hot spring area. Shina Mashiro narrowed her eyes and nodded obediently. I don't know if it's because of the young man's dishonest palm. Let the water droplets, whether caused by sweat or water vapor, drip into the water along the tips of the golden hair. At this moment, Shina Mashiro seemed to be squinting her eyes, leaning back against the boy. The blush on her cheeks reveals a little bit of beauty. It's almost done. Yuan said with a chuckle. Do you still need my help with the rest? After Yuan finished speaking, Shina Mashiro's body stiffened slightly. She has read a lot of romance novels recently, and the meaning of these words is even clearer. Then I'll trouble Yuan-kun. Shina Mashiro did not refuse, but replied softly. Although we only got along briefly. But in Shina Mashiro's opinion, Yuan is quite good. After all, she was vaguely aware of her troubles, but she didn't usually care about these little things. In her eyes, only painting is the most important. The rest is nothing more than trivial matters. Yuan smiled slightly when he heard this, obviously quite satisfied with the girl's answer. During the following period, he and Shina Mashiro spent a fragrant bathing process in the bathroom together. 0, please give me flowers. Wait until the bath is over. The two walked out of the bathroom together, and happened to bump into Yotsuya Maiko who was waiting. Shina Mashiro turned a blind eye and walked towards the bedroom. Yuan stopped, smiled, and said hello to Yotsuya Miko. Have a good evening, Mianzi. Have you seen the bedrooms prepared on the second floor? Everything in them is fully equipped. If you need anything, just tell me. Yotsuya Maiko saw the two of them walking out of the bathroom together. She was stunned for a moment. Why did Shina Mashiro and Yuan-kun walk out of the bathroom together? Could they be in the bathroom? When Yotsuya Maiko thought of this possibility, her cheeks turned red and her heart tightened. This Shina Mashiro. Ming only met Mr. Yuan not long ago. He actually made such a bold move, and they have to live together for the next few days. If she doesn't work harder, she will only be pushed further and further away from the other party? No. I see, you are a woman who has awakened the magic eye, how can you lag behind others? Thinking of this, Yotsuya Maiko stretched out her hand. She took the initiative to grab Yuan's clothes, with a hint of shyness on her cheeks. That. Mr. Yuan. How about we go take a bath in the hot spring together? Hearing this, Yuan showed a little surprise on his face. He didn't expect that the other party would be so bold. Faced with the beautiful girl's invitation, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Good. Yuan agreed with a gentle smile. For his body now transformed by dragon heart, just taking a bath is nothing. Moreover, the process of giving Shina Mashiro a bath just now had indeed aroused a lot of desires in him, and they have not subsided yet. Underscore? In the hot spring pool. Yuan and Yotsuya Maiko took baths separately. The water was swaying with slight bubbles. With just one glance, you can see the stars in the sky. The bright starlight emits the most beautiful light in the sky. Yotsuya Maiko sat next to Yuan. She has a beautiful figure, and her slender legs are looming under the water waves. The long hair stained with water droplets fell down on her white back, and the golden eyes were even brighter under the reflection of the water. That, Yuan. What do you think of my figure? Yotsuya Maiko suddenly asked timidly. Her palm unconsciously grasped the hand of the boy beside her, and the warm and soft feeling echoed in her heart. Let her cheeks and face have a hint of shyness. It's very good. It's exquisite and elegant, and it should feel good to the touch. Yuan teased in the girl's ear. The palms holding Yotsuya Miko's waist were slightly strengthened, allowing the other person to lean into his arms. The girl received the answer, her cheeks turned red, she shook her legs slightly uneasily, and she leaned into the boy's arms and nodded seriously. That's good. Yotsuya Maiko seemed satisfied. She looked up at the stars in the sky. The quiet and peaceful stars shone with different lights, which looked particularly romantic. The young man behind him asked with a chuckle in his ear. Mianzi, tonight, do you want to take the final step? His words. Let Yotsuya Maiko be silent for a moment. Finally, the black-haired girl said softly helplessly. There's really nothing I can do against you, but even if I don't say anything, I don't plan to let this opportunity go. But please, be gentle. As for the rest, it is self-evident. Although the stars in the sky are still shining, Yuan has no interest in admiring them. After taking a bath and washing up, he took Maiko to the bedroom on the second floor. The demon repairing ritual began. P.S. Please give me a monthly pass. Please give me a review. Please subscribe. There will be 3 more chapters today, and the update is expected to reach nearly 20,000, so please ask for data. The author would like to thank you here. Chapter 66. The next morning. The bright sunshine outside the window was blocked by large curtains, leaving only the bright light shining on the white bed. And under this bright light, Yotsuya Maiko slowly opened her eyes. There was still a little confusion in her eyes at first, but it soon dissipated, and the unfamiliar rooms around her suddenly made her sober. Thinking back to what happened last night, my cheeks turned red. Yesterday, under the stimulation of Shina Mashiro. She quickly completed the last step with Yuan, which was unexpected. She originally planned to deepen her friendship. When the head gradually wakes up, the details of last night's demon healing were echoed scene by scene, causing Yotsuya Miko to subconsciously tighten her legs and her cheeks turned red. And at this time, the warm touch of the young man's palm along her waist and the breath blowing on her neck made her raise her head involuntarily. He glanced behind him subconsciously. The handsome sleeping face of the young man came into her eyes, and Yotsuya Miko was immediately startled. After a moment of silence, Yotsuya Miko rested her head on the boy's chest and rubbed it lightly subconsciously. And this movement? This just happened to interrupt the young man's deep sleep. When he woke up, his palms restlessly caressed the figure in his arms. Good morning, 560, it looks like your body has recovered a lot. Is it okay now? Yuan looked at Yotsuya Miko, leaned into her ear and said with a chuckle. Yotsuya Miko's figure is still better than Shirogane-K's. It tastes unique. Especially the other party's tearful expression was particularly astringent, which made him couldn't help but admire it many times last night. Yotsuya Mitsuko puffed up her cheeks in grievance. I don't have any strength now. To be honest, I really surrendered last night, but the process was too intense. Even with the blessing of magic power, it would be difficult for her to recover in a short time. And she knew that boys had great desires in that area in the morning. If she didn't show weakness now, she might not get good results later. I'm not exaggerating. Yuan smiled. My current body is blessed by the dragon heart, and my energy and endurance are not on the same level as ordinary people. Even if he had some reservations yesterday, he still gave Miko a lot of trouble. Okay, you should have a good rest in the morning. As long as you can get up and eat at noon. I'll have breakfast delivered. Yuan said with a smile, let go of Yotsuya Miko in his arms, and stood up to change clothes. Yotsuya Miko huddled in the quilt with rosy cheeks. Hearing the boy's words, she nodded seriously. Good. Yuan nodded, got up and went to the living room downstairs. After instructing the service staff to bring breakfast quickly and asking the Mercury maid to send it upstairs, Yuan sat on the table in the living room. On the carefully placed sandalwood table, there is an ancient book. These he took from the king's treasure. Yuan uses the future intelligence he collected from the omniscient and omnipotent star. Recorded in the book. He groaned thoughtfully, his eyes showing some seriousness. Once the plan is complete, it is equivalent to letting the mystery of the world return again. In other words, it is the revival of spiritual energy. And I will become the Lord of Mystery. The corners of Yuan's mouth raised slightly. What does the power of a mere leader of a country mean? A super magician is just a clown. Compared with his plot, it is completely worth mentioning. Boom, boom, 1. There was a sudden knock on the door. Yuan heard the sound and looked up. Coming. A smile appeared on his face, he closed the book and put it back into the king's treasure, got up and came to the gate. He opened the door. Just like yesterday, there were two girls standing outside the door today. The leader, the girl with black hair and red eyes, had an indifferent expression, and just the aura she exuded made her look quite cold, and she kept strangers away. Wearing a black dress. The silky long black hair hangs down on the back and waist, looking particularly charming. The tailor-made clothes fit perfectly and fully demonstrate the girl's temperament. It was Shinomiya Kagaya. Behind her is a blonde girl wearing a maid costume with a signature smile on her face. After seeing Yuan open the door, he immediately bowed and saluted. My name is Hayasaka Ai. I am Miss Kagaya's personal maid. If the leader has any instructions, you can leave them to me. My lady's visit this time is actually because the Shinomiya family has something to ask the leader. If the responsibility for the presumption lies with me, please let me be punished on behalf of the young lady. Hayasaka Ai said in a humble tone, unable to bow. Shinomiya Kagaya in front of her had a look of surprise on her face. Apparently she didn't expect it either. Hayasaka Ai actually said this on her own initiative. But Ai Hayasaka, who was bowing now, was extremely nervous. She is not a fool like the young lady. Before coming, she had learned about the situation of Pangxing sect in advance. With the help of the power of the Shinomiya family, I have heard about the changes that happened a while ago. The leader of the Pangxing sect. A super magician. Just as soon as he took office, he killed 30% of the original Pangxing sect's senior officials. The combination of these two identities, coupled with the other party's methods, creates the image of a cold-blooded leader who kills without blinking an eye. Suddenly came to her mind. You must know that this visit is not an invitation from others. But the Shinomiya family investigated where Yuan lives. This kind of thing, if the other party is blamed, then there is no guarantee that Shinomiya Kagaya, the leader, will not suffer something. I am Kagaya's best friend. Never just watch. Hayasaka thought to himself lovingly. So before the visit, she had already thought of her words and tried to transfer the responsibility from Kagaya to the Shinomiya family as much as possible. And the punishment is borne by oneself. Since we are from the Shinomiya family, although it is a bit offensive, it is also with good intentions. Yuan chuckled lightly and reached out to help Hayasaka AI. It is better to say that since we have something important to discuss, let's go inside first. With that said, Yuan opened the door. Thank you, Master. Hayasaka breathed a sigh of relief after being helped up. She raised her head and looked at Yuan, and found that he was indeed as handsome as the forum photos. No. Compared to the photo, I am even more handsome. Please forgive me, Master. Seeing that Hayasaka AI was not punished, Shinomiya Kagaya breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Yuan with a little more gratitude. The other party was obviously a big shot that his father wanted to fawn over, but he was so easygoing to others, even though he killed several people at the auction. But if you think about it carefully, those people are also the ones to blame. Could it be that the other party is actually quite easy to get along with? Soon. The two followed Yuan and came to the living room. The two of them subconsciously looked around, and the luxurious objects they saw were ordinary in their eyes. But those things hanging on the wall are another story. Especially Shinomiya Kagaya. She stared at a long sword hanging on the wall and froze in place. Although there is no extravagant decoration on the outside. But this long sword gave her a different feeling. Compared with this sword, the historical temperament contained in the antique cultural relics I have seen before is simply like garbage. X. Shinomiya Kagaya asked softly and doubtfully. Yuan noticed her gaze and glanced at the long sword on the wall. I see. There was a touch of amusement on his face, and he chuckled, Miss Kagaya has good eyesight. You were the first to notice that this long sword is extraordinary when you just entered the room. This sword is called Durandal. The words just fell. Hayasaka AI and Shinomiya Kagaya's pupil shrank. Because of this name, they had seen it in history books, so it was no problem for them two top students. Yuan nodded and continued to explain. Yes, it's exactly what you thought. One of the three holy swords in Europe, the sword of the paladin Roland, the protagonist of the famous poem The Song of Roland. At the same time, he is also the first person in history to be called a paladin. So as long as this sword is hung on the wall, even super-level curse spirits will not be able to invade this house. His words. Shinomiya Kagaya's face was filled with astonishment. Only on the wall. This is the legendary angel sword. It would be too extravagant to hang it on the wall and use it as a door god. It is said that as long as you hold this sword, you can be protected by God and angels. And the meaning of this holy sword is eternal and unchanging, it is also called the Sword of Eternity. But now, in the eyes of the young man, it doesn't seem to be anything extraordinary. Is this the background of a super magician? Terrible. Yes, hanging it on the wall is enough. A field sword like this that can automatically attack is perfect for looking after your home. Yuan smiled lightly. There are many weapons at his disposal. If you want to kill the cursed spirit, you'll probably have to use 3.2 other noble phantasms. Not long after, Yuan sat at the table with the two of them. He leaned lazily on the chair, crossed his legs, and asked calmly. Tell me, what is the reason why the Sigwan family came to me? If it's about teaching extraordinary power, and I've already agreed to it before, then it should be something else to come to me for. Is it related to the special spell master? Yuan asked with a look of confusion on his face. When faced with the inquiry, Shinomiya Kagaya did not hide anything and honestly told what Shinomiya Yanan had told her. She pulled a document from her purse. He handed his hands solemnly to the young man in front of him. As long as the leader is willing. Not only do these industries belong to you, sir, but also regarding the Pangxing sect, the Sigong family will also support it to the greatest extent. Not only that. Speaking of this, Shinomiya Kagaya's tone suddenly paused. About the direct heir of the Shinomiya family. Sir, you also have the right to decide. You can choose from the current 4 people at will. This is equivalent to give the lifeblood of the Shinomiya family directly to Yuan. Representing the supreme power that belongs to the heart of the country, Yuan will always hold it tightly in his hands. Chapter 67. Kaguya Shinomiya's last words. Even Hayasaka AI next to her was shocked. XX. Hayasaka AI swallowed, and there was an uproar in her heart. The direct inheritance rights of the Shinomiya family, even though it is just a sentence, it determines the fate of the entire country. Whose hands will the four houses Zaibatsu, known as the heart of the country, fall into? It's all in this young man's mind. Without any exaggeration. If this news is spread, countless people will come to curry favor with Yuan. Among them are Shinomiya Kaguya's brothers. After all, Shinomiya Huangguang has already had monopoly over the years. But Shinomiya Yanan suddenly became young. But he gave his eldest son a head-on blow without mercy. Not only did he take back many rights a while ago, but he also resumed taking charge of most matters of the Shinomiya family. This is the super spell master. No, just being a super-level spell master is probably not enough to be treated like this. What on earth is the master doing for the Tuanhui to spend so much money? Hayasaka is puzzled by his love. Although she knew from Kaguya's mouth that Shinomiya Anan's youthfulness was closely related to the leader of Pangxing sect, it was too exaggerated to give up the entire Shinomiya family. Shinomiya Kaguya sat quietly on the chair, her waist-length hair hanging behind her, and her cold face staring ahead. The current Shinomiya Kaguya cannot be compared with the romantic imagination in her impression. Yuan actually already knew the contents of the document. But he still pretended to pick up the document and flipped through a few pages as if nothing had happened. The above content is also very simple, which is to explain the assets that the Sagong family will send and the intensity of assistance to the development of Pangxing sect besides. There are no paper requirements or restrictions on Yuan. Even if he wanted to, he could use all the assets of the Shinomiya family for nothing. But Yuan was not in a hurry to agree. He looked forward, looking at Shinomiya Kaguya. Put this matter aside for now. Since we are all classmates, you can just call me Yuan. Same as last time, and as your guide, it's just right for me to call you Kaguya. Yuan chuckled calmly. Regarding his words, Shinomiya Kaguya was stunned for a moment, and then nodded honestly. Okay. However, although his expression did not change, Kaguya couldn't help but complain in his heart. Why does it become like this? He clearly looked majestic at the auction. At this time, he is so easygoing and like the boy next door. The contrast is too great. And is there really no problem with such an intimate title? But Ai Hayasaka's eyes lit up next to her. According to her speculation, Yuan should have a good impression of his own lady, so he didn't show off as a cold-blooded leader. In this case, if Miss Kaguya succeeds in taking down the Pangxing cult leader, wouldn't the inheritance rights be within reach at that time? Think of this. The more Ai Hayasaka thinks about it, the more likely it is to come true. After all, compared to the other three brothers, Kaguya has no advantage in inheritance rights. After all, she is just a girl. But with Yuan's support, it would be completely different. It seems, she will have to find a way to create as much time as possible for the two of them to be alone on campus. Yuan's interest at the moment was on Kaguya, and he took the initiative to speak. Anyway, Kaguya, how much do you know about so-called conjurers? Learn. To be honest, Shinomiya Kaguya didn't actually know much about the conjurer. The deepest impression originally was of a group of mercenaries. But after Yuan's ability shown last time, her view of the conjurer suddenly changed. Shinomiya Kaguya frowned slightly and expressed his inner thoughts. I don't know much about conjurers. I only know that they are very powerful and that they are beyond ordinary people. That's it. Yuan glanced at Kaguya Shinomiya, took out the pure gold wine glass from the king's treasure, poured the best red wine, and took a sip. But in fact, this is completely wrong. The so-called magicians are just a group of poor people struggling with the curse. Because I can see the curse, I cannot turn a blind eye. Because I am born with the talent, I have to fight. The moment when the absurd fate is engraved on the body through magic, it's already doomed. Yuan said calmly. Just from the endings of many conjurers, we can see that embarking on this path never means a good thing. Nanami Kento died, Todo lost his arm, many auxiliary supervisors were seriously injured, and Kujizaki's life and death are unknown. This was the outcome of the Shibuya incident. Nanami Kento is right when he says that magicians are shit. Shinomiya Kagaya was stunned on the spot, completely unexpected that Yuan would say this. Because as far as she knows, Yuan is a member of the special magician. Why speak ill of conjurers? Actually, the talent of a conjurer is completely determined by innateness. Yuan put down the wine glass and said calmly. Because the conjurer needs to develop spells. The ability to acquire spells is an innate ability of a spellcaster. Although not all spellcasters are born with spells, it is almost impossible to acquire them later in life. Ancient magician families often have spells passed down from generation to generation, so it is impossible for ordinary people to become a magician. Shinomiya Kagaya heard this and hesitated for a moment. So, I can't become a magician. However, her face still maintained calmness, and she felt a little disappointed in her heart. Although she didn't expect herself to become so powerful. But I didn't expect that I couldn't even master the lowest level of spells. The gap was a bit too big. Yes. Yuan nodded noncommittally, but then the corners of his mouth raised slightly. But who said that I want you to become a conjurer? Yuan looked at the cold girl in front of him, with a slight smile in his eyes. It's just that someone doesn't want me to be rated as a special conjurer. I've lost face, but the power I have, is never a spell. You can call me, magician. When Shinomiya Kagaya heard this, the disappointment in her eyes turned into astonishment, and she stared blankly at the young man in front of her. At first she thought Yuan was just a fantasy. Because the world is so big, the only extraordinary system that is known is the conjurer. I've never heard of a magician. But if what Yuan said is true, then the generous gift from the Shinomiya family can be explained. The value of a new extraordinary path is simply immeasurable. A magician is a person who possesses magic circuits and can perform magic. The biggest difference from ordinary people is that they have magic circuits. Normally, in this era of thin magic power, magicians cannot be born. Yuan put down his wine glass, gathering terrifying magic power in his palms, and dragon eyes suddenly appeared in his eyes. The sense of terror and coercion stemming from the essence of life made Shinomiya Kagaya and Hayasaka Ai look pale in an instant. In their feelings, they are like a boat on the waves. I can only let the waves roll and swing. Stab it. Even the table in front of me creaked from the pressure. After seeing this, Yuan took back the pressure, picked up the wine glass again and took a sip. But I can let ordinary people possess magic circuits through elixirs. Magicians can also extend their lifespan through various methods. The longest time a human can explore magic is 500 years. After hearing these words, Shinomiya Kagaya, who was still sweating on his forehead, suddenly came back to his senses. The face of the girl with an exquisite face was full of shock. What did she just hear? Magicians can also use various methods to extend their lifespan. And it can reach up to 500 years, which can span 1 or 2 dynasties. But soon, Shinomiya Kagaya came to his senses and said quickly, I'm sorry. I was really shocked by the news, and I didn't react just now. In the face of a long life, what does mere money mean? Could it be that my father was eyeing this? Shinomiya Kagaya thought secretly in her heart, and became more and more determined to have a good relationship with Yuan. But she didn't know that, in fact, Shinomiya Yanan just hoped that Yuan could use it to protect Shinomiya Kagaya after his death. Well, it should be said that I have already said that I will accept the gift from the Shinomiya family. Yuan put the document away and said calmly, as for the heir to the last family head, it depends on your performance. I have said what I should say about the magician. You can think about the rest by yourself, Kagaya. Although you look cold, in fact it is just your family that has bound you. If you are bound by a mere family, you are not a qualified magician. Shinomiya Kagaya's expression froze when she heard that she was bound by her family. This was the first time since she was born that she heard such comments from other people. Others are often afraid of the Shinomiya family because of their status, or they discuss the scandal about illegitimate children in private. Let her so far. There are only 2 good friends, Chika Fujiwara and Ai Hayasaka. But these 2 people would never say anything like she was bound by the family. Even she herself believed that she was a pawn given a mission by her family. I am bound by the family. Shinomiya Kagaya murmured, falling into silence for a moment. If you are just an ordinary person, then forget it. But since you want to become a magician, you must face your heart and ensure what you are pursuing. A truly powerful magician is one who pursues the truth about himself and the world. Hearing Yuan's words, Shinomiya Kagaya slowly clenched her fists and pursed her lips unwillingly. Scenes from the past appeared in her eyes. Because she was born into the Shinomiya family, she had to behave in a manner consistent with her family status. And the people around her treated her with caution and fear. Even she herself thinks that she is like a creepy Japanese doll. That's why, having received the family training of the Shinomiya family, she cannot understand other people's moods. In the end, in order to stay away from the crowd, she had hurt many people unknowingly. Success leaves yourself alone. But in the end, I successfully gained a sense of peace of mind. Yuan suddenly spoke at this moment. That alone is not enough. All you get is a false sense of security. The solitude one longs for is nothing more than a simple escape. Can you be more serious? This sentence itself is a kind of restraint for you. The moment his voice fell, Shinomiya Kaguya suddenly raised her head, and the expression on her face was finally no longer cold, but a look of surprise. Is it possible that the Yuan in front of me can't read minds? Why can one sentence reveal her inner thoughts, and she still knows that sentence? When she was in the first grade and sixth grade of elementary school, she said to two classmates, "Can you be more serious?" As a result, the former broke his guard and cried bitterly, and the latter even responded directly with a slap in the face. "Kaguya, I don't care about your past." Yuan chuckled appraisingly. "But if you want to become a magician, you must get rid of the family imprint. Because after you become a magician, what you represent is no longer the Shinomiya family, but my magic family." After saying these words, Shinomiya Kaguya was stunned. She didn't expect that Yuan just said so many great truths. The purpose is to let her concentrate on the magic family? Shinomiya Kaguya was a little dissatisfied, but she just pursed her lips and said nothing more. Just at this time, there were footsteps coming from the stairs. Mashiro Shina, who was wearing lazy casual clothes, rubbed her eyes and walked down the stairs. It's so noisy downstairs. Are there guests? PS An update of more than 10,000 words has been sent today. Please subscribe. Please vote for me. Also, thank you for your monthly votes. The author will continue to add updates. Chapter 68. Shinomiya Kaguya turned around when he heard the sound. Seeing Mashiro Shina walking straight down from the second floor, she slightly narrowed her beautiful bright red pupils. Shina Mashiro, a world-class talented oil painter. So far, there are very few beautiful girl painters with amazing talents, but I didn't expect to see them here. Yuan, you are really full of talents here. You can even recruit people like this. Shinomiya Kaguya said softly. For the Shinomiya Zaibatsu, existences like Mashiro Shina have always been in the recruitment plan. I just learned that the other party arrived in Neon not long ago, but now I see him here, but think of Yuan's hidden identity. To do this kind of thing doesn't seem to be something surprising. Well, you know me. Shina Mashiro tilted her head. She looked at the two girls sitting on the table with confusion in her eyes. But these problems were quickly forgotten. There were more important things to her. Shina Mashiro looked at Yuan, took the initiative to step forward and hugged the boy's neck from behind, and nuzzled the boy's head like a cat. Yuan, I'm hungry. And this intimate move immediately made Shinomiya Kaguya in front of her. Suddenly, he froze on the spot as if he was petrified. Although she is considered a genius, in fact, in addition to her rich subject knowledge, she has not yet been exposed to a lot of common sense. For example, she still can't understand what love is. As for the lovemaking between men and women, she regarded it as quite obscene behavior. Especially in terms of sexual knowledge, she has a devastating blow. Although she is not to the point where she would think she has lost her virginity just by holding hands, she can be regarded as irreverent. And when she saw the intimate interaction between Mashiro Shina and Yuan with her own eyes, naturally, I didn't react for a while. I'm hungry. Judging from the time, it's almost noon. Yuan allowed himself to be hugged and said calmly with a smile on his face, in that case, Kaguya, please stay and have dinner with us. After Shina Mashiro got the affirmative answer, she let go of Yuan with satisfaction. She said hello to Shinomiya Kaguya and Hayasaka. He turned around and walked towards the kitchen. It seemed like he was going to have some snacks or something before the meal. After Kaguya came back to her senses, her cheeks suddenly turned red and she thought secretly in her heart. I never expected that Shina Mashiro would do such an obscene act. Ming and Yuan were so affectionate not long after they met. It's really scary. Hayasaka on the side narrowed her eyes. Shina Mashiro, what is the relationship between this woman and Yuan? It shouldn't be too deep, right? So what if he is a talented painter? In front of Miss Kagaya's beauty, Miss Kagaya is definitely not the better one. Coupled with the value of the Shinomiya family, as long as the progress is normal, we can catch up from behind. Hayasaka thought secretly in his heart. It is obviously impossible to use some means against Shina Mashiro. After all, Yuan has extraordinary abilities and can investigate them casually. That being the case, you must show your beauty and value as a young lady, as soon as possible. Shina Mashiro is my lover, but she took the initiative to invite me. Yuan glanced at Hayasaka AI and said calmly, because she wants to draw love-themed comics, she must have experience in this area. Comics? Isn't she a genius oil painter? Shinomiya Kagaya was stunned. She clearly remembered that the other person should be a talented oil painter. What does it have to do with comics? The difference between oil paintings and comics is huge. Oil painting is her talent, but comics are her real thoughts. Yuan said with a chuckle. He sat at the table, put his hands on the table, and spoke calmly. She gave up her talent as an oil painter to pursue her true ideas, so she is also one of the qualified people. It won't be long before you embark on the journey of becoming a magician. She is more powerful than you, Kagaya. The words just fell. Shinomiya Kagaya's pupils shrank slightly. That stupid-looking girl is stronger than her, how is that possible? In order to maintain one of the best grades in Zaiwan, she secretly spent so much effort and spent every day busy. There is not much time left for herself. And now, to be completely rejected by someone. Hayasaka AI also gritted her teeth. She was obviously unwilling to give up and wanted to defend Shinomiya Kagaya. But he saw Yuan casually grab it in midair and grab a mirror. Take it out and place it on the table. Passing it to the girl with long black hair in front of him, he looked at Kagaya with a smile. Take it, think of it as a meeting gift for you. This mirror will reveal the real you. Conjuration College. There is only one day left before the exchange meeting between sister schools in Kyoto. The two principals, Rakuganji Yoshinobu and Nogata Masamichi, and Gojo Satoru, as well as Kusake Batsushi and Iiri Glass as mentors. Several of them were sitting at the table. The table was occupied by a pile of documents, including thick paper documents, dark wallets, and several plastic folders. These different documents were arranged staggered on the table. Nokshu Gendeo said calmly. Since the second round of personal battle is left to Gojo Satoru to handle, then it's time to discuss that matter. On the side, Kusake Batsushi swallowed his saliva. Is it true? Mr. Gojo Satoru was defeated, to be honest. When he first heard about this kind of thing, he thought it was a joke. After all, Gojo Satoru is an undoubted monster in the world of magic today. Just because of his birth, the magic spirit became stronger. This matter was said by Gojo Satoru himself. There shouldn't be anything wrong. Nokshu nodded solemnly and glanced at Gojo Satoru beside him. At this time, Gojo Satoru raised his head, put his hands behind his head and sighed, that's true, what a disastrous defeat. The unlimited technique I am proud of. It didn't work in front of that monster, but even if it could work, he would be the one who would win in the end. Gojo Satoru's words. The faces of several conjurers present showed expressions of astonishment. You must know that some information about Yuan has been successfully collected by them. The boy who is only 18 years old, defeated Wu Tiaoqing head-on. And Gojo Satoru even had an expression of great admiration. For people who have seen Gojo Satoru's arrogant attitude and frivolous tone, this is simply unimaginable. And when everyone was shocked, Gojo Satoru smiled with unfinished meaning. In the battle with that guy, I showed all my strength so far, whether it was in the field or other abilities. There is no doubt that the abilities he possesses are absolutely monsters. For Gojo Satoru, a hearty battle with a strong person is what I have always longed for. Although he lost this time, it didn't mean that he had no chance to defeat the opponent in the future. The current me has the possibility of progress. What kind of ability makes you praise me so much? Lianji Yoshinobu frowned. Although he usually disliked Gojo Satoru, compared with him, Yuan, an unknown threat that was right in front of him, was the one that needed to be understood as soon as possible. Although the other party has not shown any malice for the time being, in the future he might be like Xiaoyuja in the past. If the attitude has changed, then, wouldn't the future of mankind become in jeopardy? Gojo Satoru groaned. Although he is eager to fight powerful opponents, he also has a sense of responsibility for ordinary people. Judging from the information I have learned so far, the power he possesses seems to be completely different from that of a regular conjurer. During my battle with him, Yuan once unleashed the ability to shoot weapons, and these weapons shot from space were so powerful that even my unlimited spells found it difficult to block them. In addition, those weapons seem to be able to activate corresponding abilities. After injecting enough energy, they can easily destroy mountains. The power is even worse than my current virtual form. Finally, when I used my domain to control the opponent, that guy can not only move around at will, but also make something emerge from his body, forming an absolute dimensional space that I cannot find a way to crack with my strength alone. Gojo Satoru follows the description. Noxua Gendeo also groaned, while Chang'e and Temple Jiashan frowned and asked unwillingly. If we from the magic world work together, do we have a chance to defeat this brat? You must know that in the world of magic, there is more than one way to enhance the power of magic. The existence of auxiliary magicians can make an individual conjurer become more powerful. On the side, Kusake Batsushi was trembling slightly. If possible, he didn't want to face such a terrifying guy. It's unlikely. If you just run away, there should be some opportunities. But if I want to break through that meta defense, I just don't have the right abilities in my hands. Gojo Satoru shook his head. Although his abilities are varied, he is quite restrained in the space system. No matter how powerful the attack is, it is useless as long as it fails to hit. His eyes suddenly condensed at this moment, and he looked at the people in front of him seriously. The most important thing is that I suspect he is not a magician. The ability he has gained from him has no magic power at all, but the energy he releases is quite huge. If he is really a magician, it is impossible for me not to be able to sense it. And his physical body is completely different from ordinary people. The terrifying power contained in it is like that of an ancient ferocious beast. Gojo Satoru's words. That's right, the people in front of him suddenly fell into silence. If this is true, doesn't it mean that there are other extraordinary ways besides being a magician? And the limit of that path is much stronger than the strongest magician. Of course, I'm just raising a possibility. Gojo Satoru put his hands on the table again with a playful smile on his face. No matter what, I have to give you a piece of advice. Don't go looking for trouble with that guy. Of course, it's okay for the old man to seek death. Anyway, there are as many alternatives as you need. But in case the other party becomes serious about it, the danger it brings will affect the entire magic world. Yuan is super strong. After Gojo Satoru's playful words fell, the entire conference room fell into silence. Just like Gojo Satoru said. At this juncture, provoking Yuan is simply asking for death. The family member who had never spoken before said at this moment, since he is an individualist, it is very easy to get money according to his strength. Using money to lure and seduce him should not work. In this case, if you want him to take action, you have to analyze it unilaterally based on preferences. The thing you like can't be a woman, right? Atsushi Kusake muttered. He recalled that Tao Tang liked to ask these questions to others when he met them. And his words. On the contrary, Lianxi Jiashan narrowed his eyes slightly. Well, what you said makes sense, maybe it's not a bad idea to start from this aspect. Chapter 69. And on the occasion of the discussion with the experts in magic. In a large warehouse somewhere. The special level spell spirits are also making corresponding preparations. Without the usually frivolous Genren, the atmosphere in the entire team seemed a bit dull. Xiaoyu smiled in the warehouse and easily released a large number of curse spirits from his sleeves. These curse spirits easily got under the ground and disappeared quickly. Hey, Xiaoyu! Luohu suddenly said from the side. I remember that the guy who killed the real person should be here in Tokyo. And he also became the leader of the Pangxing sect. Although I don't know what that is, should we kill that sect? They are just a group of ordinary people anyway. The reason why he wanted to target the special spell master was simply because he felt unhappy. Because it is obvious that these cursed spirits should be the new human beings. Now if his partner is killed, but he himself doesn't say a word, what's the difference between him and an ugly human being? Huayu next to him also made a strange sound, but the meaning was clearly expressed. Take me one. And faced with two special level curse spirits who asked for a warm-up exercise. Xiaoyu just narrowed his eyes, and his tone became rare and serious. Don't go, that Yuan is an individualist. As long as we don't provoke him, there is a high probability that he will not interfere with our plan. Rather, if possible, we need to win over such monsters. After all, the more combat power, the better. He was obviously not optimistic about the two people's decision. First of all, Yuan is a special level spell master. Being able to be at this level, means that it is difficult for a single special level spell spirit to do anything. Once you offend the other party, let Yuan cooperate with the magic specialist. It will only make subsequent plans more difficult for no reason. And 353 for him. Yuan is also a rare target. According to the information previously detected, beautiful girls often visit his home, which means that the other party is not a person without desires. If the win-over is successful, it will also be a very important boost to our plan. At this moment, Xiaoyuji put his hands in his pockets and said with a playful smile. Apart from these reasons, of course. The most important thing. It was because of his connections that he learned certain news and rumors. For example, the reason why Yuan is ranked as a super-level magician is because he defeated Gojo Satoru, the number one person in the magic world today, head-on. However, he did not believe this rumor immediately. For Raso, Gojo Satoru is by far the strongest person besides Sunyo. Even among the 6 eye holders in the past, he is the most outstanding one. But assuming that if Yuan's strength really exceeds Gojo Satoru, then it will have a considerable impact on his plan. Therefore, there is no way he would let these super-level spell spirits offend the other party. Humph! Luohu clenched his fists angrily, and the temperature around him vaguely rose. The real person obviously still has a lot of potential to become stronger, but he died like this, and we still want to win over that guy. What a joke! Huayu also disapproved of Raso's approach. If they just don't provoke him, they actually want to win over him. This is obviously unacceptable to them. But at this moment, Raso glanced coldly at these 2 super-level curse spirits. We talked about it before. As long as we can usher in a cursed world in the future, we will not hesitate to sacrifice our lives. As long as the cursed spirit can stand on this land 100 years from now. Liu Hu, this is what you said, right? Suo's tone became a little colder, and he turned to look at Huayu. Huayu, you should also understand that now is not the time to dwell on such things. As for the gift for Yuan, he already had an idea in his mind. Although there are many beautiful girls in Tokyo, to qualify as gifts, you still have to choose them carefully. Luohu's pupils shrank and fell into silence. This is indeed his ultimate goal, for the curse spirit to gain human identity. Of course, it does not mean to make the curse become a human being, but to let the curse spirit have the status of a human being. At this moment, Raso continued speaking calmly. Tomorrow will be the beginning of the plan. We must catch all of Sunyo's fingers. We hope that the Conjuration College will slowly let Hishihito use special fingers. The time we need to wait is too long, so this initiative must be held in our own hands. After listening to Xiaoyuji's plan, Luohu and Huayu calmed down a lot. Indeed, their current plan is progressing steadily, as long as Sunyo is successfully rescued. At that time, the super-level spell master will not be able to escape death. There is no need to be so anxious now. Luohu was silent for a moment, took a deep breath and nodded, okay, just follow your ideas, Xiaoyu. It would be great if you can win over nature. For the future of the curse spirit, I must control my anger. The real person has taken the first step, so we must complete the plan and start the era of curses. Huayu was silent for a long time, and then nodded in agreement. Raso chuckled upon seeing this. After arranging all the spell spirits, he turned around and walked out with 2 special level spell spirits. Let's go, because we can't trigger that guy Tianyuan's formation. So this time I can only let Hanayu take the lead, but be careful not to be solved by Gojo Satoru. Mentioning this, Huayu also nodded. I know, don't worry. It had witnessed with its own eyes how Lekko was defeated by Gojo Satoru. Obviously that man is a monster, and these special level spell spirits are completely unable to compete with this guy. Raso still had his trademark smile on his face. Then, as for the magic specialist's finger, I will take charge of it myself. While Huayu is attracting attention, I will take the opportunity to confirm the position with my marked finger. His plan was not unprepared. And this is just the first step, his real goal. It is to start a feast of magicians in the future, so that countless ancient magicians can start fighting with modern magicians in the barrier. Thus, a new human being was born who had evolved together with the power of the curse. By the way, Luohu, you have nothing to do anyway, why don't you prepare a gift for that Yuan? Rosso suddenly smiled and said, once we take action, Mei High School will also find ways to win over new ones. Special combat power. It wouldn't be good if we fell too far behind. Luo Suo's words caused veins to appear on Luohu's head. This BD. He just said that he wanted to do something, but he actually asked him to prepare a gift. Well, it's just taking away a woman. It's an easy task for you, right? Rosso blinked, looked at Luohu with an innocent chuckle, and waited for the other party's reply. He took out a photo from his arms. Obviously, that is the person who needs to be kidnapped and given a gift to Yuan this time. Humph! Luohu snorted in displeasure. But in the end, he took the photo from the other person's hand, turned around and left. Rosso, on the other hand, looked at Luohu's leaving figure and sunk into deep thought. To be honest, he didn't have much confidence in the success of giving gifts. After all, for such a strong man, mere women can have as many as they want, but there is also a need to try. No matter what, just keep him out of my way. It's already a victory. Yuan's home. It was noon, and the luxurious dining table in the villa was filled with exquisite Manchu and Han banquets. The color, aroma, and taste are all mouth-watering. Braised pork, steamed fish, sweet and sour pork ribs, etc., all are delicious on the tip of the tongue. They are also filled with a variety of side dishes and drinks, which is dazzling. As for the precious Australian lobster and caviar, they are all available. Shinomiya Kagaya, Hayasaka Ai, and Shina Mashiro took their seats one after another. After Shinomiya Kagaya accepted the meeting gift, she looked in the mirror repeatedly but couldn't find anything special. At this time Yuan opened his mouth to explain. This thing must be brought back before it can exert its power, so they went to have a meal together. Before dining, Yuan also sent a special message to Yotsuya Maiko. Yuan, can you still get up? Do you want to come down for dinner? Yuan, or should I ask the maid to send it up? Maiko Yotsuya, it's okay. I'm already up. I'll come down to eat. Maiko Yotsuya, don't worry, Mr. Yuan. Yuan, okay. After receiving the reply, Yuan stood there and waited patiently. After a while, a beautiful girl with long black hair slowly came down the stairs. The clothes she was wearing seemed very neat. But the limping walking posture made people feel that she seemed to be a little uncomfortable. Eat quickly. Yuan saw this and said with a chuckle. Get a bottle of elixir from me later. Hearing this, Yotsuya Maiko's cheeks turned slightly red, and she subconsciously looked around. They found Shinomiya Kagaya and Hayasaka Ai sitting and waiting quietly, with curious expressions on their faces. Are these two? The girl with black hair and red eyes looked quite exquisite just from her clothes. This is the eldest daughter of the Shinomiya family. Next to her is her maid Hayasaka Ai. They came here to visit me. Yuan introduced with a chuckle. And as his words fell, Yotsuya Maiko couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The Shinomiya family? Which Shinomiya family? Talking about the entire Neon, the Shinomiya family is the only one that can be remembered deeply, isn't it? Yotsuya Maiko's pupils suddenly shrank at this moment. There was a look of surprise and shock on his face. The daughter of the Shinomiya Zaibatsu, the third-year senior sister of Shuchin Shinomiya Kagaya. P.S. There will be a chapter with 5,000 words later, and the update is expected to be over 10,000 words. Chapter 70. The Shinomiya family. It is the real behemoth in the whole Neon. If there is a real movement, the whole Neon will tremble. Every move of the family, through the world financial system, may have a chain reaction that is enough to affect the entire international market. The chaebols were not sufficiently restricted, but managed to survive through interest exchange and political checks and balances. Among them, the fourth house family. It is through supporting the successful transformation of one's own political representatives. This kind of existence is simply a giant in terms of size, otherwise it would not be known as the heart of the country. And this drama is between top chaebols. While they are involved in each other, they support each other, work together to deal with the outside world, have countless marriages, and are intricately intertwined. It can be said that the power is quite huge. Compared to the surprise on Yotsuya Maiko's face. Well, it's Kagaya Shinomiya. The Shinomiya family is here to give gifts this time. Let's sit down and eat first. Yuan sat on the chair and chuckled. Yotsuya Mitsuko was stunned for a moment, then nodded honestly. She quickly walked forward and took a seat, subconsciously looking at the black-haired girl in front of her, and swallowed when she noticed Kagaya's noble temperament. I was even more happy in my heart. Fortunately, she struck first last night. Otherwise, she is also a beautiful girl with long black hair and straight attributes. Compared with Shinomiya Kagaya, she has no advantage at all in terms of temperament or background. This is the eldest daughter of the famous Sagong family, and she actually takes the initiative to visit her. Is this how powerful Yuan-kun is? Naturally, Shinomiya Kagaya didn't know what Yotsuya Miko was thinking. At this moment, Shinomiya Kagaya looked at Yotsuya Miko and noticed that the other person seemed to be feeling a little uncomfortable. Could it be a sequelae of learning extraordinary things? Please give me some advice, Miss Miko. Shinomiya Kagaya calmly said hello. Next to her, Hayasaka Ai was keenly aware of Yotsuya Miko's strangeness. She also fell into deep thought. It seems that before Miss Kagaya arrived, many people were already eyeing Yuan. But this is normal. After all, such an outstanding man will not give up extraordinary opportunities if he can grasp them. Soon, a sumptuous meal is finished. Yuan snapped his fingers casually, and the Mercury maid came in response and began to pack up the things on the table. For the first time, I saw a humanoid creature made of fluid. Shinomiya Kagaya's pupils shrank slightly, and she couldn't help but carefully look at the maid transformed from the moon spirit marrow liquid. This is made up of magic costumes, an existence born on the basis of giving a virtual personality. Yuan glanced at Kagaya and said with a smile, to put it simply, it is a prop used by a magician as a support when performing magic. Generally, they are roughly divided into two categories. One is something that replenishes magic power when using magic, and the other is a gift with a preset effect, which will be exerted when used. Following Yuan's explanation, the clever Shinomiya Kagaya quickly understood the existence. She looked at the humanoid maid with slight amazement. Although it takes magic to know the other party's existence, someone like this can not only act as a maid, but also protect the master. But there was a sense of crisis in Hayasaka Ai's eyes. She has been in the maid industry for so many years. First, met such a completely different opponent. Not only is she obedient, but she also has excellent defense, making her a formidable enemy. No, you must train well and enhance your core competitiveness after you return. And at this time, Yuan continued to take this opportunity to popularize magicians. The so-called magician, the lowest foundation is to have the magic circuit to produce magic power. I can use elixirs to create magic circuits in people, and Yotsuya Miko is the best among them. She has her own magic eye. Even among magicians, those with this kind of talent are quite rare. As his words fell, Shinomiya Kagaya and Hayasaka Ai both looked towards Yotsuya Miko. There was surprise in their eyes. I didn't expect Miko to look like just an ordinary beautiful girl. He actually has an unusual talent. I'm afraid it's not enough to just explain it. You too can experience it for yourself. Yuan smiled and said, just think of it as laying a foundation for you in advance and experiencing the power of a magician. The power of a magician? Shinomiya Kagaya and Hayasaka Ai looked at each other, and finally nodded in agreement. After all, this is a good opportunity for them to get to know the magician. It really doesn't matter. My magic eye has just awakened. Yotsuya Miko was a little hesitant. After all, she had never used her magic eye on anyone before, so she didn't know what would happen. Opposite me is the daughter of the Shinomiya family. If anything goes wrong, her bounty would be in the billions. Yuan smiled calmly and said, don't worry, the damage caused by your magic eye to humans is limited, and it is not fully exerted now. After hearing these words, Jianzi breathed a sigh of relief. She looked up at Shinomiya Kagaya and Hayasaka Ai. Next moment, along with the dazzling and bright golden light burst out from Yotsuya Miko's eyes. Staring at these eyes, Shinomiya Kagaya and Hayasaka Ai's pupils shrank suddenly, and their bodies suddenly became stiff and motionless. The oppressive feeling from the soul makes them unable to move. Even lifting a finger is quite laborious. It's not like losing your mind. It's a feeling of disharmony between body and soul. Even if their consciousness wants to mobilize their bodies seem to be completely disobedient. This shocked Shinomiya Kagaya and Hayasaka Ai. This is the power of the magician? With just one glance, they can easily lose control of their bodies. If this power is used well, it is simply unimaginable how terrifying it will become. Okay, that's it for now. Following Yuan's order, Yotsuya Maiko honestly stopped the magic eye. Now you can understand the power of a magician. Yuan crossed his legs and looked lazily at the two people in front of him. Actually, this is just the tip of the iceberg. A truly powerful magician uses these methods far from comparable. Hearing this, Shinomiya Kaguya and Hayasaka Ai nodded seriously. This is the magician. Kaguya Shinomiya took a deep breath and sighed, becoming more than curious. Even Yotsuya Maiko, a beginner, is so scary. What kind of power is hidden in the mirror that Yuan personally gave him earlier? Yuan stared at the two people in front of him. Just come here first, and the rest will wait in a few days. I will prepare the elixir of the magic circuit to awaken you. I have accepted the gift from the Shinomiya family before. You can work on this first when you go back. I am not good at business. Hearing this, Shinomiya Kaguya and Hayasaka Ai both stood up. Yes, just leave this matter to our Shinomiya family. There will be no accidents. Shinomiya Kaguya said confidently. Just as the two were about to leave, they heard Yuan suddenly say, by the way, it seems that I don't have your contact information here yet. Let me add it by the way so that I can notify you of anything later. Kaguya was stunned at first by these words. After all, on her mobile phone in China, which she has used for a long time, so far she only has the contact information of her family in Chika Fujiwara. No one else has been stored in her address book. Okay, I'll give it to you right now. Shinomiya Kaguya quickly reacted and replied quickly. Although in her old phone, there is no popular software today, so I can't join the chat group. But Yuan still added the other party's contact information, at least until later, he could chat via email. The eyes of Hayasaka Ai next to him flickered slightly when he saw this, as if he was thinking about something. 0, please give me flowers. She knows the shortcomings of her young lady best. But as the eldest daughter of the Shinomiya family, Shinomiya Kaguya's advantage is still quite large. After Hayasaka Ai and Shinomiya Kaguya took their leave, Yuan stood up from his chair and glanced at Yotsuya Maiko next to him. By the way, since your magic eye has awakened, why not follow me to the Pangxing sect next? It just so happens that this week there are people lining up to remove spirits. Most of the low-level curse spirits now can't even bear your sight, so it's quite easy to fight them. After saying that, Yuan stretched out and smiled. After hearing this, Yotsuya Maiko hesitated for a moment, and his eyes gradually became firm. Good. And after Yotsuya Maiko agreed, Yuan also opened his mobile phone, bit the strap and sent a few messages to it. Yuan, at all the members who are currently awakening the magic circuit, do you want to go to the Pangxing sect to eliminate spirits with me? Yuan, just think of it as a way to exercise your abilities, and it also comes with generous rewards. Little bird Eureka, I came home late yesterday. I was caught by the holy conditioner. I can't go out today. Bai Kyung-kyu, I finished all my homework yesterday, so we can go together today. Eager to try, Bai Yingwei, Jun Yuan, remember to send your location. Shina Mashiro, it seems that I have nothing to do, so I will go to sleep first. Little bird Eureka, damn. Yuan, then the people who will go will be me, Maiko, and Bai Yingwei. Yuan, I will pick you up from Bai Yingwei, no need to locate Bai Kyung-kyu, then remember to wait at the same place as last time, otherwise if someone at home sees it, I will be interrogated. Yuan, you shouldn't have to worry about this in a few months, because a new era is coming. Bai Yingwei, et. Yuan looked at Bai Yingwei's shocking news at the end and slid his fingertips to close the page. His last words were not mere prophecies, but facts as seen by the all-knowing and all-powerful star. But Yuan doesn't plan to drive the all-knowing and omnipotent star all the time. Because this is too boring. An hour later, the luxury sports car driven by Yuan was speeding on the road. Drive straight to the headquarters of Pangxing sect. Just by looking from a distance, Yuan could clearly see the majestic building on the mountain peak. Full of divine beauty. Idle workers are busy carrying out expansion work. After the funding from the Sagong family, the entire Pangxing sect headquarters began to undergo large-scale expansion. Shiro Gainkei and Yotsuya Maiko were sitting behind him. He looked curiously at the huge building in the distance. This is the Pangxing sect. Yotsuya Maiko looked curiously. Although she had heard that Yuan was the leader of the Pangxing sect, she never expected that there would be such a splendid building. Bai Yinghui swallowed his saliva and began to make calculations in his mind. How much would these buildings cost at a minimum? No doubt. Absolutely an astronomical figure. Well, this is the Pangxing sect. You can come with me. 11 After Ye Yuan stopped the vehicle, he snapped his fingers, revealing the familiar noble golden armor on his body. After he got out of the car, he took Yotsuya Maiko and Shiro Gainkei directly to the steps. As the height climbs, a mysterious and solemn hall comes into view, and its appearance has been decorated compared to last week. After Ye Yuan led the two of them into the hall, there were several red carpets spread on the stone floor. Several senior executives in suits who had been waiting for a long time bowed quickly. Meet the leader. The guest is currently waiting, would you like to be summoned immediately? P.S. Please give me flowers. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please give me a review. There are still 3 to 4 chapters of update. Today. Chapter 71. Inside the Pangxing sect's spiritual palace. A middle-aged man wearing designer clothes, with the girl beside him, quickly bowed forward. Thank you, Master. Saint. If it weren't for you, my daughter would be possessed by an evil spirit and I really don't know what to do. The middle-aged man said, taking out a gift from his own arms. He stepped forward, bowed 90 degrees, and said solemnly, this is a small extra thank you. Please accept it. To be honest, he was initially doubtful about the Pangxing sect. But the moment the long, straight black girl looked at him, his body suddenly became unruly, and an astonishing sense of oppression came over him. It was only then that he realized that he had made a complete mistake, these spiritual masters were really capable. Call Ye Yuan, who was leaning on the chair with one hand, yawned lazily and glanced at the men in suits next to him. The Pangxing sect cadres quickly stepped forward to accept the gift money. A series of processes that are extremely skillful. As for Bai Yinghui, who had just watched the exorcism, he was already numb. From the official start to now, the extermination of spirits has only started for an hour, and the amount of gift money received alone should start at a few billion yen, right? For Bai Yinghui, who has never seen much of the world, this number is already an astronomical figure. And what confused Bai Yinghui even more? Obviously some people don't seem to have any problems at all, and even Yotsugamiko's magic eye can't see the clues. But he had to say that he was possessed by the evil spirit 120 or possessed by an evil spirit. Then Ye Yuan didn't show any confusion at all. Instead, he pretended to treat him twice. Those people were so grateful that they donated a lot of money. Why on earth is this? For Bai Yinghui, who was born poor and valued money very much, this kind of thing is obviously incomprehensible. After sending this person away, Ye Yuan glanced at Bai Yinghui, raised the corners of his mouth and explained. Perhaps in your opinion, it is unreasonable for those people to send gifts for no reason. But now that the Pangxing sect has accepted funding from the Shinomiya family, other chaebols naturally have to express their opinions. After all, compared with the Shinomiya family, they are just like ants. At most, they are just a restless stone. A smile appeared on Ye Yuan's face. And his words fell. Shiro Gainkei and Yotsuya Maiko also suddenly realized. In other words, those people actually came here to curry favor with the Shinomiya family. Yotsugamiko swallowed her saliva, and exclaimed with a look in her eyes, is this the energy of the Shinomiya family? It is indeed known as the heart of the country. Chaebol. But I think of Shinomiya Kagai's respectful look at noon. When Yotsuya saw the child, he not only turned to look at Ye Yuan, but his heart couldn't help but tremble. And the existence that even the Yotsuya family wanted to fawn over was just a young man who looked like he had just grown up. More importantly, she is still the other person's lover. The thought of this. The corners of Yotsuya Maiko's mouth were slightly raised, and she felt particularly happy. But in fact, the shock caused by the Sagong family's sudden large-scale funding of the Pangxing sect was naturally extraordinary. But for many chaebols who participated in this auction last time, this seems to be a matter of course. After all, if it were them to have this opportunity to extend their lives, they would definitely try their best to get it. But for the chaebols who were unable to attend the feast, they all turned their attention to the Pangxing sect. Especially the new leader, Ye Yuan. The major chaebols almost quickly collected the obvious information about Ye Yuan. How on earth did a second-year student from Tao Zaiwan, a nouveau riche who rose to prominence due to his windfall, transform into the leader of the Pangxing sect? and let the Shinomiya family treat each other with courtesy. For a while, many plutocrats became curious about the Pangxing sect and the new leader. Let's arrange for the next person to come in. After Ye Yuan rested enough, he calmly ordered to his men in suits. The man in suit walked out quickly. Soon, as the door curtain was pushed open, two beautiful figures came into view. The upright appearance, delicate facial features, fair and transparent skin, perfectly sized pink lips, shoulder-length black hair and a cute face are simply a picturesque scene that will still exist even if the world ends. Girl. As for the girl, she was wearing black stockings with white edges, a high ponytail, and red bow ribbons on both sides of her hair. It was Yukinashita Yukino. Another figure was wearing a hoodie made of fluffy fabric that looked soft and comfortable. It was obviously a long-sleeved style, but the chest was slightly open. Under the fluffy shorts, her long and graceful legs were exposed, and her shoulder-length black hair was exposed. It complements the girl next to her. It's Yukinashita Harano, Yukino's sister. Behind the two of them, Mrs. Yukinashita, dressed in dignified clothing, walked in with an indifferent expression. He came to the two girls and saluted Ye Yuan slightly. Master Cult Leader. For the Yukinashita family, the meaning of this visit is obviously extraordinary. After Mrs. Yukinashita's investigation, she discovered that the Pangxing sect was heavily funded, almost starting from that day when the Chaebol were summoned. So what happened at that auction? That's the key. After trying every possible means to find out the information, Mrs. Yukinashita learned what happened at the auction that day. An extraordinary prop that blocks anti-materiel sniper rifles, a magical elixir that can extend one's life by 10 years. And his special identity as a powerful magician. No wonder the Sagong family would support Ye Yuan so much, even spending a lot of effort to open branches of the Pangxing cult all over Neon. And Mrs. Yukinashita also decided not to miss the opportunity. Bringing Yukinashita Yukino and Yukinashita Harano to visit in the name of exorcism is the best way so far. If Ye Yuan can have a relationship with the Yukinashita clan, then the current predicament of the Yukinashita clan will be easily solved. After all, the Yukinashita family is based on a construction company and has a large amount of real estate assets in its hands. He is currently trying to enter politics and run for county council. It is an obvious path for businessmen to enter politics. But it is not so easy to get through this road. If there are not enough connections, although the Yukinashita clan, as a new family, is very influential in the local area, it is another matter to enter politics. But if there is the support of the Shinomiya family, then it is a completely different matter. What do you do with the wife of the Yukinashita family? Ye Yuan glanced at Yangno and Suino, and found out that there was no curse spirit on the other party, so he knew the other party's intention. So he said lazily. Are these two girls possessed by evil spirits, or is there something else going on? After listening to his words, Mrs. Yukinashita had a smile on her face. Actually, this little girl is feeling a little unwell. I wonder if I can ask the master to take a look. She has been restless recently. If possible, can she stay here for a few days and let the leader take care of her for the time being, she said softly. He pointed at Yukinashita Yukino who was standing aside. At this moment, Yukinashita Yukino stood there with a cold expression, giving people an unattainable feeling, so beautiful that it was almost suffocating. Iceberg beauty is the most appropriate way to describe this girl. And next to Yukinashita Harano. He was silent and slowly clenched his fists, feeling unconcealed and unwilling in his heart. She originally thought that she only needed to follow the plan step by step and follow the route that the family had already planned. I won't let my sister be involved in such a fate. But this time, the mother was obviously determined to fight for the future of the Yukinashita family. Decided to let Yukinashita Yukino Kai befriend the leader of Pangxing sect. After all, her future is as the head of Yukinashita's family. And if the Yukinashita family wants to marry into politics or nobles. In this case, Yukino is the only and best marriage partner. But what puzzles Yang Na most is that Xiao Suino actually agreed to this matter. Master Cult Leader. Yukinashita Yukino stood there and saluted, with a ghost-like demeanor in every gesture. I've been feeling a little uneasy the past few days, I don't know why. Her blue pupils stared at Ye Yuan, and she gave out a cool and beautiful female voice. At the same time, I felt a little nervous. To be honest. She only accepted her mother's words to prove herself zero because she has always believed that she is a replacement for her sister, like a doll with no self. Finally got a chance to surpass her sister, she would never miss it. Of course, the most important thing is that Yuan looks good, and he also has the identity of the leader of the Pangxing sect. Even if there is no romantic relationship, as long as they become friends, she will have many advantages over her sister in the future. Certainly. Whether it's Yukino or Yangno's little thoughts, they are all clearly visible in Yuan's eyes. But the two girls beside him suddenly froze. It's not obvious that this is just for Yuan. Moreover, Yukinashita Yukino is so beautiful. If she takes the initiative a few more times, won't she be accepted into the magic family in a matter of minutes? Yotsuya Miko stayed where she was, not knowing what to do for a while. Others came directly to snatch the man, and in front of the two of them. It was too arrogant. As for Bai Yinghui, he narrowed his eyes. Being smart, she was thinking about how to deal with it. It is unrealistic to expect Mr. Yuan to refuse, after all, he is so good looking. In this case, you must declare your sovereignty. Mrs. Yukinashita. Our leader has so many things to do, we don't have time to take care of others. If you are just restless, you should go to the hospital to prescribe some tranquilizing drugs. Bai Yinghui stood there with a smile and said calmly. She moved her steps specially and stood next to Yuan, almost hugging him up. When Yotsuya Miko saw this, he suddenly realized it and quickly learned it in style. Standing on the left and right sides of Yuan respectively, Mrs. Yukinashita was not annoyed after being refuted. She had already investigated Shiro Gainkei and Yotsuya Miko before coming in. These two girls were just lucky enough to be valued by Yuan, and there is nothing to be said about their background. Why should the saint be in such a hurry? My little girl has taken medicine recently, but she is still troubled by nightmares at night. But it would be great if we have the protection of the leader of Pangxing sect. This is a sincere gift from the Yukinashita family. I ask the leader and the saint to accept it. Mrs. Yukinashita said with a smile. Take out the 3 thick stacks that have been prepared. The gift money was handed directly to the Pangxing sect member next to him. And even if you estimate it with the naked eye, the value of each stack of gift money is at least 1 billion yen. For the Yukinashita family, it can be considered a huge hemorrhage. 0.0 This moment. Yotsuya Miko and Shiro Gainkei were both stunned. Unexpectedly, the other party actually prepared a gift for himself. After all, they had just arrived, so the gifts were basically given to Yuan. But this time Yukinashita Yukino's gift made the two of them very excited for a while. Especially Shiro Gainkei. 1 billion yen, in her eyes, is like an astronomical figure. I thought I would never be able to save money in this life. Now that it is actually placed in front of me, this is really too dreamy. Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Mrs. Yukinashita is a smart person. Yuan glanced at Bai Yinghui and Yotsuya Miko, and said calmly. Since it's for you, just accept it. He just finished speaking. Yotsuya Miko and Shiro Gainkei couldn't help but swallowed. 1 billion yen was obtained so easily, which made the two of them dizzy for a while. Come to your senses. Shiro Gainkei looked at Yukinashita Yukino again. The hostility in her eyes also lightened a lot. Who would be willing to give her so much money? But he still remained on guard and decided to wait until later to fully declare his sovereignty. She was the one who succeeded first. As for Yotsuya Miko, she has already begun to make plans. After she returned home, what excuse would she use to explain such a large amount of income? Yuan glanced at Yukinashita Yukino, supported his face with one hand and smiled lazily. Then, for madam's sake, let's leave this matter like this. Yukino, please stay here. Chapter 72. Mrs. Yukinashita smiled slightly when she saw this. Then, Master Cult Leader, I will ask Suino to take care of you these days. No matter what the final result is. As long as Suino can stay with Yuan for a while, others can misunderstand the relationship with Pangxing sect. It will provide considerable convenience for the Yukinashita family's political career in the future. And this is exactly her purpose. But just when she wanted to leave with Yukinashita Harano. However, he saw that Yukinashita Yangno did not move, but stared firmly at Yuan in front of him. Master Cult Leader, I have often fallen into nightmares in recent days. Perhaps it is not necessarily haunted by evil spirits. Yukinashita Yano glanced at Yukino, and said in a calm voice, I wonder if I can stay with the leader for a few days like Yukino. The words fell. Mrs. Yukinashita's expression changed next to her. Yano. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't waste the leader's time. She spoke quickly, her tone full of sternness. Yukinashita Harano was raised as the head of the Yukinashita family, responsible for various social and entertainment activities of the Yukinashita family as well as future political and business responsibilities. Even if you have a husband in the future, you should be in the cabinet. If Yangano and Yuan are allowed to come into contact, the risk will be too great for the Yukinashita family. After all, even if it succeeds, the Yukinashita family will probably exist in name only. So Yukino alone is enough. But even Mrs. Yukinashita didn't expect that Yangno would take the initiative to choose to stay. In her eyes, it was simply nonsense, not to mention that if Yuan really agreed, there was no way she could object. For the first time, Yukinashita Yano ignored her stern mother. She just stared at Yuan seriously, and her pleasant voice was filled with determination. Please, Lord, please grant me permission. If she had to watch her sister being left behind, it would be better to let her stay with her. This is considered sacrificing oneself. As long as you can ensure your sister's innocence, everything will be worth it. As someone who was raised as the head of the Yukinashita family since childhood, she had already made the corresponding awareness in her heart. However, after she said these words, but he didn't notice the rare jealousy and annoyance in Yukinashita Yukino's eyes from the other side. Harano, it's her again, it's not enough that she is the head of the Yukinashita family. She actually came to compete with herself for this opportunity to enter the political world. Sure enough, no matter where she is, she will not be easily surpassed. Yukino is not an idiot. After she expressed her stance on Mitani Yotsuya and Kei Shirogane, I have already noticed that there must be many beautiful girls beside Yuan. In the beginning, she originally maintained a wait-and-see attitude. After all, she hated philandering guys. But for the sake of your own future, you can still try hard to make good friends with each other. But this time, Yangano's sudden appearance actually made Yukino determined. Just wait, she will never lose to her sister this time. In terms of pure beauty, Yukino has considerable confidence in herself. She slowly clenched her fists, her blue eyes full of determination. And at this time, Shirogane Kei and Yotsuya Maiko were stunned. Although it is not clear why, the sisters obviously want to stay with Yuan, just one is not satisfied. But thinking about the billion yen the other party just gave me, I couldn't help but hesitate for a while. And at this time, Yuan, who was holding his head with one hand, squinted his eyes and glanced at Yukino's expression playfully. Mrs. Yukinashita, why are you so panicked? Since Ms. Yangno said so, she must be feeling unwell. I'd better stay here for a few days. Not to mention the deep love between sisters, it would be nice to have someone to take care of you. Hear this. Mrs. Yukinashita's heart suddenly trembled. But she didn't dare to show any ugly look on her face, so she could only purse her lips and say with a wry smile. In that case, just do what the leader said. Now that Yuan has made a decision, as the head of the Yukinashita family, she can only be honest and obedient. After all, with the gap between the two, if the Pangxing sect today were to deal with the Yukinashita family, it would be an easy task with the support of the Shinomiya family. Like a stone versus an egg, no, dust. The Yukinashita family is considered a relatively weak group among many chaebols, and they are even on the road to entering business and politics. So, is there anything else? Yuan raised his eyebrows and said calmly. Mrs. Yukinashita quickly shook her head, excused herself and left the hall. My heart was bleeding when I left. If both Harano and Yukino are accepted by then the Yukinashita family will be embraced. Whether you can maintain your last name in the future will also be difficult. And after leaving, Yukino and Yangno stood in place respectively. At this moment, Suano's face, which was looking at Yuan coldly, revealed a smile like a spring breeze. She bowed slightly to Yuan. Next, I'll leave it to the leader. At this moment, her heart was full of determination. This time, no matter what I say, I will never lose to my sister. The moment Yukinashita Yukino showed a smile, Yotsuga Miko and Shirogane Kei suddenly felt wary. Originally, if Yukino had always maintained the style of an iceberg beauty, then they thought that Yuan would not take action casually. After all, Yukino doesn't have any special physique. But the other party's kind smile and greeting surprised both of them. This is obviously for Mr. Yuan. They must keep an eye on it and never give up the initiative easily. Yang Nai raised his head and stared at Yuan, with a slight smile on his lips. I will take good care of my sister, and I hope that the 10 masters can personally detect the evil spirits that are possessing me. She has long been accustomed to the sight of her sister. She once set herself up against Yukino so that Yukino could grow up and get rid of her dependence on herself. The purpose of this is to prevent Yangno from being unable to help Yukino due to various reasons in the future. Yukino felt isolated and hurt. Although Yukino still doesn't understand what she is doing, sooner or later the other party will understand. As for this time, it is enough to leave the matter regarding Yuan to her. Yukino doesn't have to agree at all. But what she didn't know was that Yukino's determination was much stronger than she imagined. Although Yangno usually carries a heavy burden for his sister, it deprives his sister of her dream of entering politics to a certain extent. But this time, as long as it can pass through the power organization of Pangxing sect, Yukino's career in politics will no longer be an empty talk. For Yukinashita Yukino, who wants to surpass her sister and gain recognition from her family, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Well, the relationship between sisters is quite good. Yuan groaned, stood up from the chair, looked at the two of them and smiled. By the way, I remember you are still students, right? Tomorrow is Monday, don't you have to go to class? Mom has already taken a week's leave for me. Yukino was the first to answer. Yukinashita Yano narrowed his eyes, smiled softly and said gently, Master, please don't worry about this matter, it's not a problem. After seeing the two people answer, Yuan nodded slightly at this moment. Okay, if that's the case, then the rest of the matter will be easier to talk about. I already know the purpose of your Yukinashita family. Letting you stay here means that the deal has been concluded, but I am not an unreasonable person. One, he said in a calm tone. How much do you two know about curse spirits? The sound just fell. Yukinashita Yukino and Yukinashita Harano both had confused looks on their faces. For a low-level chaebol like them, they are completely different from the Shinomiya family, and they know a lot about the world of magic. As for the conjurer, in their understanding, they are just humans with superpowers. Do you think that the so-called evil spirit possession is just talk? Yuan shook his head. His fingers suddenly touched the void and disappeared into the treasure house door. With the fluctuation of space ripples, the spiritual liquid that dripped on the ground last time was taken out. He had used the spiritual fluid that revealed the spirit body before for Ying Lily, but it was of a different type. Last time it was dripping on the ground, but this time it was dripping in the eyes, giving people the function of yin and yang eyes for a short time. As the saying goes, seeing once is worth hearing 100 times. First, Yukino and Yangno must understand their positions. Yuan doesn't want anything extra, so it's best to explain everything clearly at the beginning. With that said, Yuan handed 2 bottles of elixir to Maiko and the others to Yukino and Yangno. Hear the words. Yukino and Yangno looked at each other, and finally dropped the spiritual liquid in their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they found that the world in front of them began to become completely different. Not only did the scene before him become extremely clear, the entire building seems to be covered in a hazy white light, and the distant mountains and forests can be seen along the steps and even through the windows. You can see everything clearly. But what made Yukinashita Yukino and Yangno suddenly showed a look of fear on their faces. They are some dark shadows in the mountains and forests. These existences have strange shapes, swollen bodies, and emit unusual dark gas. Just the moment they saw it, Yukino and Harano swallowed their saliva. These monsters are cursed spirits. But what if there were so many cursed spirits in this world? Why hasn't humanity become extinct yet? If you haven't seen it with your own eyes. Neither of them could believe anything, that such weird things actually existed in this world. The vast majority of cursed spirits do not actually have the ability to kill humans. The impact they bring often causes fatigue, headaches, nightmares, and the like to humans. Only when the ability reaches a certain level of curse power, will it begin to have the power to actively kill humans, but there are very few such existences. Yuan explained in a calm tone. In fact, special level spell spirits are very rare. Even Yuan has only seen the sealed special level so far, apart from the special level spell spirits in the original book of magic. But regardless of whether it was a special curse spirit or not, they were like ants in front of him. Hear Yuan's explanation. Yukino and Yangno were relieved. But thinking about these cursed spirits that ordinary people can't see, I suddenly felt that my daily life didn't seem so safe anymore. If you encounter those extremely vicious curse spirits, wouldn't you die in an ugly way? It is necessary to have a preliminary understanding of the curse spirit. But I need to go out tomorrow, so I may not have time to worry about you. You want to bet on the market, arrange a room in the star sect, or go directly to my house? Yuan groaned and smiled lightly. Yukino and Harano look pretty, but they both have very strong self-esteem, so they need to work hard to temper their tempers. And he does have something to do tomorrow. Because tomorrow will be the day of the Magic High School exchange meeting. It just so happened that he planned to take advantage of this opportunity and directly let Hisuido swallow Sunyo's finger. Play with Sunyo and test the upper limit of slashing. Anyway, he has never planned to hide his strength, and there is nothing to be afraid of even if it is exposed. I want to go to the leader's house. Yukinashita Yukino hesitated after hearing this, and finally gritted his teeth and said coldly and calmly. No matter what, she wants to embark on a career she likes. Especially defeating my sister. And her words made Yang Na slightly surprised. She never thought that her sister would be so bold. Even if you join this plan, you still have to go to Yuan's home in person. You have to know that young people of this age have very strong desires. What if something happens? I am coming too. Yang Na took a deep breath and said the same thing. Seeing this, Yotsuya Maiko and Shiro Gainkei suddenly heard sirens in their hearts. Don't come over here. They still need to go to class on weekdays. Really let Yukino, Yangno, and Yuan spend a week together, God knows what will happen. Is it possible that 2 more people need to be added to the chat group? No. We must find a way to declare our sovereignty this week. Faced with what the two said, Yuan just nodded indifferently. Okay, I'll have a special car take you there later. As for the room, you can choose it in the bedroom on the 1st floor. I will leave early tomorrow morning. Just leave the food and drink to the maid to arrange. As Yuan's words fell. Arrangements have been made for the residences of Yukinashita Yukino and Yukinashita Harano. Now. In the 4th house's home. In Shinomiya Kagaya's bedroom. Every aspect of the room is filled with luxury and sophistication. From the walls to the floor, it is paved with noble and elegant stone and wood, with delicate textures and unique colors. The bed is no exception. It is made of precious wood. Bright mahogany and deep black teak are intertwined, showing an extraordinary luster. And at this moment, a girl with red eyes as bright as blood jade sat in front of a dressing table. Shinomiya Kagaya was looking at the small mirror. The edges of the mirror are carved with patterns, and the overall appearance is very delicate. There was some curiosity on her face. This is the mirror she wants from Yuan, it is said to reveal her true nature. Don't know what it will be like? Shinomiya Kagaya's waist-length black hair was casually scattered on her shoulders, and she was staring intently at the mirror in front of her. Next to him is Hayasaka Ai, who is responsible for observing the situation. Although she does not think that the adult will be harmful to the young lady, everything is possible, and one must be cautious. And after watching for a moment, the mirror soon underwent corresponding changes. This is an improved imitation made by Yuan by imitating the Garden of Frustration. It should have been to play out the things you least want to see in their most fearful form. But after improvements, it can guide people's nature and reveal what they truly desire. X. Shinomiya Kagaya stared blankly at the mirror in front of her. She could clearly see that an inexplicable white mist seemed to be emitting along the mirror, making the surrounding space gradually blurry. Soon, different memories came into her eyes. P.S. The author is currently confirming the characters that will appear next. Poka-chan, Mahirashina, Secretary Fujiwara, and the long-awaited Kodori Utuka, as well as characters you want to join can submit your suggestions here. As for the plot of Yukinashita Yukino and Yangno, the author will arrange it properly and try to write new ideas. Chapter 73. That was Kagaya when she was a child. From an early age, Shinomiya Kagaya knew that she was different, at least, completely different from others. She was trained at the Shinomiya family and was completely unable to understand the emotions of ordinary people. Once in the 4th grade, she and her classmates were folding paper cranes for a hospitalized teacher. But the girl sitting next to Kagaya folded slower. Kagaya felt that the other party was not serious. Then, she said those words. Can you be more serious? This sentence is not a key word in her eyes. At least that was the case for her at the time. Anyway. But in the end, the girl who heard this sentence cried endlessly because of it. In fact, Kagaya didn't mean anything malicious when she said that, because if it was at Shinomiya's house, it would be such a non-serious behavior. You will be punished quite severely. After playing this memory scene, the fog in front of Shinomiya Kagaya gradually turned into a question. Kagaya Shinomiya, what kind of person do you think you are? Is he a loner with a cold appearance, a ruthless ruler, or a self-enclosed coward? When questions came into Shinomiya Kagaya's eyes. For a while, let her become somewhat silent. After a long pause, she shook her head. It's enough for me to be alone. This brings the best sense of peace of mind, and it won't hurt other people. After she told her story, the white puff of smoke turned into words again. Is it true that it won't hurt other people? Think about it carefully, Shinomiya Kagaya, just for the so-called sense of security, how many people have you hurt? As these words fell, Shinomiya Kagaya wanted to refute for a moment. But after a moment of silence, she suddenly realized that she had indeed hurt a lot of people. Because the more you try to stay away from other people, the more poisonous and hurtful your words will be. No matter who wants to approach her. Whether it was good or bad, the end result was that she was alone. I'm serious enough, can't Shinomiya-san understand? Those words were deafening. Even now, it still echoes in Shinomiya Kagaya's ears. Only then did she realize that the sense of security she seemed to have relied on, seemed to be just the behavior of a coward. But she didn't hate it, because being alone like this was enough. At last, the white mist made its own evaluation at this time. You will be slow to your own liking. Once you admit this feeling, your love will grow infinitely. You will be helpless but full of expectations for the feelings you face for the first time. It can even make the whole person fall into an almost crazy state. But anyway, Shinomiya Kagaya, you are a gentle person. After seeing this evaluation, Shinomiya Kagaya immediately wanted to refute. How does someone like her have anything to do with gentleness? But the white mist was changing, telling Shinomiya Kagaya's inner words. If you are timid, after understanding your friend's true feelings, you will unconsciously want to tell him everything about yourself. Even if I am like this, do you like me? This is both a test and a verification of a promise. Once this verification is obtained, you will trust the other person more. Trust people. It's not that you don't want to do it, it's that you simply can't do it. But you still chose to sacrifice yourself gently to achieve your final goal this moment. Shinomiya Kagaya claimed to be a strong mask, but it was shattered into pieces by these words of mist. Because she found that she couldn't describe the complex emotions clearly. But it was described so appropriately. But even if I learn about my tenderness in the end, will there be any changes? She has always been the eldest daughter of the Shinomiya family. It is impossible to get rid of the influence of the Shinomiya family. But at this time, Shinomiya Kagaya suddenly thought of Yuan. Recalling the other person's confident face. If you can't get rid of the influence of the Shinomiya family, can you be considered a qualified magician? If she could master magic and become one of the magicians, is it possible to break the current deadlock? At this time, Shinomiya Kagaya took a deep breath, and her eyes gradually became firm. No matter what, I will become a magician. The moment she finished speaking, the white smoke in front of her eyes dissipated. The surrounding scene gradually became clear again. Shinomiya Kagaya looked at herself in the mirror, with a gentle smile on her lips. Now, as Shinomiya Kagaya's most important maid, Hayasaka-ai. He was waiting aside, silently looking at Miss Kagaya who was sitting in front of the dressing table. Although I don't know what the function of that mirror is, since it is the work of a magician, it must be a very magical thing. But for the eldest lady, I don't know if the most evil thing is. Hasaka, all work and rest plans for tomorrow are cancelled. If my father asks, he will say that it is necessary for the path to transcendence. Shinomiya Kagaya suddenly spoke. As soon as she finished speaking, Hayasaka-ai was stunned on the spot. Because you must know that she has been with Shinomiya Kagaya for more than 10 years, and her life often follows a very strict schedule. After all, this is the training of the fourth house's family rules, and the eldest lady herself has exerted a subtle influence on it. And what surprised her even more? It was the faint smile hanging on the corner of Shinomiya Kagaya's lips at this moment. This was the first time Hayasaka-ai couldn't figure out what had happened to his eldest daughter. It had been a long time since she had seen this sincere smile. Yes, I will lose my record on this matter. Since the original work and rest plan has been cancelled, what about tomorrow's school schedule? Hayasaka-ai spoke calmly at this moment. He suppressed the surprise in his heart and hesitated on how to report this matter next. There's no need to go to the school. I learned through the school not long ago that Yuan has already asked for leave. That is to say, as a magician, he should be busy at the end of the year. But I will contact you by email. Shinomiya Kagaya said calmly, but her tone trembled when she mentioned Yuan. After hearing Shinomiya Kagaya's words, Hayasaka Ai's eyes widened in shock. Ah! Miss! Are you planning to take leave and skip class? It would have been impossible for the previous eldest lady to do such a thing. Choosing to skip class just because of a boy's words, for Miss Kagaya, the change is a bit too big, isn't it? Miss! Is it really okay for you to do this? If the head of the family knows that you didn't go to school. Hayasaka Ai said calmly, but she was extremely nervous in her heart. Hayasaka Ai had never liked the man Shinomiya Yanan. Because of this person. He is clearly Kagaya's biological father, but he has never given him paternal love. Maybe it's because such luxuries don't exist in the Shinomiya family. But the other party's methods have to be admitted, and the entire Sagong family has unwavering power. My goal is to be a magician, and I cannot be bound by these regulations. Shinomiya Kagaya's light red eyes looked at Kam and said. Her eyes were filled with determination. And her greatest confidence is the support from Yuan. After hearing these words, Hayasaka Ai also became calmer. Judging from the current contact between Mr. Yuan and the eldest lady, at least the initial relationship is good. There should be no surprises in the future. As long as there is the support of Yuan, the leader of the Pengxing sect, the eldest lady's actions should not be punished. But if the eldest lady fails to become a magician in the end, or maybe he is at odds with Yuan, what awaits her will undoubtedly be punishment from within the Shinomiya family. Is it worth it? Hayasaka Ai pursed her lips, trying hard not to ask these 10 questions from the bottom of her heart. Although Kagaya didn't say anything. But Yuan's existence is obviously quite special in her heart. Yes, miss. In the end, Hayasaka Ai could only nod and agreed to the matter. And after giving these instructions, Shinomiya Kagaya changed into a loose nightgown, holding her mobile phone and staring at the message page of the flip phone seriously. I'm sending a message now to ask what time I can go there tomorrow. Hasaka, just keep an eye on your phone. As long as you have any news, please notify me immediately. Even if you just stare at me all night, it will be fine. Shinomiya Kagaya tapped her fingers to send the message, then rolled back and forth on the bed waiting for the reply. Hayasaka Ai looked helpless. Well, miss, I still have work to do during the day. If I stay up all night, I might die suddenly, right? Let her stare at the screen of a flip phone all night. How does this look? It looks like a perversion. After hearing Hayasaka's rejection, Shinomiya Kagaya showed a little disappointment. Can't you? Next time, just buy a mercury made from Mr. Yuan. She just finished saying this. Immediately, the siren song in Hayasaka's love blared. She changed her attitude on the spot without hesitation. Miss, I just stared at my phone all night, please just leave it to me. Hayasaka Ai said in a serious voice. Joke. If the eldest lady is really asked to buy a mercury maid, then won't her value as a maid be greatly reduced by then? In order to maintain his, good Wangzhou, core competitiveness. Hayasaka Ai will not tolerate this happening no matter what. Isn't that just staying up late? Staying up. Thank you Hayasaka, Hayasaka is indeed the best. Shinomiya Kagaya showed a happy smile on her face. As for your work during the day, you can just rest. It's no problem for me to go to Yuan's house alone. Hayasaka Ai looked at Shinomiya Kagaya in front of her with a face full of surprise. It's okay to just visit today, because the lady doesn't want to go to that Yuan alone. You need to know just from the number of girls in that family. That's enough proof. There is definitely more than one girl beside Yuan. For such a carefree man, it's okay if you treat him as a friend, but wouldn't it be too prudent to treat him directly as a lover? Although she also intended to bring the two of them together, the progress was still too fast. What kind of content was in that mirror just now? Will the eldest lady have such an amazing change? Hayasaka Ai shook her head and said seriously, I'd better accompany the lady on this. Let the eldest lady go to Yuan's home alone. To be honest, it's hard for her to completely relax about it. However, if Yuan and the eldest lady are really together, she also believes in the other party's ability. Can bring true happiness to Miss Kagaya. P.S. Diddy. 2 chapters were updated today, adding up to nearly 10,000 words. There will be explosive updates starting tomorrow. The update is expected to start at 15,000. Chapter 74. Yuan is not aware of Kagaya's transformation yet. After all, he doesn't turn on the all-knowing and all-powerful star that predicts the future all the time. What's more, the ability of the omniscient and omnipotent star is used to observe the mysterious future, which ordinary people still rarely pay attention to. And the mirror given to Kagaya. It's nothing more than a mirror used to let the other person see his or her own heart. At this moment, he was sitting in the posture of a sports car, leading Yotsuya Maiko, Shiro Jinong, Yukino, and Yang No back. After sending Yotsuya Maiko and Shiro Gain-kei home respectively, they drove straight to their villa. At the same time, he explained on the way. More knowledge of mantras. The power of mantra comes from negative emotions. Almost all human beings possess and can produce magic power. Ordinary people with less magic power cannot see magic spirits, but they will create magic spirits due to the leakage of magic power. Magicians with more mantra power will not generate mantra spirits, because their mantra power is always flowing in their bodies and will not leak out. As long as you are alive, you will not produce cursed spirits due to the power of the curse. Yuan said casually. His understanding of the energy of mantra is quite deep. After all, under the analysis of the omniscient and omnipotent star, he could clearly see the essence of the curse. Research currently underway. It's the right way to convert mantra into magic. Following Yuan's narration, Yukino and Harino, who were listening carefully, were both deep in thought. The concept of mantra turns out to be born out of human negative emotions. Isn't this the vengeful spirit mentioned in many movies and TV dramas? Yukino pursed her lips and asked with some confusion, since there are such monsters in this world, why doesn't the government choose to announce it, or secretly train more conjurers? In her opinion, the world today is still a society governed by the rule of law. Even if it is to win over the magician, the value is not so high, right? It's very simple. The announcement will only bring negative effects. Yuan shook his head and replied casually, only the magic attack can take effect on the magic spirit, and the physical attack will not work. At present, the vast majority of curse attack cases. Basically, it is regarded as a 910 gas explosion or other special cases, and the public basically cannot know the details. Once the existence of the curse spirit is announced, such a turbulent society is bound to usher in the outbreak of curse spirits. But the status of a conjurer, it is bound to be greatly improved. After Yukinashita Yukino heard this, she put her slender legs in black stockings together, held her hands in front of her body, and thought deeply. If it is like this, assuming there are only magicians in the world, will the magic spirits become extinct? Yang No's light red pupils narrowed slightly. And her question. Let the corners of Yuan's mouth turn up slightly, showing a smile. Yes, in fact there was a very powerful magician who wanted to wipe out all the ordinary people in the world. Only the world of the conjurer is the best in his eyes. He would even kill his own parents for this. The words fell. The expressions of Yukino and Yang No both changed, looking a little pale. Kill ordinary people all over the world. Only a world of conjurers is left. Is that crazy? How could it be possible to do such a thing? Yukino couldn't help but said. Upon hearing her retort, Yuan just smiled. That's not necessarily the case. For example, if it were me, it would not be impossible if I wanted ordinary people all over the world. His tone seemed flirtatious and playful. But the confidence in his words is unquestionable. For Yuan, among his royal treasures are many large-scale noble phantasms. As long as he wants to, using that thing to implement human extinction, it can indeed be done in a certain amount of time. But this kind of thing is troublesome. Yukinashita Yukino's pupils suddenly shrank when she heard this, and she could tell that this boy really thought that he could do this. Are you kidding? Does he think that even if, ajej, people all over the world unite, there will be no way to affect it? Yang Na next to her also felt a storm in her heart. She felt that she had imagined Yuan very well. After all, being able to become the leader of the Pangxing sect at such a young age and being so valued by the Shinomiya family must have an extraordinary status in the world of magic. But now it seems. My original estimate, still underestimated him. Just when the two girls were shocked, Yuan, who was driving, drove the car into the garage of his villa. Get off the bus with two people. He pushed open the door of the villa and returned to the hall. There are arranged rooms on the first floor, Yukino and Harino. Do you sisters want separate rooms or a bedroom? The bed must be big enough anyway. Yuan said with a chuckle. Yukinashita Yukino was looking curiously at the living room of the villa. After hearing Yuan's question, she said without hesitation. A room alone. She didn't want to share a room with her sister. This time, she and I are competitors, and Yukinashita Yukino is confident in her appearance and will definitely not be worse than her sister. Harano originally wanted to share a bedroom with her sister. He frowned after hearing Yukino's request. She hopes to be with her sister more, so that she can take care of each other during this time. She sighed in her heart, but said coldly on her face. In that case, I will also have a separate room. Thank you, Master, for your love. She bowed to Yuan. It's just a little thing. Yuan waved his hand and said with a chuckle, this title is only used outside. If you can, just call me by my name Yuan. He said with a slight smile. Yukinashita Yukino also saluted and smiled, revealing 2 cute dimples and a pair of tiger teeth. Looking at the pair of tiger teeth, Yuan suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. But he still coughed slightly. You two go and have a rest first, and I'll ask the servants to prepare dinner. Yukino and Yangno nodded and walked into a bedroom respectively. And after doing this, Yuan stretched, with a frivolous smile in his eyes. Tomorrow is the time. Don't disappoint me too much, Liang Mian Sunyo. Although he can predict the battle process through the omniscient and omnipotent star. But this is too boring. Moreover, it's not worth it for him to do this just for 2 reasons. Now, in a specially arranged venue, Nanami Kento is conducting special training on Kizuki Hisahito. Boom! The fists blessed by magic collided with each other in mid-air. 2 figures were on the field. With a figure as fast as the wind, it stirred up waves of air. Without activating any spells, Hisahito's melee combat ability can be said to be quite powerful. Especially the fists are very powerful. But in experience, for a veteran first-level magician like Nanami Kento, there is still a huge gap. Nanami Kento said calmly. Extracting magic power from tiny emotions is the basic skill of a magician, and using magic power to strengthen the body or weapons. Thus, hand-to-hand combat and weapon fighting are the simplest and most direct fighting methods for magicians, which is often referred to as spell body technique. Hirudo Notweed, you are quite talented in this area. When Nanami Kento finished speaking, I was also secretly surprised. The essence of mantra physical technique is to exert mantra, and the learning threshold is very low. But the upper limit is extremely high and the applicability is very wide. Therefore, any spellcaster, even a frivolous guy like Gojo Satoru with great strength, can serve as a melee mage. But not Weed Hisahito. Even though the blessing power is not much, with the improvement of strong physical fitness, the power cannot be underestimated. On the side, Gojo Satoru, who was watching the battle, smiled and said. Since it's the last day, Nanami, how about you try teaching him how to watch Black Flash? If it can be used successfully, the level of Japanese Notweed Hisahito will definitely rise a lot. After all, you are the holder of the Black Flash consecutive record so far. Gojo Satoru's words. Kyunhei Jianren hesitated. Since the real person had already been killed by Yuan, this time, Nanami Ken and Kizuki Hisahito only performed some basic spirit removal. The accumulated experience points are not enough. Soon, the fight between Nanami Ken and Kage Hito stopped. He stood in front of Hisato, looking at the young man. Next, I will start teaching you Black Flash. Black Flash? Notweed Hisahito scratched his head in confusion. Nanami Kento said in a deep voice, Black Flash is the space distortion created by cursed body technique. Its concept is similar to critical strike. In this case, the cursed power will instantly flash Black X. The power is 2.5 times that of a normal strike. What matches the astonishing power is its harsh appearance conditions. The Black Flash will only be fired when the difference between the physical strike and the magical impact is less than 0.000001 seconds. He still had a few words left. Including Gojo Satoru. No magician can deliberately cast Black Flash. In addition to its astonishing power, Black Flash also has another meaning for magicians, that is, enlightenment. A magician who has played Black Flash understands the power of magic. It will be one dimension ahead of those without Black Flash experience. This is the enlightenment feeling that the person involved can experience personally. However, I want to use Black Flash. You must unblock your delayed spell. The magic power extracted by ordinary magicians will flow from the navel to the whole body, passing through the chest, shoulders, and arms during battle. Finally, fists and weapons are injected. The result of this kind of injection that sticks to the normal process is the delay of mantra power, and the delay of mantra power is the biggest obstacle to Black Flash. Nanami Kento's eyes became serious. He stared closely at the Japanese knotweed Hishido. Since the last time I met Yuan in person, he felt personally the gulf between himself and the other party. The future of the magic world ultimately depends on these young people. Knotweed Hisahito was slightly startled. Then he also grinned and nodded seriously. Interesting. I'll try my best. And on the side, watching this scene, Gojo Satoru grinned. The only way to increase the possibility of hitting Black Flash is to reduce the delay of magic power through magic power operation. Hirudo Knotweed, I hope you can control this power. Magical physical warfare is both magical warfare and physical warfare. But in the final analysis it is still a battle of spells. Therefore, what determines the strength of magic physical skills is the power of magic and the operation of magic. The more first-rate a magician is, the higher the accuracy of flash force operations. And in the entire Conjuring High School, the character who best represents this is Otoko Yuta. The opponent, who originally had an average physique and lacked strength, relied on huge mana power and precise mana manipulation to make himself quite powerful. Gojo Satoru thought about this and groaned. Anyway, the weapons Yuan used. I feel like I've heard of them somewhere. Especially that spiral-shaped sword that glows with rainbow light. Let's go back and check the information. P.S. Please give me a review. Please give me a monthly pass. Please subscribe. Chapter 75. To be honest. According to Gojo Satoru, the secrets hidden in Yuan go far beyond weapons. Especially the ability to launch things from space. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a spell, if it is the ability of another extraordinary path. But Gojo Satoru knows this from personal contact with those fired weapons. These weapons themselves are undoubtedly entities. Well, according to the current investigation of Yuan, during the process of Pangxing cult, he once gave such a thing as life extension water. No matter what, it is not an ability that can be achieved by relying on magic power. Gojo Satoru groaned. Although there are no spells to restore injuries in the world of magic. But after all, the essence of mantra is negative energy, which can strengthen the body but cannot be used for treatment and regeneration. Only a handful of sorcerers can heal or regenerate through magical manipulations. This is the so-called reversal technique. Reversal spell is not actually a spell, but a high-level operation of mantra power. Its principle is negative minus makes positive to multiply the mantra powers to obtain positive energy suitable for treatment. But, in the final analysis, this kind of energy can only be used to restore physical injuries. As for extending people's lives and so on, it is simply an impossible thing. He is really a guy that people care about. My current strength is still too weak. If you want to defeat Yuan, you must become stronger. The corners of Gojo Satoru's mouth slightly raised, and his blue eyes, wearing an eye patch, were quite expectant at the moment. Only after having personally fought against Yuan did he understand that the boy was just playing tricks on him at that time. If you really want to fight, so now he is dead for no reason. Tomorrow is the exchange meeting. I hope the students can grow up as soon as possible. Gojo Satoru sat on the recliner and said teasingly, if it is that Makara, I don't know if he can break through the unknown defense. Woolen cloth. He was actually quite looking forward to Makulo. After all, that was the Shikigami who once died together with the six-eye holder. This alone is enough to prove its gold content. Especially with the ability to adapt to all attacks. As long as you continue to grow in the battle, you will become a very troublesome enemy. Certainly. Gojo Satoru doesn't think Yuan can be defeated by just relying on Makulo. After all, Makulo also has a fatal weakness, that is, once faced with an attack that can kill him instantly, he is likely to be killed before he has time to adapt. You will be killed immediately. And Yuan undoubtedly has this ability. While Gojo Satoru was still meditating, the discussion between Nanami-ken and Kozeda Hisuido was still going on. But until the end, Hisuido Knotweed failed to use Black Flash successfully. Who? Ha! It's so difficult to mobilize the power of the curse at will. Hisato Hirohito breathed heavily, sweat dripping from his forehead. It was obvious that he had spent a lot of energy. Nanami Kento also had beads of sweat on his forehead. Obviously, the intense competition with Hisahito Knotweed was also a big burden for him. Japanese Knotweed Hisahito, the precision of your spell manipulation. There is a considerable improvement. Nanami Kento said in a serious tone. He could tell from the state of Hisato Hisahi that if he continued to fight like this, the opponent would not be able to comprehend the black flash. But the speed at which the accuracy of mantra manipulation was improving surprised him. Go down at this speed. Mastering the black flash technique is just a matter of time. The magic power in the first-class magicians will not flow according to the normal process, but depends on their own needs. This will not only cause no delay in the magic power, but also prevent the opponent from predicting their own actions based on the flow of magic power. And ensure that every attack you make is strengthened by enough magic power. This is also the basis of Black Flash. Today's special training is almost over. Gojo Satoru walked up and said with a smile. As for understanding Black Flash, you can wait until the actual combat at the exchange meeting. Japanese Knotweed, it's not appropriate for you to work too hard today, otherwise you might think I'm abusing you when you see Megami Fushiguro and the others tomorrow. Gojo Satoru's words. This made Hirohito groan in silence. He recalled his experiences this month, either he was being trained by the devil, or he was on the road to removing spirits. Doesn't this kind of behavior count as abuse? Of course, Knotweed Hisahito is still a bit nervous, so naturally he would not say this out loud. 0. Please give me flowers 001, 380, 3109 Fila 1933333021 but after thinking about it. He spoke seriously towards Gojo Satoru. That won't happen for sure, so don't worry. Speaking of which, Teacher Gojo Satoru, there is something I really want to ask. Hear this. Gojo Satoru tilted his head, seeming a little confused. Oh? Classmate Hazang, do you have any questions you want to ask? Teacher, didn't you use field expansion back then? Why on earth did you lose to that Yuan? Hisuido Tiger Stick scratched his head and asked cautiously. Of course, if you don't want to tell me, teacher, forget it. After all, the guy inside me is probably eavesdropping. Hisuido's voice fell. At this moment, a mouth appeared on his face. Zero Yang Mian Sunyo sneered and spoke directly at this moment without any politeness. Ha! Kid, who do you think is eavesdropping? I'm in your body. It's fine if you don't ask me. Even that kid won't be my opponent. Liang Mian Sunyo was full of confidence in his words, but in fact, he was not satisfied with Gojo Satoru's sudden fall. Defeat? In fact, I am also a little curious. After all, he has seen the realm of infinite space. Simply talking about intensity, this field is definitely at the forefront of all fields. Once successfully deployed, the power of the field is absolutely beyond imagination, but it was actually cracked inexplicably. What method did the kid named Yuan use? At this moment, faced with the question of Hirohito the Japanese Knotweed, Gojo Satoru just groaned, with a look of amusement in his eyes. Well, since it's what you want to hear, that's fine. He was also curious. What kind of reaction will Liang Mian Sunyo have after hearing about Yuan's ability? And under Gojo Satoru's narration, what happened inside the realm of the void was narrated. The soul of Liang Mian Sunyo sat quietly in the body of Hezi Yuan. He held the side of his face with one hand and narrowed his eyes slightly. Dimensional space-type defense. That Yuan, he's a little bit interesting, but he's still no match for me. In front of my slashing attack, no matter what kind of defense you use, you will only die. P.S. It was Makulo who created Space Slash. I forgot about this, so I made some modifications. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.